Chapter 1001, Rumors Spread Faster Than Paid Advertisement. Captain, we are running extremely low on power, and if you do not find a way to replenish my energy reserves, it would dampen my abilities to help you in the future, said 0542. 0542 was only just born. As it did not walk alongside Jiang Fei through thick and thin, it did not understand what was human's morality. Without any moral constraints, the best result would occasionally be inhumane. Give me a moment, said Jiang Fei. 0542's suggestion was sound as the temptation of using the rebirth egg was strong. Everyone knew what kind of a monstrosity a level 5 metahuman could be. As such, using that monstrous power and turning it into a form of energy would be greatly beneficial to Jiang Fei. In any case, Beowulf would be terminated. He would have much of a say to how Jiang Fei gets to use the rebirth egg. Then again, Jiang Fei was still hesitant about it. Beowulf came all the way to beg for Jiang Fei's help. The egg was entrusted to him, not given off like it was a gift. If Jiang Fei were to take the egg and used it as he liked, he would not be able to sleep at night knowing that he was guilty of betraying the man's trust. Jiang Fei admitted that he was not a man of virtue. He had already soiled his hands with the blood of his enemies. Even so, there was a limit. I've made my decision. Let the rebirth egg incubate. I will find another source of energy, said Jiang Fei, cementing his decision. Captain! You are not being reasonable. It is illogical, cried 0542. I know it's illogical, but this is something that I cannot do. I do not want to lower myself down to that extent, said Jiang Fei. I knew you wouldn't do it. You're just so my darling, cried Isabella, rushing into Jiang Fei's embrace. To be fair, Isabella would not object if Jiang Fei decided to use the egg as an energy source. However, she knew that Jiang Fei would never be that cruel. He was, after all, Isabella's knight in shining armor. Very well. In that case, please locate a suitable source of energy. My supporting function will cease to operate in approximately 500 hours. During this time, I suggest that you refrain yourself from becoming Zhuge Shanzhen, said 0542. Jiang Fei frowned. The problem with the energy reserve was much dire than what he had assumed. Where the hell is that main engine room? Jiang Fei bellowed frustratedly. Jiang Fei had lost count how many times he had to worry about energy. Even though he managed to solve the problem, it was just putting more water into a boat with a large hole in it. Until he could find the main engine room and patch the figurative hole on his boat, he would never have been able to solve the energy problem. And that was another problem that Jiang Fei had to worry about. It would take more than just a few days to search the main engine room. Today's adventure had cost Jiang Fei a great deal of energy. Thankfully, he was still able to haul something important in return. Not only did he manage to acquire the laboratory, but he was also able to scare off 3 level 5 metahumans. The name Zhuge Shanzhen had always been a topic to talk about amongst the metahumans. However, due to his rare appearance in the real world, many had questioned his strength. That changed after today. After crossing paths with 3 level 5 metahumans, the name Zhuge Shanzhen would only grow bigger. This time, the name itself was sufficient to strike fear into the hearts of all. Currently, Jiang Fei was unaware of how his master was getting more popular amongst the level 5 metahuman community. One of the reasons was Lockwood. The man spread rumors faster than paid advertisements. Not long after the two teleported away, Mordred and Qin Wuyong found Lockwood. The two were curious about Zhuge Shanzhen, and he did to Lockwood to make him run away that way. He's too scary. Too scary. Lockwood muttered sporadically when Mordred and Qin Wuyong approached him. Oi, Lockwood. Get yourself together. What's wrong with you? Mordred called out and patted his shoulder from behind him. Gaia! Lockwood shrieked like a little girl. The man was supposed to be a genuine level 5 metahuman. He would not need to even look to know there was someone behind him. However, the man was greatly rattled. He was so disturbed to the point he had completely lowered his guard. Lockwood, are you out of your mind? What did the old man do to you? Mordred asked again. Lockwood's unnatural behavior had Mordred dying to know what Zhuge Shanzhen had done. Ha! Ha! It's you! Mordred. Damn, you startled me. Lockwood gasped for air and said. How did you manage to escape? He asked with eyes wide open. Escape? We just went away as you did. We gave up trying to get the egg from him and just went away after saying goodbye, said Qin Weiyang. That's good to hear. What happened there? Why did you suddenly run away like that? We did not sense anything then. We thought Zhuge Shanzhen had done something to you, said Mordred. Actually, he did. Sort of, Lockwood said quietly. The man was still shaking with fear. He attacked you? How was it? How strong was he really? Qin Weiyang asked. I can't tell. I cannot even sense him, said Lockwood before proceeding to explain what had happened. The man might have exaggerated a few things since he was still shaken. Mordred and Qin Weiyang themselves saw how Lockwood suddenly behaved oddly in front of Zhuge Shanzhen. It was then he decided to just run away with his tail tucked between his legs. To save his own face, Lockwood purposely exaggerated a few details in order to gain sympathy points and to provide justification for a level 5 metahuman to run away like that. His version of the story goes like this. Lockwood wanted to know who his Zhuge Shanzhen was and decided to project his powers to him. However, he changed his mind since he wanted the egg for himself and decided to attack him instead of just using his power to investigate. Before he knew it, his powers were absorbed by Zhuge Shanzhen. It did not stop there. Before he could retract his powers, Zhuge Shanzhen went out of his way to drag him towards him. If Zhuge Shanzhen did not stop himself, Lockwood would have been swallowed whole. How is that possible? He is literally stronger than all of us, cried Qin Weiyang. Mordred was speechless as he was a little shocked. Both of them exchanged a look and felt extremely lucky for not trying to do anything to Zhuge Shanzhen. Who knew what could have happened if they even emitted any killing intent? Lockwood was merely exaggerating Zhuge Shanzhen powers. All three of them knew each other very well and knew that all of them possessed the true level 5 metahuman powers through awakening the power of Conqueror. Mordred and Qin Weiyang were convinced that Lockwood was telling the truth. Hence, besides Lockwood, who was still hazy due to fear, the other two level 5 metahumans had reached a conclusion. Zhuge Shanzhen had reached beyond the pinnacle of metahuman. The man had the powers of level 6. The news about 3 level 5 metahuman retreating from a fight against Zhuge Shanzhen spread like wildfire. To be fair, that news was spread out as a means of warning to the others by none other than Lockwood, Mordred, and Qin Weiyang. If Jiang Fei knew what he was getting into, he would have paid Lockwood royalty fees for spreading that piece of news efficiently. He had even managed to upgrade Zhuge Shanzhen to a godlike being. As much as he wanted, Jiang Fei could no longer disguise himself as Zhuge Shanzhen for the time being. 0542 was running out of energy, and if Jiang Fei, disguised as Zhuge Shanzhen, accidentally encounter a bloodlust-driven level 5 metahuman, he would literally be torn to shreds. Chapter 1002, It's high time. When Jiang Fei heard the news of his master becoming more and more popular from the Martial Artists Alliance, he was thrown, and then a little excited. The feat of Zhuge Shanzhen chasing away 3 level 5 metahumans was all his work. He had never thought that pretense could be so effective. How ironic. When one tries his best to gain popularity, one would be slammed by others. When others tried to advance one's popularity, the effect would be exponentially stronger. By the time one tries to deny it, others would only deem one as humble. Lockwood was not a stupid bugger. He knew that many could never reach the level where he stood. He had always thought that level 5 was an incredibly unique race of humans that only a handful of humanity was able to evolve to. After the incident, Lockwood calmed down and retraced what had happened that day. After thinking it through, he realized that Zhuge Shanzhen was as strong as how he played out in his mind back then. At most, he could be the strongest amongst all level 5 metahuman. The problem was with his own words. He was the one that had started the entire chain of rumors, stating that Zhuge Shanjin was a real level 6 metahuman. He would only be throwing away his credibility to the drain if he tried to deny that. However, Lockwood had clearly heard Zhuge Shanjin chasing him away like a dog. To be fair, whether or not Zhuge Shanjin was really a level 6 metahuman, running away from that threat would be justified. He was, if Lockwood was right all along, after all, a level 6 metahuman. Lockwood would have been lucky to get away alive. He was chased away by the one and only level 6 metahuman on Earth. He would have more than enough power to kill him right there and then. If Zhuge Shanjin was a real level 6 metahuman, Lockwood would have enough reason to not feel ashamed for running away. However, if Zhuge Shanjin was just another level 5, Lockwood would not have a thick enough face to remain in society. The only impression of Zhuge Shanjin being a level 6 metahuman came from Lockwood alone. The other two, Mordred and Qin Wuyong, were just carpooling. They were not the ones that drove the car. Fortunately, if Lockwood tried hard enough to spread the rumor far and wide, other level 5 metahumans would be warned about Zhuge Shanjin, eliminating anyone from even trying to test the man's true power lest they would be destroyed. The stronger one was, the more one would be fearful of losing that power. Lockwood was not the only one that was extremely fearful of death. The other level 5 metahumans might be prideful and agnostic in nature, they were only seen as such when they are around other metahumans under level 5. They too have emotions and would be fearful of death, as all living beings. Even the doomsday alien beast was so afraid of dying that it would rather tear off its own limb than to be killed by Ariel wielding the Zhanlu sword. Even with an immortal body, one would still be fearful of death. There were many who posted their suspicions about the rumor's authenticity. However, when asked to challenge Zhuge Shanjin to find out his real power level, none stood out. One by one, they bit down their pride and confessed into believing that Zhuge Shanjin was the real deal after all. It was like the case of the Pandora's box. No one dared to open it even though many claimed that there were hidden treasures in the box. One speaks of lies, hundreds speak of rumors, thousands speak of the truth. Who dared to challenge the authenticity of the rumors when the only way to test it was to challenge the man itself? The best outcome that would satisfy everyone was to admit that Zhuge Shanjin was a level 6 metahuman and be done with it. No one would be willing to disturb him as long as Zhuge Shanjin did the same. It was better to just be at peace with the man than to wage a war with him. That was the happy incident that started with a simple act. A simple act of being a person more powerful than anyone else. Overnight, that act became the truth, and by the end of it all, the rumor turned into truth and Zhuge Shanjin was looked up and revered as the real god. When Zhuge Shanjin's position was raised, so did Jiang Fei's in the Martial Artists Alliance. A few months ago, when Jiang Fei first met Old Hai and the others, he was treated merely as a young student that might someday become a better disciple. When he stepped up and fought against the biohumans in Japan, Jiang Fei became the top student that was treated better amongst the others. When the miracle potion appeared, Jiang Fei was treated as the VIP of the alliance. Everyone wanted to be at Jiang Fei's good side now. Now that Zhuge Shanjin had risen to the top of the pyramid, how would Jiang Fei be treated then? Even though martial artists of the alliance were a little slow, they were all treating Jiang Fei as a man that could someday surpass even the strongest fighter in the alliance. Jiang Fei was starting to receive treatments like a level 5 even when he was only at the pinnacle stage of level 4. While that was going on for Jiang Fei, he had other more pressing matters that needed urgent ramifications. The main problem he had right now was energy. 0542 warned Jiang Fei about it, and when he did not want to use the rebirth egg as a source of energy, he would have to find another source in less than 500 hours or 0542 would enter its hibernation state. Confound it! Jiang Fei groaned in his room, into his pillow. He had not the slightest clue to where the main engine room was. Finding the main engine would undoubtedly require 0542's help. He would need to spend some energy in order to start searching for the main engine room. As such, the best method he had to temporarily solve the drowning boat problem was to use his potions to trade for uranium. At the very least, he would have just enough energy to continue his search safely. After deciding on it, Jiang Fei contacted Schroeder on the next day to arrange for the trade. Compared to other metahuman bodies, the mutants and America were practically the same body. Recovering their strength was nothing but a good night's sleep. They would not want to trade their precious alien artifact just for a few bottles of level-up potions. If there was one thing that Han Tianyu had rubbed off on Jiang Fei, it was the spirit of business. If there was something they had that you want, find a way to force them to sell it. Coincidentally, the mutants were betrayed by the European Church. Even though both sides would not wage war on each other, they were not good enough to remain passive. Hence, Jiang Fei thought it might be a good idea to rattle the cage by powering up the mutants, granting them just enough strength to retaliate against the European Church. Once the Church was suppressed, they would want to retaliate. What better way to become stronger than to ask Jiang Fei for more potions? The cycle continued. An eye for an eye. The mutants would be trashed and would have no choice but to suck up their pride and plead Jiang Fei for the level-up potions. When that happens, Jiang Fei would demand for alien artifacts. Jiang Fei's method of rattling the cage was truly diabolical. He had only needed to push a few people and the chain of vengeance would unfold itself. Madness was like gravity. All one needed was to push it over the cliff. The European Church and the Mutant Brotherhood would fight each other, and the person that would benefit the most was Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not care about how the fight would escalate, he only cared for the profit of war. Once he had drafted out the plan, he entered the game with a peace of mind. Today, in reality, he had obtained gold, and in the game, he was about to reel in the trophy. After preparing for so many days, it was high time for Jiang Fei to act against the annoying Evil Laughter. For as long as Jiang Fei could remember, Evil Laughter had attempted to assassinate Jiang Fei countless times. In fact, after every failure, he would even drop a taunting message for Jiang Fei just to piss him off. That was the last straw. Even though Jiang Fei was mature enough to know that they were merely playing a game, the martial artist in him would not let a random kid on the internet to bully him that way. If it was Han Tianyu, he would have hired so many people to investigate who was Evil Laughter in reality and beat the living hell out of him or her. Chapter 1003, The Cat is in the Bag. Back in the game, Jiang Fei used the Abyss door to enter the 10th floor of the Abyss. Instead of greeting the Nephilim King, he was there to ask for Sheraz's help. If he wanted to bait Evil Laughter out in the open, he would have to draw him in by exposing himself. He would need to be exposed to danger where Evil Laughter would not be drawn it. The best way to do that was with Sheraz's help. Only a celestial tier boss could really be a threat to Jiang Fei. He would ask Sheraz to engage him in a pretended fight in order to lure the Mother of Kerr out in the open. No one would, or rather, could fulfill Jiang Fei's requirement, as Jiang Fei himself was too strong. Since there were no other celestial tier NPCs out there to ask for help, Sheraz was the only one he could turn to. Jiang Fei thought of asking Sheraz to chase and kill Evil Laughter in his stead, however, that was against the rules of the character's programming. It would be as easy as snapping a branch, since any celestial tier boss had an instant teleportation ability. No matter how far or how fast Evil Laughter ran, the only way to be truly safe was to log out of the game. Unfortunately, the programming limited how NPCs could interact with players. Unlike players themselves, NPC could never attack a player without first being triggered into a battle state. The best example was the Divine Light God. Jiang Fei had inadvertently triggered a world tier quest in which a public statement of hostility against Jiang Fei was issued. Jiang Fei had another idea where he would find an opportunity to give the Sword of Abraham to Evil Laughter. That way, Sheraz would have more than enough reason to hunt and kill him. However, Evil Laughter was not worth it for Jiang Fei to just give up the Sword of Abraham. He had other plans with the sword to deal with Ulysses. Since Sheraz could not directly inflict damage to Evil Laughter, Jiang Fei would have to think of another way to deal with him. The one problem he had with Evil Laughter was his movement speed. If Jiang Fei could find a way to just freeze Evil Laughter for just a fraction of a second, Jiang Fei could then kill him instantly. To deal with Evil Laughter, Jiang Fei had spent a considerable amount of time on preparations. He had requested 7-star warrior to gather a few veteran hunters. These hunters were contract workers that had signed a deal with Imperial Dragon. Their loyalty to the guild that had paid them extremely well was beyond irreplaceable. After choosing a suitable venue to set the stage, the hunters were ordered to set up multiple freezing traps around the battlefield. To add more insurance to the plan, he gathered many magicians from the guild that excelled in casting debuffs. These magicians were cast with stealth skills to hide in the battlefield. If the hunter's traps failed to capture evil laughter, the magicians would then cast slow and other binding spells to lock him in place. When everything was ready, Jiang Fei used his quest-issuing privilege to make one last quest to cast the bait. Ding! Bonus quest, Retribution. Seek and destroy the evil demon Sherez. The quest was made public to all. Anyone from anywhere could take the quest and complete it. However, even when Jiang Fei had purposely marked up the reward, no guild or party had signed up for the quest. The problem was Sherez herself. The Celestial tier boss was too strong for everyone in the game. Even Jiang Fei. Since the quest was made public, Evil Laughter would not suspect that the boss fight would be staged. When Jiang Fei engaged with the boss, the man would surely be present to execute Jiang Fei. The die had been cast. All that Jiang Fei needed to do was to start the staged fight with Sherez. The battle erupted with spells and skills bombarding the entire battlefield. The pretty little thing was holding back her power. All the skills and spells that she was casting were the weakest ones in her skill list. Instead of channeling the more powerful wide-scale AoE spells, she merely used instant-cast AoE spells. It was a general rule of thumb. Instant-cast single-target spells were the weakest in the entire game, followed by channel-cast single-target spells. There are certain AoE spells that were stronger than single-target spell, but almost all instant-cast AoE spells were extremely weak. Sherez was weak in magic while she excelled in physical attacks. Her instant-cast AoE spells were used to only reveal invisible magic and to annoy channeling magicians. Even so, at her strength, the damage that she was dealing to Jiang Fei was so strong that one skill could hack away 2/3 of his total health points. Thank God for the Cauldron of Spirit, or Jiang Fei would have been dead by the second cast. Even though Sherez was deliberately holding back, anyone that was not engaged in the battle did not think so. Instant-cast AoE spell might have low damage, but the aesthetic effect of the spell was so flamboyant that everyone swore never to fight this boss unless necessary. No one knew that Sherez was supposed to excel in physical melee fights. All they paid attention to was how ravishing she looked when the Flame Dancer danced in the air, casting flames and powerful explosions that covered the entire battlefield. To play along, Jiang Fei swung his soul cutter, purposely missing his target. Every time he did, the large missed text would pop out. If he did attack Sherez directly, he would cause Sherez's reputation to drop. In no time at all, the news about Jiang Fei fighting a Celestial tier boss spread. Members of the Imperial Dragon played an important role then. In no time at all, many players from all corners of the faction area joined to see how Jiang Fei fought. Fortunately for Sherez's large AoE skills, players dared not come closer to spectate the fight, else they would be able to see how Jiang Fei was deliberately missing his hits. In less than half an hour, Jiang Fei received a system notification that the Cauldron of Agility was close. From the spectator's point of view, the intense battle had reached a stalemate. The boss attacks were strong, but she was not able to kill Jiang Fei because of his insane recovery speed. Jiang Fei looked like he was attacking, but the boss did not seem to be affected by his attack. Fortunately, they were too far to judge anything. There was a problem that Jiang Fei had overlooked. How was he going to attack Jiang Fei when one single blast from the boss would instantly kill him? To kill Jiang Fei, he would have to approach him, but that would kill himself as well. To kill Evil Laughter, Jiang Fei would have to approach Evil Laughter, but if he tried to drag the fight towards him, Evil Laughter would immediately sense something wrong and run away. At this point, Jiang Fei figured something out. He then ran up closer to the boss and bellowed, "The fight has gone too long for the both of us. It's time for me to end this." Time to die. Jiang Fei leaped back and got into a stance, activating the Soul Cutter's skill. Sword form, bloom. Jiang Fei's sword immediately split in two. A fraction of a second later, the two swords split into four. The swords continued to split into two more until there were a total of 128 swords. Sword form, Blade Dragon. Jiang Fei released the sword in his hand, letting it float into the air to join the other swords. With his hands, Jiang Fei controlled all the sword to form a large dragon made of blades. It was not as large as the blade dragon that he had fought before, but it was still daunting to look at. Once the blade dragon was formed, Jiang Fei commanded the sword soul to take control of it to just spin it around the boss. At the same time, he gave Sheraz a look and a wink. From the vantage point of the other audience, the blade dragon circulating around the boss looked like it was charging up some sort of skill. No one suspected anything when Jiang Fei was just buying time to tell Sheraz to run. How strong you are! I give up. Victory is yours, cried Sheraz when she noticed Jiang Fei's subtle message. She immediately stopped attacking and vanished. This is my chance. Evil laughter was present amongst the audience. He was one of those that was completely deceived by Jiang Fei's act. He was bought, thinking that Jiang Fei was charging in ultimate form and could not move. That would be his ultimate chance to assassinate him. Chapter 1004, Immediate Need for Energy. Being a strong assassin, Evil Laughter knew that when Jiang Fei was preparing for a strong skill, he was completely open for attack. That was the best moment to strike. With the Cauldron of Agility's effect, Evil Laughter left nothing but a blur in the air when he moved at his fastest speed. No one could see him move across the battlefield. Evil Laughter skipped using stealth since that skill had a reduced movement speed effect. On the other hand, he knew that Jiang Fei might have prepared to counter stealth players. The initial distance between Jiang Fei and Evil Laughter was more than 1,500 meters. However, with 10,000 agility points, the man literally ran 1,500 meters in 1 second. All the freezing traps that were laid out by the hunters of Imperial Dragon were all avoided. None of them were triggered. Equal grounds. Both Evil Laughter and Jiang Fei's health points were reduced down to 1. You should be more careful, said Evil Laughter before flashing behind Jiang Fei to strike. Ding! Immune! With a loud chime, Evil Laughter's attack was stopped by the shadow barrier. Jiang Fei had already deployed the barrier as soon as Sheraz left the place. It's a trap! Evil Laughter grunted. Evil Laughter noticed all the freezing traps when he was running towards Jiang Fei. However, he did not think much about them since there was a possibility that the traps were left by the boss. As long as he could dodge all of them, he would be able to kill Jiang Fei unnoticed. However, when his dagger was blocked by a shadow blanket, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. When Jiang Fei was fighting the boss, he had noticed that Jiang Fei was taking damage from the boss. In fact, when the boss left, Jiang Fei was seen channeling a skill. He should be vulnerable. Time to split, said Evil Laughter, leaving behind another taunting message before running away. However, before he could move, he had realized his entire body got extremely heavy. So heavy that he was only able to run at normal speed when he was supposed to be running at 1,000 meters per second. When Jiang Fei had sent off Sheraz, he immediately signaled all the magicians that were hiding to start moving in. Their trigger point was to immediately cast slow on anyone that was seen appearing beside Jiang Fei. Evil Laughter tried to run faster, but his legs felt like they were running in heavy mud. His entire body felt so heavy that it was getting harder and harder to even move. Even so, his movement speed was still faster than an ordinary thief player with haste. That did not mean that Jiang Fei could not chase after him. Heh! Thanks for the heads up. I'll remember all the lessons that you gave me, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei pointed his hands at Evil Laughter and closed his fist. The blade dragon swooped in at breakneck speed and went straight through Evil Laughter's body. Evade! 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 -1. Evil Laughter activated his own ultimate, life-saving skill that grants him 100% evasive chance for the next 10 attacks. He had genuinely thought that it would be enough to survive. Unfortunately, the blade dragon consists of 128 swords. He might have aimed 10 of them, but there were still 118 swords coming right through him. "You cheater," said Evil Laughter as his body hit the ground. Be it Jiang Fei or Evil Laughter, when either one of them hunted or was hunted, the two of them were always alone. Both of them would always be able to escape unscathed. Especially Evil Laughter, since his movement speed was too quick for Jiang Fei to react. Jiang Fei would always survive because of his many death-preventing skills. This time, Jiang Fei was not alone. Even though all of the freezing traps that the hunters had laid out were ineffective, Jiang Fei still had magicians to back him up. Even though the slow effect did not last long, it was just enough for Jiang Fei to chase after him and end the fight once and for all. Beside the cauldron of agility and all of his equipment, 2 more items dropped out of Evil Laughter's body. It was obvious then, the cauldron of luck on Jiang Fei worked extremely well when it came to robbing a player's fortune. Besides the sure drop cauldron of agility and all of his equipment, Evil Laughter had also lost 2 most valuable items in his inventory. It was a skill book and a cup. "Ha! We are finally done," said Jiang Fei before heading to collect his loot. Cauldron of agility, special equipment, holy, agility, plus 10,000, note, special equipment, effect will still be active even if stored in a player's inventory. Jiang Fei snickered like a little boy as if he got an ice cream from his dad. Paladin's Chalice, special item, ancient, use, reduce you and a target's health points down to 1. Effect lasts for 30 seconds. Note, Paladin's Chalice can only be used on players. This item was the key for Evil Laughter to kill Jiang Fei. With that, he would be able to negate Jiang Fei's superior health points and defense. Unfortunately, the chalice's effect can only be used on other players. It would be the most powerful item in the entire game if the item could be used on bosses and NPC. So far, Jiang Fei had no use for it since his attack was sufficient enough to kill any other player. There was no need for him to depend on the chalice to defeat other players. Forbidden Spell, Scorching Lotus, use, teaches you the forbidden spell, Scorching Lotus. Requirement, level 90 Pyromancer. Whoa! How did that brat get this? Jiang Fei gasped. The chalice was useless, but he would never surrender it to anyone else. The item was useless for him, but it was extremely useful for others to use it against him. On the other hand, the Forbidden Spell skill book was so strong that no one in the game could use it. He would have to wait for some time before anyone in Imperial could use it. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for collecting all 9 treasured cauldron. Ding! All 9 treasured cauldron has been collected. The War of the Heavens will start shortly. Server will shut down in 5 minutes for an immediate patch and server upgrade. Please log out during this time to prevent any item or progression lost. Server downtime will take 3 days. While Jiang Fei was examining his loot, the system notifications popped up and were repeated many times. Heh. It's about time, said Jiang Fei before logging out voluntarily. It was in the middle of the night when Jiang Fei logged out. Still feeling sluggish and tired, Jiang Fei laid back down and continued to sleep. When Jiang Fei woke up the next day, he got busy immediately. The first thing he did was to call Schroeder in America to inform him that he would be coming to America to discuss about uranium. 0542 was in need of an immediate source of energy. The best and fastest way to get them was to negotiate with the Americans. When asked about it, Jiang Fei was told that the Mutant Brotherhood required some time to think about it. It was only normal since the Americans had placed an embargo, preventing any radioactive materials from entering China's soil. After the recent battle, America was enlightened to the fact that China no longer feared any nuclear threats. They did not even need them to launch a devastating attack. Hence, an embargo would no longer be effective in preventing China from becoming stronger. Since Jiang Fei had personally asked for them, and even offering him energy potions to trade with, the mutants would have no reason to deny the man of his uranium. Chapter 1005, The Pitiful Pig for Slaughter. After dealing with Schroeder, Jiang Fei had Ariel and Isabella to accompany him to the land of the rising sun. Right now, the majority of the Japan archipelago was desolated. What was once a growing concrete jungle, flourishing with its citizens and advanced technology, was now a ruined land filled with despair. The reason Jiang Fei was returning to Japan was to obtain more Doomsday's flesh to make more potions. Since Ariel had been there more than once, it became her role to lead Jiang Fei and Isabella to teleport them there. With a flash, the three of them appeared on the slopes of the Apple Hill. "I think you should go. He's more familiar with you after all," said Jiang Fei as he handed over the Jianlu's sword. "Oh, very well. To be honest, that thing is too disgusting, but since you've asked, I'll do it anyway," said Ariel, sulking before she smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. Ariel flashed once more and appeared directly in the volcano that housed Doomsday. "You again? Why are you here?" cried Doomsday when it saw Ariel appearing with the sword in hand. It was so dreadful. Just when he had recovered enough energy to restore his dismembered tentacle, the lady appeared just to slice it off. Just when he had recovered just enough energy to finally move away from that volcano, the girl appeared again. "Silence! How do you want to do this? Would you give me, or I'll have to slice it off of you?" Ariel bellowed while swinging the sword closer to Doomsday. "Please! Let me!" "No need for you to trouble yourself," cried Doomsday. If she had sliced off its tentacle, the power of the Jianlu sword would activate, causing its energy to go berserk. It would need to spend a tremendous amount of energy just to control his powers from killing himself. All the time wasted in recovering would be for naught. Thud! Doomsday picked one of its thickest, strongest tentacles and snapped it off. It was inevitable. Doomsday had picked the cowardly way to serve a veto, give what its attacker wants or die resisting her orders. "More!" Ariel yelled. Jiang Fei needed to make more potions this time in order to trade for more uranium and alien artifacts. Hence, the demand for flesh increased. "More?" Doomsday cried. This time, its voice had gotten more annoyed. Obviously, it was not having it. It was a level 5 monster. How could it let some puny little girl order him around? "Silence!" Ariel shouted before leaping towards Doomsday. She did not care to ask anymore. With 2 quick slashes, she sliced off 2 other bigger tentacles off it. When the tentacles were off, the Valium that was coated on the Jianlu's sword reacted violently with Doomsday. At that moment, the powerful level 5 monster immediately writhed in pain. "Little girl, I didn't say I won't give you. Next time, all you need to do is ask," said Doomsday as it glanced at Ariel with its disgusting eyes. "Mincham. This is enough. Have your rest." "I shall come back soon," said Ariel before teleporting away with the 3 tentacles. "She's still coming back?" Woo, Doomsday groaned with sadness and despair. Next time, it would not wait until it fully recovers. When it had all of its limbs to move around, it would immediately move away. Although the volcano was the best and optimum place to restore its energy, it was also the worst place to be, as the girl would appear again to cut off its limbs. "Here you go," said Ariel, throwing the 3 tentacles on the ground. She hopped towards Jiang Fei and was looking like a little girl that had just accomplished something and wanted to be praised. "Ha ha! You did good. Did you make Doomsday cry?" said Jiang Fei as he stroked Ariel's hair. "Mincham. No, he didn't. All he did was shout, but he did not cry," said Ariel, smirking like a conceited little girl. It was not that it did not cry, it could not cry since it was a beast without tear ducts. Furthermore, the beast was soaking in molten lava. The tears would evaporate instantly. "Thank you very much. With this many tentacles, I can make as many power potions as I want." However, before Jiang Fei could even make the order, 0542 quickly chimed in, "I'm sorry, Captain. Due to insufficient energy, the laboratory has ceased all its functions." It was only then did Jiang Fei realize that making potions would require both ingredients as well as a small amount of energy. Concurrently, 0542's energy reserves were extremely low and what was left was reserved for emergency use. "What a drag," Jiang Fei clicked his tongue and grunted. The usual transaction was to hand over the potion before he got to absorb uranium. Then again, pulling strings with Schroeder would not be too much of a trouble to get the uranium first. When he had energy, he could easily make a large batch of potions in just a few hours. Ariel and Isabella had never been to America, hence, this time, they had to rely on aviation travels. Before leaving for America, Jiang Fei informed his parents and Si Tying about their trip since it would take them 2 to 3 days to return. At the same time, fortunately, dawn break was in its maintenance period, allowing Jiang Fei to not worry about the War of the Heavens. With all problems postponed slightly, Jiang Fei headed over to America with 2 beautiful girls willingly wrapped around him. The girls could fly on their own, which would drastically increase their flying speed. However, Jiang Fei had thought about buying some time for Schroeder to make preparations for the uranium. Hence, all 3 of them hovered around on the giant sword, cruising through the sea and even stopping by at a nice uninhabited island to rest and relax. They spent a night on the beach before reaching the western seaboard of America the next day. When Jiang Fei reached land, there was a welcome party waiting for him. It consists of several people that he knew well and a few other fresh faces. The one that he recognized immediately was Leona. Previously, when Jiang Fei visited America, Leona was the person that took care of Jiang Fei's needs. Back then, Leona was only a beginner stage of level 4 mutant. Right now, she was stronger at the advanced stage of level 4. It was obvious to Jiang Fei then that the enhancement technology used by the mutants were still going strong. Mr. Jiang Fei, it has been my pleasure to serve you once more. Please do not feel the need to feel reserved. I will do my best to serve you once more, said Leona like a hotel concierge. That was not the first time they met, but even when she was much stronger than before, the tone of her speech when talking to Jiang Fei was even more courteous. When Leona greeted Jiang Fei the very first time, she was under the impression that Jiang Fei was just a naive little boy that got lucky. There was no respect but what was required of her. Right now, even without the looming figure of Zhuge Shanzhen overshadowing Jiang Fei, Leona was respectful of Jiang Fei because of his own stature. The boy was now at the pinnacle stage of level 4, a status not all mutants had. Chapter 1006, Energy obtained. After settling down in the hotel, Leona brought Jiang Fei to meet Schroeder. Besides Schroeder, Jiang Fei trusted no one else to go through with the transaction. There were other mutants sent in by the Mutant Brotherhood, and one of them sent Jiang Fei's blood boiling the moment he stepped through the door. That man was the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood, Lincoln. The feeling was mutual. Lincoln shared the same infuriating hatred that Jiang Fei had towards him. His 2 sons were both killed by Jiang Fei. Technically speaking, Walker's death was not directly linked to Jiang Fei. Nonetheless, Lincoln put the blame on him. Unfortunately, even if Lincoln would like to see Jiang Fei's head being detached from his body, he had to control his anger and accept the fact that all that had happened were all water under the bridge. There was a good reason for that. First of all, he knew very well that Jiang Fei was too strong for him. Even though the 2 of them were at the same pinnacle stage of level 4, the physical capabilities of a martial artist made them superior than the mutants. Jiang Fei only knew later Lincoln was no longer the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood as a result of his failures in Japan. He was now replaced with Schroeder. Stripped of all authority, if there was anything he wanted to do, he would have to ask for permission from the higher-ups. My man! Jiang Fei! We meet again. It's always so nice to see your face, Schroeder greeted Jiang Fei with genuine pleasure. It went without saying that Schroeder saw Jiang Fei as his one true benefactor. Jiang Fei had saved him twice in Japan. If not for that, he would not be standing there talking to him, holding the position of the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood. Nice to see you too, said Jiang Fei before thrusting out a welcoming embrace. After a few exchanges of words and pleasantries, Jiang Fei and Schroeder went into the hotel lobby, found a place to sit down and started to address the real matter at hand. Jiang Fei was in dire need of energy, and the only immediate source he could rely on was the Mutant Brotherhood. It was a good bartering system since Jiang Fei had something the mutants wanted. There's no need for us to beat around the bush, let's just be frank, Name your price, said Schroeder, sipping cold water without any worry. He had no intention of letting the Mutant Brotherhood earn anything. If it made any difference, Schroeder would let Jiang Fei get what he wanted. He had even set down an unspoken rule about making business with Jiang Fei. A bottle for 1,000 tons, said Jiang Fei, quiet yet straightforwardly. Oof. That's too little, Schroeder hissed. A bottle of power potion for 1 ton of uranium was just unfeasible. With all the uranium they have in hand, they could barely trade a handful of power potions from Jiang Fei. I'm sorry. I cannot change the terms, said Jiang Fei, this time a little louder to establish dominance. To be fair, Jiang Fei had already set the price so low that no one else could get the same. Jiang Fei thought of bleeding them dry, but it was all for the hopes to strengthen the mutants, to help them to stand against the European Church. What could they do with so much uranium, to begin with? Sigh. Very well. Please wait for a moment while I discuss with the others, said Schroeder before he excused himself from the table. Dear, what do you expect from them? Isabella whispered. I'm hoping that they could get at least 7 bottles, Jiang Fei replied. Isn't that too little? Ariel interjected. I can't say for certain. I don't know how much uranium they have, Jiang Fei explained. Half an hour later, after going through another cup of water, Schroeder came back. So, how much uranium are we talking about here? Schroeder asked. My question exactly. How much do you have? Then again, I can close an eye on the exact quantities. Since it's you, Jiang Fei winked as he finished his sentence. There was a tense atmosphere when Schroeder asked for the amount of uranium Jiang Fei wanted. He wanted to know how many bottles Jiang Fei could put on the table. On the other hand, Jiang Fei knew exactly how to conduct himself. He was crucial to never reveal one's property. Heh. Well then, before I ask, could you be lenient if, say, we order a large stock? How much are we talking about here? Said Jiang Fei. His eyes glinted with excitement. The more uranium he could offer, the better it would be for Jiang Fei. I'm willing to put out 15,000 tons of uranium, said Schroeder calmly. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, skipped a beat. 15,000 tons of uranium was an amount that would take humans a year to excavate the entire Earth. Jiang Fei was too ignorant to read newspapers to keep up with world events. Unbeknownst to him, there was a clear reason why the mutants were able to get their hands on so much uranium. Ever since nuclear fission could be stopped by fission suppressors, nuclear-based bombs became obsolete. In the modern world, besides being generally used in nuclear power plants and weaponry, there was no other purpose of using uranium. Although they could still be used as fuel for power energy generation, their value dropped significantly after nuclear-based weaponry was no longer the most powerful and feared weapon. America no longer had the need to stockpile uranium. That's a good amount, I must say. However, my price remains the same. However, if you can put more on the table for me, I will personally give you a few bottles as a personal gift, said Jiang Fei happily. Jiang Fei could offer more bottles than he predicted since Ariel had gone out of her way to slice more tentacles than he needed. Sold! Schroeder cried happily. Even though Jiang Fei was being vague in how many bottles he could gift, Schroeder believed wholeheartedly that he would not be overly stingy. Even if he did not, the Mutant Brotherhood had agreed with the transaction. There was no loss, only bonus awaited. Now, tell me the truth, how much can you provide me with? Said Jiang Fei. Hee. Exactly, we were hoping to adjust the quantity of uranium depending on how many bottles of potion you have. Anyway, we have over 20,000 tons of uranium to trade, said Schroeder with a serious tone. The man had opened the Mutant Brotherhood's book of secrets to Jiang Fei. Even though they were practically exhausting the entire stockpile to Jiang Fei, they could easily replenish them in a matter of months. Deal! All right, I will personally give you 3 extra bottles of potions, cried Jiang Fei. The 3 extra bottles might be redundant to Schroeder, but what he did with them would be up to him. It was a gesture that Jiang Fei felt was compulsory. While Schroeder was eternally grateful to Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei felt the same way since Ariel was only alive because of Jenny. Without her, there would not be Phoenix, and incidentally, Ariel would not be alive. It was a debt that Jiang Fei might not be able to repay. After the deal was struck, Schroeder bid adieu and left to make preparations for transporting 20,000 tons of uranium. Be it storage or transportation, the radioactive radiation was not something that could be left unchecked. Jiang Fei could not deliver the potions before he received the uranium. He told Schroeder that he had only very few potions in hand and could need to make another round trip to his master to get more. He requested the uranium to be delivered first as he needed them to present it to his master. Schroeder did not mind since it was the legendary rumored level 6 master. Jiang Fei spent an extra day in America, and after Schroeder delivered the uranium, Jiang Fei secretly absorbed all of them into the ring with Isabella's help. With sufficient energy in hand, 0542's functions were restored, although it was still unable to complete another large-scale project. Chapter 1007, Next Objective, to reach the Celestial. With energy, producing power potions was no longer an issue. 0542 took a few hours to make a total of 23 bottles of power potions for Jiang Fei. 20 bottles were given as the official transaction for the uranium, while the remaining 3 were given to Schroeder as a personal favor. Schroeder had no use for the potions since he had already achieved the pinnacle stage of level 4. The 3 bottles were ammunition for him to establish a good rapport with the other members of the Mutant Brotherhood in order to solidify his position as the vice president of the mutant organization. After handing over the promised potions, the transaction was over and the mutants had gained 20 bottles of power potion. With them being used on the right people, the entire organization had gained a status stronger than before during the war in Japan. With the upgrade, the mutants began their retaliation against the European Church. Those knights that had been trashing them shall pay the price of looking down on them. That was the outcome that Jiang Fei had hoped for, to have the European Church fight against the mutants. At first, the mutants launched many small-scale attacks all across Europe, which led to public dominance on several lands that belonged to the Church. The Church was forced to keep quiet about it since they had indeed betrayed the mutants by giving one of the alien artifacts to Jiang Fei. They would not stop as they were lacking in strength. They would try to contact Jiang Fei, hoping to trade more power potions with alien artifacts. The man that reaped the benefits from the war between the mutants and the Church was none other than Jiang Fei himself. When the power balance shifted towards the Church, the mutants would rise and be forced to trade their alien artifacts for potions. Be it as it may, both sides would take some time before they put alien artifacts on the table to trade. Jiang Fei was not in a rush anymore. Now that he had what he needed, Jiang Fei headed back to Manda Square by having Ariel flashing him and Isabel back. Jiang Fei had spent more than 3 days in America and managed to reap a great deal of rewards. With so much energy on hand, 0542 was able to return to craft Jiang Fei's ultimate martial skill. He had also managed to rattle both the Church and the Mutant Brotherhood. All that was left was to wait at home for them to offer their alien artifacts to him. After 3 days, the game was finally patched and was back online. When Jiang Fei logged into the game, he was immediately greeted with Oyezi, Zhaosheng, and Tianwen. "Greetings, Master. What's going on here?" Jiang Fei asked. "No time to explain. Follow me," cried Oyezi as he grabbed Jiang Fei's wrist and teleported away with a flash of white light. When Jiang Fei came to, he realized that he had been teleported into the heavens realm. "Greetings to the great master," said Oyezi, Zhaosheng, and Tianwen as they bowed to Lu Fu. "1,000 years and more. Alas, there is someone here to finally inherit the will of the heavens." "Young man, have you prepared yourself?" said Lu Fu as he rose from his throne. Jiang Fei felt a sudden rush of adrenaline through his veins. He gazed around and saw the other 3 looking at him. "Great master, I have," said Jiang Fei with determination. "Mecham. I shall now bestow you with the will of the high humans. From this day on, you shall become the exceeding one." Lu Fu roared before flashing into a large orb of light that charged towards Jiang Fei. The orb of light expanded before engulfing Jiang Fei entirely. At that moment, Jiang Fei lost all control of his body. Besides blinking, there was nothing he could do. The light condensed quickly and solidified into a large cocoon of light. Lu Fu was gone, only Ouyezi, Zhao Sheng, and Tianwen remained in the halls of the Heavens Realm. All three of them gathered close to the cocoon and knelt down before it, quietly and majestically like a sculpture. The entire hall was quiet, as if all manners of life had expired. However, in a few minutes, web-like cracks started to appear around the light cocoon. The cracks spread further and eventually, the entire cocoon looked as if it was about to burst. Rays of light burst out through the cracks and illuminated the halls. It was so bright that even the three high celestial NPCs were blinded momentarily. The flash lasted for only a few moments. As the last light ray faded back into the cocoon faded as well, revealing Jiang Fei, adorned in golden armor. His eyes glowed bright, like an awakening of the gods. "Heh. You've done well, little one," said Ouyezi as his eyes began to water up. There was a moment of satisfaction that hit him hard when he saw how his disciple became who he was today. Jiang Fei remained in trance for a short while before his eyes reverted back. "Master, I have inherited the will of the heavens. The war of the heavens shall begin," cried Jiang Fei happily. "Thank you for everything you've done, great master." Ouyezi, Zhao Sheng, and Tianwen roared simultaneously as he knelt down towards the west. "Thank you, great master," cried Jiang Fei to mimic the others. The NPC known as Lu Fu had given up his life in order to fulfill Jiang Fei's destiny. Now that he had accomplished his role, there was nothing left in him to remain in the realm. After the three had bowed to their heart's content, Ouyezi returned to Jiang Fei's side. "Little one, from this day on, the duty to reclaim the heavens lies on your shoulder. However, before you start flapping your wings and soar to the sky, you need to light the god flame," said Ouyezi as he pats Jiang Fei's back. Even with the qualifications to start the War of the Heavens, Jiang Fei's current strength was too weak. Even with the 9 treasured cauldrons in effect, he was still extremely weak against a true celestial boss. The only reason he was able to defeat the sword spirit was that it was being too submissive. If the boss was just a little braver, Jiang Fei would be killed. To have the same power to fight a celestial tier boss, Jiang Fei was now required to embark on a quest to light up the God Flame. God Flame granted some form of protection to Jiang Fei, reducing the overwhelming damage dealt by celestial tier bosses. Without it, no matter how fast Jiang Fei could recover his health, he would still die in a single hit. "Master, how does one light up the God Flame?" Jiang Fei asked. "First, you must reach level 99 and push your experience points to the maximum before you come to me. I will then give you an advancement quest," said Ouyezi. Jiang Fei had long obtained the qualification to take on the advancement quest. Once he has passed the test and became the real god of craft, he would naturally learn how to light up the God Flame. However, if his level was too low, he might fail the entire process. Hence, Ouyezi was hoping that Jiang Fei could accumulate as much experience points as he could before taking on the quest. From a player's point of view, it was indeed a good precaution to partake. It only takes them a good amount of time to farm experience points. Chapter 1008, Evolution. After he was done with Ouyezi, Jiang Fei returned to the mortal realm. There and then, he quickly checked his status to see what had changed. To receive the title Heaven's Trailblazer was not just any achievement a person could earn. There should be other benefits that came along with it. First and foremost, Jiang Fei had that title. Next, he was bestowed with a new set of armor that glowed with the shiniest golden luster. It was different from before. High Human Trailblazer's armament, set equipment 8/8, Holy, Physical Defense plus 15,000, Magic Defense plus 15,000, Vitality plus 4,000, Agility plus 4,000, Strength plus 4,000, Intelligence plus 4,000, Spirit plus 4,000, Equip, grants the skill, Willful Shield. Increase 500% defense and grants debuff immunity for 15 seconds. Equip, grants the passive skill, Immortality. Triggers a shield to protect you when you receive damage more than 50% of your maximum health points within 5 seconds. Shield strength is equal to your current maximum health points. When shield is up, gain a 100% attack increase. Shield lasts for 10 seconds and will not trigger again for 60 seconds. Equip grants 5% chaos attribute in all of your attacks. Equip reduce all incoming physical attacks by 20%. Equip reduce all incoming magical attacks by 10%. Set effect 1 grants the skill Summon Strawman. Summons a physical clone to assist you in battle. Clone does not have any attack capabilities. Clone has 200% health points and 300% defense stats. Cast taunt to all nearby targets every 2 seconds. Clone lasts for 30 seconds. Set effect 2 grants the skill Hidden Strike. Becomes invisible and teleports to a target's back. Your next attack will have a 300% attack boost. Set effect 3 grants the skill Life or Luck. Frantically attacks a target. Sacrifices 50% health points and deals 500% physical attack. Inflicts 300% additional chaos damage for each health points lost. If the said target dies by this skill, fully recover health points. If the said target survives this skill, temporarily lose 50% maximum health points for 30 seconds. Set effect 4 grants the aura skill Glory of Humanity. Increases 30% to all stats to all human race. Range of effect 1000 meters. Note, you are the one and only spark that will light the fire to bring hope to all humanity. At this point, Jiang Fei was not surprised to see so many skills. However, the stats granted by the set equipment was truly a shock. The skills itself were strong as well. Jiang Fei was contented to see that most of the skills granted by the set equipment had an attack boost effect. That should help him in fighting any celestial tier boss. The defensive factor of the set equipment was also helpful. Summon Strawman was especially helpful since it could help Jiang Fei take a large amount of damage in his stead. Immortality was a life-saving skill that would surely save his life in dire situations. Unfortunately, it was an unreliable skill since the cooldown was a minute long. The last skill, Glory of Humanity, was an aura skill that greatly increased other players' overall stats. A 30% increase in all stats was a boost that anyone would kill for. Right now, instead of charging straight into the realms of the primordial celestials, Jiang Fei would want to prepare himself to light up the god flame. At this moment, he was alone and weak. The best way to go for it was to wait until the average player level increased further. When he decided to spare some time to farm experience points, Jiang Fei read through all the new patch contents. Jiang Fei did not manage to go through the patch notes since he was immediately pulled by Oyezi the moment he logged in. When players logged in after the patch, they were greeted with a one-touch 80 button. With a certain amount of cash, depending on the country and currency, players would be able to reach level 80. This paywall helped new players that wanted to catch up to the rest of the veteran players. Those that wanted to restart and remake their character from scratch would not have to worry about spending so much time to grind their way back to level 80. One thing that Jiang Fei did not understand was the fact that that function even existed. The game was created by China's military force to facilitate the research on artificial intelligence. The game was not created to earn money. However, what Jiang Fei did not know was that the military needed extra funding. They had reached a point where the research on artificial intelligence had reached a breaking point. Attracting new players aside, they needed extra money to fund their research. To save time and method, the programmers of the game had inserted this level buying option to help collect extra funds. This quirky function helped many players to instantly gain access to faction map. With more players coming in, the researchers would be gaining more test subjects to help them cultivate artificial souls. Besides the level buying service, the game had granted a boost to all players in faction maps. A 50% increase in experience points was granted to all players training in faction maps. It was packaged as one of the unlockable achievements from the new War of the Heavens patch. With this boon, players would be able to quickly farm experience points in order to proceed into the next region, the realm of the primordial celestial. One of the attractions in the primordial celestial realm was the penalty during death. In that realm, players would not lose experience points when they die there. Another key update in the new patch was new dungeons. A small dungeon and a large dungeon was released after the patch. The small dungeon was designed for regular-sized parties. Players would be able to farm fine tier equipment and 1 to 2 epic tier equipment upon completion. The large dungeon was designed for 100-man parties and its difficulty level was increased. The rewards were just as lucrative as there were drops starting from epic tier. Elite difficulty and heroic difficulty would have much better rewards. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to lead his guild members to raid the dungeon. He wanted to take things slow, starting by forming an elite party to tackle the small dungeons first, one difficulty at a time. After plotting the course out, he had Lady Casanova to lead other members of the guild. When members of his party were accustomed to the dungeon's mechanics, he then made his attempt with the big dungeon. Even with explosive boost in experience points, Jiang Fei was still unable to rake up his level fast since he was already level 95. It would take an enormous amount of time and effort, 3 days at best, to push through level 96. After he was done for the day, Jiang Fei woke up and spent his morning with the family. Just as he was relaxing in the living room with everyone, he felt a powerful surge of energy blasted through the entire city. The energy was merely like a signal, a wave made by someone extremely strong. "What's that?" Jiang Fei gasped. "Someone has just reached level 5, Isabella explained calmly. "Level 5? Correct. If I'm right, the person should be in the capital." "You mean China?" said Jiang Fei, astonished. "Correct," said Isabella, rolling her eyes as if the news of someone reaching level 5 was nothing but old news. Chapter 1009, 0542's Good News. In the capital, you say. Jiang Fei was taken aback. The first puzzle that popped into his mind was the identity of the person that had just reached level 5. To be honest, he was unsure as to which sect was close to the capital. The only one that he knew was the Green Willow sect, which was close to the capital. However, he was almost certain that there was no one in the Green Willow sect who could reach level 5. Their strongest fighter was Ding Tianqi, who was only able to reach the pinnacle stage of level 4 with the help of Jiang Fei's power potion. Minchim. No use in dwelling. I should know about it sooner or later from the Alliance, said Jiang Fei to himself. Although the news came as a surprise to Jiang Fei, it was truly nothing to be surprised about. There were very few level 5 fighters around in China, but there would always be someone striving to reach that level. According to the rumors he heard, there would be someone breaking past the limit and reaching level 5 every 10 or 8 years. Someone reaching level 5 this year was nothing new to the veterans of the Alliance. To be fair, many of these level 5 masters were quirky. Even when there was someone reaching level 5, not many would actually make a move to pay them a visit. Back when Isabella broke her incubation tank and sent out a blast of wave, many other level 5 masters could sense it, but they chose to ignore. There were 1 or 2 masters who had sent their reply in their own manner, but never a visit. Knowing that there was someone who had just reached level 5, Jiang Fei chose not to focus on it. Be it from any sect, having an extra level 5 master in China was beneficial to the nation's security. Besides the sudden wave of energy, nothing particularly interesting happened that day. Day after day, Jiang Fei returned to the game. Woke up in the morning, spent time with his family, and relaxed. Lo and behold, a week passed and it was truly a peaceful week for him. In the game, Jiang Fei was able to progress further into the large dungeon. That place became the best training spot for Jiang Fei, as the experience points gained there was better than farming individual monsters in the overworld. With the powers of the 9 treasured cauldron, the entire dungeon raid process was much easier. Instead of bringing in 100 men, Jiang Fei went into the large dungeon alone. As a result of hogging all the experience points himself, Jiang Fei was able to reach level 98 in just a week's time. In reality, Jiang Fei was able to trade several alien artifacts. Unfortunately, all the traded alien artifacts were useless. Nothing crucial that could truly restore Braveheart. Fortunately, 0542 had good news. Captain, your new skill has been completed. Ever since the day Jiang Fei had traded power potions for skills from sects of the Alliance, Jiang Fei had been waiting for almost a month's time for 0542 to complete crafting the ultimate martial skill. That's great news, cried Jiang Fei happily. To be honest, if 0542 had not reported about the completion of the martial skill, Jiang Fei would have completely forgotten all about it. Allow me to explain the basics of the skill. The skill was derived from using basic move combinations from several skills that Jiang Fei had obtained from the other sections. The skill consists of 3 styles. The first style was a skill that covered a large area. Using a sword, the skill could damage enemies within 500 meters. The skill could fatally harm any enemies below level 4. It was not considered to be a powerful skill as any fighter stronger than level 4 would only take a minimum amount of damage. It would be just like a paper cut. The second style was a trump card. The skill temporarily allowed Jiang Fei to raise his power level to almost level 5. Unfortunately, the effective duration was very short and the repercussions from using the skill were dire. In 10 seconds, Jiang Fei would gain an explosive surge of power. However, if he did not end the fight after 10 seconds and continued to do so, he would lose control of his energy, resulting in internal damage which would severely weaken him. At this stage, Jiang Fei would be so weak that he could be defeated with a simple slash by a common non-metahuman fighter. The third style was similar to the second one, but instead of using it to fight, the skill granted an immediate boost of power to help Jiang Fei to retreat. Once activated, Jiang Fei would be able to instantly teleport away to somewhere not too far away. After teleporting, Jiang Fei would fall into a fake death status. In this stage, Jiang Fei's location, energy reading, and even life signs would be masked. 0542 had crafted these 3 skills using its own perspective of how Jiang Fei conducted himself. 3 styles were created for the entire process of the fight. The first style was to make a grand entrance to clear out the weak ones before he fighting the stronger enemies. The second style was meant to be used when victory was guaranteed. The third style was used in conjunction with the second. If Jiang Fei was unable to defeat his enemy, Jiang Fei could at least teleport away safely. Very good! Jiang Fei exclaimed. Based on the rough explanation, Jiang Fei was incredibly satisfied with the crafted skills. What was left for him to do was to name them. Based on its damage output and functionality, Jiang Fei had decided to name the first style as the Octoburst. The second style was named Blood Rage, and the third style, Blood Art. Captain, I will now proceed with imprinting the skills into your memory. Be advised, the usage of these skills will cost a lot of energy. Please refrain from using them unless truly necessary, said 0542 before it started the imprinting process. Thanks for the warning, Jiang Fei thanked. That being said, Octoburst could be used but not consequently. Blood Rage and Blood Art were deemed as a last resort. Using either one of the skills would put Jiang Fei in a dangerous situation. Not only he would be drained of all his energy, but the repercussions from using the skill would also be painful. Jiang Fei made a mental note to never use the skills unless the situation truly called for it. After the imprinting of the skills was complete, Jiang Fei started seeing how the skills could affect his body. In 3 days, Jiang Fei spent his time to master the skills. At that end of his training, he had somewhat mastered the basics of the skills and could use them if necessary. Unfortunately, even after mastering the skills, Jiang Fei did not have a sparring partner to use them on. It was a time of peace. The only opponent he could practice with was Ariel and Isabella. Even so, they were too strong for Jiang Fei to truly bring out the prowess of the skill. Unlike other skills, Blood Rage, Blood Art, and Octoburst was not suitable to be used right in the middle of the fight. He needed to create a breathing room for himself to activate any of the 3 skills. Jiang Fei made a mental note about the shortcomings of the skills before he stopped practicing. For days after he had stopped practicing the skills, Jiang Fei had collected 2 more smaller alien artifacts. Unfortunately, there were no news about Braveheart's main engine room. In the game, he had reached level 99 and almost fill up the experience point gauge to 99.99%. When night came, Jiang Fei headed to bed and logged into the game. The first thing to do was to head over to the large dungeon with Akatsuris by his side. "Master, it seems that you are almost at the point where you can light the god flame," Akatsuris made a sudden comment when the two of them were clearing monsters in the dungeon. To be honest, clearing was an overstatement as Jiang Fei was too strong. He hardly needed any effort to kill all the monsters. "So it seems. Once I have that done, I will try my best to find a way to free you," said Jiang Fei with an innocent smile. To be honest, once he managed to raise his tier, he would be at the same tier as the Nephilim king, Augustus. At that stage, the contract made by Augustus should not be that hard to destroy. "Master, do you not need me anymore?" Jiang Fei was stunned. Akatsuris was emotionless when she made that comment. Chapter 1010, Mysterious Beast. Jiang Fei took a gander at the beautiful succubus before striking the boss once to kill him. As he slowly paced through the equipment and stored them in his inventory, Jiang Fei turned to Akatsuris, who was gazing at him the entire time, and said, "It's not what you think. You have served me well and I would want you to continue to do so. It's just the current status. I do not feel that it's fair for you." "Is that so?" Akatsuris sighed. The two of them headed out of the dungeon after Jiang Fei had cleared it. Outside, Akatsuris showed a different emotion. This time, she was worried. The subtle arch of her luscious eyebrow was a clear indication that she was worried that her master would discard her like used goods. "Am I no longer useful to you, master?" Akatsuris was worried. "Akatsuris, where did that come from?" "When did I say dash?" Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, a flash of flame-colored light burst from behind. Sheraz walked out of it and leaped to hug Jiang Fei. "Handsome little one." "Did you miss me?" said Sheraz as she buried her face into Jiang Fei's neck. Her eyes were filled with the desire to devour Jiang Fei. Unlike the other girls that Jiang Fei managed to infatuate, Sheraz was not in any way below Jiang Fei. The Nanda priestess, for example, treated Jiang Fei as if he was their spiritual leader. Sheraz treated Jiang Fei just like a potential partner. That was why her manner of expressing her desire was direct and shameless. Why are you here?" Jiang Fei stammered. "Oh, my dearest. I am here because I've missed you, silly," said Sheraz as she traced her fingers from his neck to his jaw before reaching his lips. "Ugh," Jiang Fei grunted. Sheraz had the courage to toy with Jiang Fei openly. At this point, Jiang Fei could do nothing but laugh awkwardly. To be honest, he did not like the way how Sheraz treating him. However, she was potentially a key character in 0541's plan. 0541 even broke the laws of artificial intelligence and was locked away just by giving Jiang Fei hints about the quest. Sheraz's character should be important as she could be playing a role so much larger than helping Jiang Fei with the War of Shadow and Light. As a result, Jiang Fei made sure to keep Sheraz in the loop, maintaining his relationship with her. He could not afford to treat her like the Nanda priestess, neglected and thrown into a corner. Because of Sheraz's importance, Jiang Fei forgot to finish his conversation with Akatsuris. Instead, he was fully engrossed in keeping Sheraz happy. He was completely oblivious to how Akatsuris reacted. The poor girl was so bitter and sad that if Jiang Fei could just glance at her, he could immediately realize how sad she was. Sheraz alone took away the entire day of Jiang Fei's gaming session. It was only when the server was about to shut down that she left Jiang Fei alone. At this point, Akatsuris was emotionless. Her expression and the look in her eyes reflected nothing. While Akatsuris was hiding her pain and sorrow, she made sure that her expression did not express what she thought of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was sympathetic. Although he was oblivious to how the girl felt, he could still understand how she would feel as she was treated as nothing but a slave by her own father. The princess of the royal Nephilim was cast away to Jiang Fei simply because her father wanted to please Jiang Fei. He was sympathetic, nothing more, nothing less. As she came into his life right after Isabella was gone, there was hardly any relationship building between the two. He had closed his heart when it was a crucial time to cultivate emotions between Akazaries and him. Hence, at this moment, he could not bring himself to see Akazaries as anything more than just a combat partner. Morning came and Jiang Fei still had not heard of any news regarding the main engine room. He tried contacting the Martial Artist Alliance but failed to acquire any information regarding yesterday's evolution incident. Sigh. Well, cross that bridge when I come to it, said Jiang Fei disappointingly. The current status between Jiang Fei and the Alliance was only slightly above neutral. From his point of view, the Alliance was somewhat like an extended family, but if they chose not to reveal any secrets to him, there was nothing he could do. When noon came, all the lights and electrical appliances turned off abruptly while the entire family was having boxed lunch in the living room. What the cried Jiang Fei, jumping from his seat. Calm down. It's just a blackout, said Shang Guanqi, laughing as she did. Oh! Ha ha! Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly and shrugged it off. Having no electricity was a little awkward, but everyone could still carry on with their lives. Although they could still finish their lunch, having no entertainment during noon was a little boring. Everyone was so dependent on electricity nowadays that once they were cut off, life became dull and drab. That's odd, Jiang Fei was not nervous. It was just an interruption in electrical supply. There could be many reasons for the blackout, but at this age, electrical supply was almost perfected. Unless someone dropped an EMP bomb in China, there was hardly any reason for the electrical supply to be disrupted. There was not even any notification from the government about the electric disturbance, and hence, it was odd for it to happen that day. With the power outage in progress, Jiang Fei wanted to ask around for the reason. His usual guide to get to was now in the Winter Islands. Han Tianyu had become a man that was hard to reach. Even though the Zhang family was now in cooperation with Jiang Fei, they could be fully trusted. An hour later, power returned, and when Jiang Fei could finally watch television and turned on the air conditioner, all the oddity was tossed aside to the corner of his head. Perhaps it's just a faulty transformer. It was only an hour before power was restored to the entire block. Outage at this scale was odd, but nothing to be alarmed about. However, what he did not expect was power outage became a daily thing. There would be 3 to 4 power outages occurring on a daily basis. At this point, Jiang Fei began to scout around. What he realized was, the first power outage affected not just his block but the entire city where he lived. That happened only during the day and never at night. One or twice was odd but believable. Thrice a day and only during the day was something that Jiang Fei felt wrong. The root of the problem could not just be a faulty transformer. Something was going on. When there was power, television broadcast aired and the news informed that there were many nuclear power plants all around the state that had failed to produce a stable current. Jiang Fei knew better than to believe what the media was telling the public. After what he had seen and been through, he learned that it could not be something as simple as that. The present human technology was still far behind, but not too far that they could fail to produce proper electricity to the public. As much as he wanted to investigate, there was literally 0 leads for him to start with. Then again, he was also too lazy to question those that might have relations to the nuclear power plant. Fortunately, when Jiang Fei was too lazy to get out of the house, the military made the first move and contacted Jiang Fei. Mr. Jiang Fei. It's nice to see you again, said Qin Tian, standing at Jiang Fei's doorstep. It seemed highly likely that the problem this time had something to do with metahumans. Or else, Qin Tian would never meet him face to face. What are you doing here? Jiang Fei asked, crossing his arms and arching his eyebrows. Now. No need to be so hostile. I'm here representing the nation's military to discuss the recent power outage, said Qin Tian with a straight face. Mecham. So it seems that even the military had something to do with it. Not quite, but here we are. Let's change the location. Well, talk somewhere else, said Jiang Fei before he shut the door behind him. As much as he hated it, Qin Tian should have called him about coming to his house. He would not want to have the military involved with his family. Very well. Jiang Fei led Qin Tian and took him down to the ground level where he found a large, unpopulated cafe and sat there. What do you have for me? Jiang Fei asked. Currently, we do not have much to go on. From what we have gathered, we know that there is a mysterious beast, currently drawing power from the grid, said Qin Tian sternly. A beast? The first thing that came to his mind was Doomsday, but that was highly unlikely. 0541 had mentioned that Earth would never house any large beast. There were only two alien beasts that had escaped from Braveheart, Void Manta and Doomsday. They were both unrelated to electricity, so what could that beast that Qin Tian mentioned be? Chapter 1011, Mysterious No More. The first thing that came to Jiang Fei's mind when Qin Tian mentioned the beast was Beowulf. That man had relied on the powers of an alien beast to reach level 5. Not to mention that Jiang Fei was still holding the rebirth egg with him. To be fair, the insides of the ring's inventory was not suitable to incubate the egg since all the items that were stored inside the ring would be placed and suspended animation time seemed to freeze in there. Should I let him out for a bit? Figuring whether or not he should risk it, Jiang Fei contemplated about releasing the egg into the world. He had been so busy with other matters that he had completely forgotten about the egg. Captain, may I suggest again that you extract the powers from the egg, said 0542 when Jiang Fei was still deciding about the egg. Enough about that. I will incubate the egg. As soon as I'm done with the power-sucking beast, Jiang Fei roared in his mind. It was morally the right thing to do. Even though he himself agreed that he was no saint, there was still a line that he would never cross. Putting the egg matter aside, Jiang Fei focused his attention on engaging with Qin Tian. Qin Tian came all the way to meet Jiang Fei with a clear sense of purpose. That was what Jiang Fei could see. The man was well prepared and informed about the incident. He had even brought along a small computer that contained information and footage of the beast. I've pulled footage from one of the affected power stations. Here, please watch this, said Qin Tian, sliding over the small computer to the other side of the table where Jiang Fei was seated. The footage showed many information watermarked on the corner of the video, one of which was particularly interesting. The entire footage was captured in high 960 frames per second speed, at which the beast was seen moving so fast that even with the high-speed camera rolling, only a glimpse of its enormous body was captured. In the first second, a silhouette of the beast could be seen charging into the station, destroying many of the power generators. Although it was as bright as day, the blast of electricity blew out the footage. When the camera automatically adjusted the brightness, the beast was seen absorbing all the electricity into its body. Not a single spark of electricity was allowed to escape into the air. He's fast, Jiang Fei gasped. Without a shred of doubt, Jiang Fei could tell that the beast was at the pinnacle stage of level 4. That speed, matched with its enormous body size, would make it a lethal charging tank. Jiang Fei continued to watch the video and saw how strong the beast was. There were military personnel seen firing regular rounds towards the beast, yet they failed to leave even a tiny amount of damage. To make things worse, androids were deployed, yet they could not do anything to the beast as their weapons had a wide attack range. Firing at that distance would inevitably destroy all the nearby facilities. They could allow the beast to take all the electrical energy in the plant, but they could not afford to let the central nuclear reactor to take a shred of damage. As you can see, the monsters are too strong for any military men to handle. We are currently helpless against them, said Qin Tian, sulking and frowning genuinely. Jiang Fei picked up his subtle expression and could tell from the way he spoke, there was more than one beast. So, what do you want me to do? Said Jiang Fei, playing hard to get. We hope that you and the Martial Artist Alliance could help us in dealing with this problem, said Qin Tian, smiling. The Alliance. I'm afraid things are a little out of hand here, said Jiang Fei. He was not playing hard to get, but he genuinely thought that the Alliance would not help him even if it was him asking them to do so. To start, the relationship between the Alliance and the Chinese military was not going well. It was established that martial artists had been selfish and egoistic in all manners of behavior. Helping others with their problems could be said to be a taboo even. Helping the military to attack invaders of China was probably the only time martial artists could lend their assistance, but when it came to electrical power-sucking monsters, martial artists could not give a damn about it. Moreover, the military had gone through with the Supreme Android project, and that alerted the martial artists of their threat. Right now, the best outcome that everyone could enjoy was peace between the two. It was best not to rattle the cage while the lions are asleep. Mr. Jiang Fei, we need your help. The nation needs your help, cried Qin Tian desperately. Unlike Jiang Fei, Qin Tian was completely oblivious about how martial artists behaved. Nonetheless, his true motive of coming to Jiang Fei was not for the alliance but for Jiang Fei to make a move. I'll see what I can do. Jiang Fei was incredibly hesitant about this since he would be helping the military to do their bidding. On the other hand, there was a monster or monsters that terrorized the peace of the Chinese citizens. There was also his curiosity about the beast. According to 0541, there should not be any other alien beasts on Earth besides the Void Manta and Doomsday. He wanted to know the true identity of the beast and understand it. The footage was clear, but Jiang Fei could not gauge the beast's real strength properly just by seeing how fast it could move. He needed to be physically close to the beast in order to check its energy reading. Thank you. With Mr. Jiang Fei helping, we could surely solve this problem, cried Qin Tian, shamelessly praising Jiang Fei. Minchim. If that's all there is, I'll be taking my leave now, said Jiang Fei before leaving the cafe. To be honest, he had little to no worries about handling the beast. For one, he had 2 level 5 bodyguards with him all the time. Not to mention the lethal Zhonglu sword. Even if the beast turned out to be a level 5 beast, he was strong enough to handle it. After heading back for a bit and informing his parents about the situation, Jiang Fei brought Isabella and Ariel out in the open to hunt for the beast. That being said, hunting for a beast in China was not easy. The bastard was appearing at random places and at random times during the day. There were more than enough power plants in China, and it was hard for Jiang Fei to be at all places at any time. Hence, after blindly chasing the beast for 2 days, he got lucky and managed to catch one in the act. It was during noon when Jiang Fei received a distress call from the military while heading towards the southwest of China. He was then informed that there was a beast appearing in the eastern seaboard of China. Knowing the exact location, Jiang Fei immediately turned around and headed towards the said destination. Just as Jiang Fei was close to the beast was just finishing its meal and about to leave. If Jiang Fei was slower by a fraction of a second, he would have failed to see it. Fortunately, with the help of Ariel and Isabella, Jiang Fei was able to catch a glimpse of the beast. 0542, lock on to the target and initiate scanning. Affirmative. With sufficient power, Jiang Fei commanded 0542 to spend some energy to use its wide-range radar system to identify the beast and its properties. Ho ho! At that moment, before 0542 could even start scanning, Isabella chuckled a little, which made Jiang Fei curious about it. When Jiang Fei turned to ask her, she merely shook her head and remained quiet. Even so, Jiang Fei could see that there was something that she was not willing to tell him. Captain. Scanning complete. Result, I have identified the target to be at the beginner stage of level 4. All of its power is only directed towards speed. Target is being identified as a mechanical robot, said 0542. Robot, correct. In fact, the structure of the robot was not too strong as it had many exposed parts and thin armor. I am detecting many moving parts and rotors that use most of the robot's power source, MHM. They almost fooled me there, said Jiang Fei to himself. He quickly stopped chasing after the beast and made his way to the decimated power plant where Qin Tian was standing by. Fainting extreme fatigue, Jiang Fei panted heavily like a tired dog and informed Qin Tian about the bad news. Ha! Let me catch my breath. Ha! That bastard is too fast for me, is that so? All right then. Thank you for your help. I'm sure that the military will come up with something to deal with the beast. Thank you for your assistance, Jiang Fei was pretending to ignore Qin Tian, but when Jiang Fei told him about his failure to catch the beast, he caught Qin Tian sighing, as if he was relieved that Jiang Fei could not chase after the beast. His tone was almost calm and stress-free, unlike how he was pleading Jiang Fei to help him. Chapter 1012, Cutting Ties. Bella, Ariel, let's go, said Jiang Fei. Mr. Jiang Fei, I have matters to tend to here. I won't be sending you off, said Qin Tian in the coldest way before walking away without even a glance. The treatment towards Jiang Fei quickly turned 180 degrees when Jiang Fei announced that he had failed to capture the beast. Humph. That's so rude of him. He'd toss you aside like a used tool. How insolent. I should capture that beast right now and shove it to his face. Ariel barked, sulking as she did. Ha ha. My little cutesy pie. You're too naive if you think that I'm offended by his treatment, said Jiang Fei as he patted Ariel's head. That man did not care if I could chase after that thing. They were only treating me bad because I am of no use to them anymore. What do you mean? Ariel looked at Jiang Fei while cocking her head like a curious little girl. Ha ha. That thing is not a beast but a machine created by the military themselves. The only reason they called me in here was to be the witness to justify the mysterious power outage incident. Now that they have confirmed that I have seen it, they could blatantly push the blame on the beast. What they were really up to would then be covered. No metahuman would be curious to know the truth. If you went ahead and captured the beast, it would only put everyone in an awkward position, Jiang Fei explained proudly. To be honest, Jiang Fei was torn. He did not want to go against the military. That was why he stopped chasing after the robot after knowing its real identity. If Jiang Fei did not give up on the chase and captured the beast, things might turn out worse. Wow! Darling, you're so smart. Had you not explained, I would never have guessed it. Ariel praised. PFFF. Ha ha. Isabella burst out laughing when Jiang Fei was enjoying being praised and revered by Ariel. Ariel, my cute little sister, you're so bad for tricking our darling, eh? I didn't. He is smart. It's true. He figured it out himself. Ariel barked again. Unfortunately, she failed to mask her lies properly this time. Ariel. You sly little minx. Come here, you. Jiang Fei playfully roared and held her close before softly pinching her soft pink cheeks. While Ariel's cheeks were red from being pinched, Jiang Fei's was glowing red from shame. The little mermaid princess knew about the machine and even pretended to be angry so that Jiang Fei could step in to be the alpha male. After having fun with both Isabella and Ariel, Ariel snapped her fingers and teleported everyone back to Manda Square. Even though the matter with the electric-sucking beast was dealt with, Jiang Fei knew that things would escalate. Things far worse than electric-sucking beasts would manifest. Right now, the most logical explanation as to why the military had resorted to fooling Jiang Fei was hidden experimentation. They must have conducted some sort of experiment that drew in a huge amount of energy that led to the power outages. Most likely, the experiment would be linked to the Android project. Darling, what do you plan to do next? Isabella asked. Honestly? I don't know, replied Jiang Fei. From the perspective of a martial artist, Jiang Fei was afraid of the day when the military could deploy level 5 androids. That would be the day of culling. Even though he was better with the military compared to the other martial artists, the day would come when he too would not be spared. Jiang Fei was just a young man who recently graduated from high school. Fresh into the society, Jiang Fei did not want to be an enemy of the state. Even when he had the power and capability to completely cripple the research and development of the androids, it was something that the patriot in him would not allow. Sooner or later, they will come, and when they do, things will be ugly. Then again, I don't really have many connections to either the military and the martial artist alliance. Might as well leave this godforsaken land and be with my own people. In the end, Jiang Fei reached a simple conclusion. To avoid clashing with the nation's interests, Jiang Fei thought of taking his family and friends with him to his own winter islands. There, he would not be disturbed. Best of all, no one would purposely travel that far to the west just to pick a fight with Jiang Fei. That, and the threat of being annihilated by Zhuge Shanzhen. Jiang Fei had this idea once before. He even informed his parents about it. His mother was all on board with the idea, but his father was reluctant to do so. However, he understood that he knew too little about the world and decided to listen to Jiang Fei's advice to not let him worry too much about his family. Back then, Jiang Fei did not pester his parents to leave China. In a way of speaking, the entire process of immigrating to another continent might be too much, but now, things are different. As the frequency of power outages increased, it was likely that the military increased their production rates. Who knew when the military would roll out their level 5 androids and attack Jiang Fei's home without any warning? Now would be the best time to leave. Honest to God, Jiang Fei did not care what would happen between the military and the martial artist alliance. All he cared for were the people he was truly close to. After a few days, Jiang Fei started moving. At the same time, he took out the rebirth egg and started incubating it. Han Tianyu was all but welcome to Jiang Fei's idea of moving to the Winter Islands. Unexpectedly, the military was also extremely supportive of the idea. They were glad to have Jiang Fei leave, since the godlike Zhuge Shanzhen would not be bothered to make a move if the military attacked the martial artist alliance that Jiang Fei had chose not to affiliate himself with. With him out of the picture, they had removed their toughest obstacle to their future plans. It took him merely 3 days to pack and consolidate everything. At the same time, Jiang Fei had made some progress with his in-game character. Finally filling up his experience point gauge, the now level 99 Jiang Fei went ahead to meet his master, Ouyezi, in Heaven's Realm. "Greetings, Master. I am ready to take the test," said Jiang Fei. Ouyezi was sitting down, writing something on a paper when Jiang Fei came to him. "Good. Have you filled up your experience point gauge to the maximum?" he asked, setting his papers aside. "Yes, Master. I have done what you have told me to do." "Very good. Take this. Gather enough materials. Once you have crafted this, you will be able to advance to the next stage," said Ouyezi, handing over a piece of parchment to Jiang Fei before returning to his writing. "Master, what are you scribbling?" said Jiang Fei as he glanced forward and noticed a few words and drawings on the paper. "These are dimensional weak points. If those cultists wish to open a dimensional rift, they would be choosing from these few points," said Ouyezi as he quickly highlighted a few circles which were the points that he emphasized. "Master, do you have any plans to stop them?" Jiang Fei asked. "Nothing new besides killing all the evil cultists. You have to make haste in lighting up the god flame. Only when you have done so, we can launch a counterattack to the primordial celestials. Once you, the spark that will light up the fire to burn down the primordial celestial, have breached into their realm, they will stop all their efforts in trying to breach ours." Chapter 1013, Job Advancement Quest. "I got it. I'll complete the quest as soon as possible, and strive to ignite the godly flame." Jiang Fei nodded. After bidding Ouyezi farewell, Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress. Then, he opened the scroll that Ouyezi gave him. Ding! You have accepted the Advancement Test quest. Quest name, Advancement Test. Quest description, Crafting the Dream Crystal Ring. Quest reward, Promote to Beginner God of Crafts. Failure penalty, drop 5 levels. Ding! You have learned the Dream Crystal Ring's recipe. Recipe, Dream Crystal Ring. Recipe, Legendary. Required, 30 citrines, 30 amethysts, 30 emeralds, 30 rubies, 30 sapphires, 2 original fel iron bars, Terra's Heart, Dream Crystal. Remaining crafting chances, 1. As soon as Jiang Fei opened the scroll, he received 2 system prompts. One was for the job advancement quest and the other was for the new recipe. Looking at the quest, as long as he successfully crafted the Dream Crystal Ring, Jiang Fei would become a real god of crafts. This was equivalent to igniting the godly flame. However, if Jiang Fei failed to craft the ring, he would drop 5 levels as a penalty. This punishment was cruel, but it was no big deal when compared to those NPCs who were either dead or half dead after they failed to ignite the godly flame. As Jiang Fei was a player, he had nothing much to lose. After looking at the recipe that he had to craft for his job advancement quest, Jiang Fei realized that this quest was not a mere crafting quest. This was because the materials required for this dream crystal ring were not freely available. Of all the materials needed, the crystals of different colors were the easiest to obtain. Although these crystals could be obtained through mining, they were very rare. Even so, they could be bought from the marketplace no matter how rare they were. In other words, as long as one had enough money, obtaining these crystals would not be a problem. Currently, for Jiang Fei and Imperial Dragon, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. However, other than the 5 different crystals, the other items were not so easily obtained. Only bosses that were ranked Overlord or above would drop original Fel Iron bars. It would only drop by chance, so one did not necessarily obtain it upon defeating the boss. Even though Jiang Fei had the Cauldron of Luck, original Fel Iron bars would only drop out if the boss itself had them. No matter how high Jiang Fei's luck was, he could not make a boss drop something that the boss did not have. Moreover, the quest description did not specify which bosses would drop original Fel Iron bars, so Jiang Fei could only go around trying his luck. To put it plainly, Jiang Fei had to aimlessly kill bosses that were Overlord ranked or above until he obtained 2 original Fel Iron bars. In addition to that, Jiang Fei still had to find Terra's heart. The quest description did specify which boss would drop this item. Unfortunately, this boss was not easy to find. This was an Overlord ranked boss that traveled around the world and did not appear in a specific location. He could appear in the beginner's village or at a level 90 high-leveled map. In short, if Jiang Fei wanted to meet this boss, it depended on luck. The last material needed to craft the ring was even harder to find. Dream Crystal was an extremely rare crystal. It only existed in the dimensional crack. If one wanted to get the Dream Crystal, they had to look for the dimensional crack's weak point first. Then, they had to open a Chronos gate and destroy it. Immediately after destroying the gate, they had to enter the void and look for the Dream Crystal. One had to be very fast. Players had to return to the main world from the void within 5 minutes. Otherwise, once the dimension regained stability, it was very likely that they would be permanently exiled in the void. Let's start with the easy ones. After he looked at the materials he needed to find, Jiang Fei nodded to himself. The 5 different crystals were relatively easy for Jiang Fei. Imperial Dragon storage had some reserves. There were more than 30 citrines, rubies, and sapphires in the storage. So, Jiang Fei immediately obtained those materials. There were also more than 20 emeralds and amethysts in Imperial Dragon storage, so he only needed a few more. Jiang Fei proceeded to buy them from the auction house, so he quickly gathered 30 of each crystal. Obtaining the crystals was a piece of cake for Jiang Fei. But the remaining 3 materials were not. Nobody knew which boss would drop original Fel Iron bars, and Jiang Fei did not know how to open a Chronos gate, so he could only start with the Overlord Traveler boss Terra. This boss was one that toured the world and did not appear at a fixed location. However, many hands made light work. After he spread the members of Imperial Dragon all over the world, Jiang Fei discovered Terra's whereabouts in just half a day. Although Terra would teleport away once every 10 minutes, more than 500,000 members of Imperial Dragon were looking for him. So, in just a short time, Jiang Fei found him. As he was just an ordinary Overlord-ranked boss, Terra did not even last more than half a minute against Jiang Fei. The moment Jiang Fei found him, he was already doomed. After killing Terra almost instantly, Jiang Fei easily obtained Terra's heart and kept it in his backpack. However, the remaining 2 materials proved to be quite difficult to obtain. In order to get the original Fel Iron bars, Jiang Fei could only kill as many Overlord-ranked bosses as possible. However, Jiang Fei's biggest problem was discovering the whereabouts of these Overlord-ranked bosses. As dungeon bosses and Overlord-ranked NPCs did not drop original Fel Iron bars, Jiang Fei could only try to obtain the iron bars by killing the wild overlord rank bosses in the main world. So, while he ordered his guild members to help him look for overlord rank bosses, he contacted Smart Tomato once again. Although Smart Tomato did not manage to persuade Evil Laughter to sell the Cauldron of Agility, he was still a big help to Jiang Fei, especially when it came to information about bosses. Smart Tomato had a lot of connections, so Jiang Fei pinned a lot of hope on him. Coordinates of Overlord ranked bosses? How many do you want? After receiving Jiang Fei's message, Smart Tomato was slightly surprised. Indeed, he had a lot of information about this. As the average level of players was still very low, it was not easy for them to challenge Overlord rank bosses. So, he had accumulated a lot of information about them and was just waiting for the opportunity to sell it when it was appropriate. In Smart Tomato's view, Verger Glider was undoubtedly the best customer. So far, the remuneration that he received from Jiang Fei was almost 10 times that of his total profession profits. So, when Jiang Fei came with an inquiry, Smart Tomato immediately became interested. As many as you have. It'll definitely pay you well. Jiang Fei was extremely generous. Money did not mean anything to him. 20,000 for each coordinate. I have 5 coordinates now. If you need more, I can look around, Smart Tomato immediately said. Deal. Although the price was a little unreasonable, Jiang Fei still agreed to it. Chapter 10:14, Cultist Fortress. Jiang Fei instantly got his hands on the coordinates of 5 Overlord bosses from Smart Tomato. Unfortunately, after killing the 5 bosses, Jiang Fei did not get even one original Fell Iron bar. Then, Jiang Fei killed several other Overlord bosses that his guild members found, but still failed to obtain anything useful. After he stored all the boss drops into the guild storage, he could only continue to search for the whereabouts of other Overlord bosses. Another 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Jiang Fei managed to obtain another insignificant fragment in the real world, but he still made no progress on his material collection in the game. That day, Jiang Fei was riding the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon, looking for traces of Overlord bosses. All of a sudden, he received a system prompt. Ding! Your master Oyezi wants to see you, Jiang Fei was surprised. Oyezi rarely summoned him through system prompts. After receiving Oyezi's call, Jiang Fei did not waste any time. He directly teleported and returned to Heaven's realm. Master, are you looking for me? Jiang Fei found Oyezi in his office. You haven't gathered all the crafting materials yet? Oyezi asked. Not yet, Jiang Fei shook his head. Although these Overlord bosses were nothing to him as he had all 9 cauldrons, it was not easy to discover the whereabouts of these bosses. Then, put this quest aside for now. I need you to do something else. Oyezi sounded very serious. What is it? Seeing Oyezi's face, Jiang Fei also became serious. A huge number of cultists have appeared at the weak point of the dimension. I think they're about to open another Chronos Gate, but the Heavenly Court is now busy dealing with some other thing and has no time to care about them, so I hope that you can lead some adventurers and eliminate those cultists to stop their plan, Oyezi said. No problem. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, since he had to organize groups of players to fight against the cultists, he could give this great opportunity to his own guild and allies. Secondly, and also most importantly, these cultists could open a Chronos Gate, and this was exactly what Jiang Fei needed. If Jiang Fei wanted to find a dream crystal, he had to enter the void from the weak point of the dimension. However, he did not know how to open a Chronos Gate, so the cultists were assisting Jiang Fei in a way. After killing all the cultists, Jiang Fei could just destroy the Chronos Gate, then enter the void and look for the dream crystal. Okay, then go ahead and prepare. Oyezi gave the coordinates of the dimension's weak point to Jiang Fei, then turned around and left. Ding! You have obtained limited quest authorization. Jiang Fei heard a familiar system prompt. Once again, he had obtained the authority to issue a quest. This time, however, Jiang Fei's rights were even greater. His quest was no longer limited to players from the original Dark faction, but was open to all players. The weak point that Oyezi marked was located within a deep mountain in the original Light faction control area. It was a desolate place, so there were very few players around. Even NPCs were rarely seen there. Clearly, it was not easy for the cultists to find this place. Before Jiang Fei released the quest, he rode the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon and went to investigate the target location. A huge number of cultists had already gathered at the weak point of the dimension. They had built a huge fortress that had 3 floors that were strictly guarded. At the center of the fortress was Jiang Fei's goal, the Chronos Gate. At this time, the Chronos Gate was still inactive and the cultists were still busy storing energy. As soon as the Chronos Gate opened, an ancient god similar to Soul Cutter's spirit would come to the main world. It would definitely cause a bloodbath again. It's not easy to break this fortress, Jiang Fei sighed. The fortress was built on the intersection of 2 valleys. It was at the center of a crossroad. There were only 4 roads that led to the fortress. So, only those with flying mounts could access the other parts of the fortress. Swoosh! Just as Jiang Fei tried to get closer, a cold arrow whizzed past, almost hitting the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon's belly. This made Jiang Fei break out in cold sweat. Although Jiang Fei had godly defense now and he could ignore almost all attacks that were celestial level or below, the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon could not. If they were hit while they were flying at such a high altitude, Jiang Fei would have to activate an invincibility skill to save himself from falling to his death. Moreover, should he fall right into the middle of a heavy encirclement, regardless of how strong he was, who could guarantee that these cultists had no special tricks up their sleeves? In the unlikely event that they also had skills or items that could forcefully decrease his health points to 1, just like how Evil Laughter did previously, wouldn't it be over for Jiang Fei? Thinking of this, Jiang Fei tugged on the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon and ascended quickly. He quickly got out of the attack range of the air defense weapon below. After he flew around 2 more times, Jiang Fei felt that it was simply impossible to forcefully strike the Chronos Gate considering the number of flying mounts around. To ruin the plan of the cultists, they had to launch a powerful attack and destroy the fortress. However, destroying such a solid fortress was a difficult task. Even for a large number of players, this was not a simple matter. After Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress, he first issued some investigation-type quests to the players of his guild. The players could train around the cultist fortress and gain experience while they were doing the quest. Then, Jiang Fei sent a message to the major guilds of the 2 factions, asking the guild masters to come over and meet him. Although Jiang Fei could directly release the quest, he felt like it would be better if he told them in advance. This would improve their coordination and arrangements, which would make it easier for them to destroy the fortress. Jiang Fei had become the envoy of the heavens. In the players' hearts, he was an idol. Hence, these guild masters did not dare to ignore his invitation. Very quickly, all of them gathered in the Demon Dragon Fortress chamber. Everyone, I've called you here today because I need your help. In other words, Imperial Dragon has a huge piece of fat meat and we can't eat it all by ourselves, so we have invited you to come here and take a share. Jiang Fei did not beat around the bush. Oh, a huge piece of fat meat? And our renowned Verger Glider can't swallow it all by himself? A guild master from the original Light faction mockingly asked despite being confused. Although the Light and Dark faction have now merged, the guild masters from the Light faction still disliked Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei, who led the players from the Dark faction, had bullied them too much previously. So, whenever they had the chance, these guild masters tried to taunt Jiang Fei. Chapter 1015, Showing Off. Oh? Seems like you don't want a share of it? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. The next moment, a white light flashed and the troublemaker disappeared. One should know that the meeting was being held in the chamber of the Demon Dragon Fortress. This was Jiang Fei's territory. So, as long as he denied entry to certain people, they would immediately be expelled and sent outside the fortress. This was what happened to that guild master. Everyone, if you don't trust me, feel free to put it forward as soon as possible. I'm just trying to share good things with you. But if you don't want to participate, I won't force you. Jiang Fei's face fell as he spoke to the remaining guild masters. Ah Fei, don't care about that guy, I'm on your side. Happy Drunk was the first to speak. After Han Tianyu quit the game, he gained full control over the aristocrats again. At this time, however, Happy Drunk had become a firm ally of Imperial Dragon. Me too! Several other guild masters of guilds that had a good relationship with Imperial Dragon immediately spoke up. Only those that were Jiang Fei's fixed allies had voiced out. The other guild masters hesitated and were looking at each other. They were secretly messaging each other, discussing whether or not to join. Although this quest was very difficult, Jiang Fei was resolute. If these guild masters just wanted to fish in troubled waters, he would rather they not join him. After all, this quest required them to attack the cultist fortress and destroy it from the front. Greedy, fearful, and sly people would only drag everyone down and affect the entire team's morale. It would be better if people like these did not participate. After a short discussion between the guild masters, it became clear that most of the guilds wanted to participate. Only a handful of them did not. This quest was very difficult and it would take a lot of effort to complete it. However, Jiang Fei had already told them that this was a main story quest. So, guilds would gain generous quest rewards and a higher degree of participation in the game story upon completion. These benefits had great appeal for these guilds. Great! Well worked together to destroy the cultist fortress. Jiang Fei smiled, then issued relevant quests to the guilds. As for the guilds that decided not to join, their members had lost this opportunity. This was the good thing about Jiang Fei's authority in giving out quests. If you were on his side, you would be able to get these quests. If not, too bad. In order to plan the attack better, Jiang Fei brought the guild masters on a field trip to the fortress. Although flying mounts were rare, these people were all guild masters. They were all pretty rich, so it was not surprising that they owned flying mounts. Even though some of them were not combat mounts, they were good enough for scouting. This fortress, when Jiang Fei and the other guild masters flew over the fortress, many of them were shocked by how magnificent it was. The cultist fortress was bigger than the old main fortresses of the light and dark factions. It was also heavily guarded by cultists, so it was not easy to destroy. I know that this fortress is heavily guarded and difficult to attack, but as long as everyone works together, I believe that we can easily destroy it. Jiang Fei encouraged everyone. We can definitely destroy it, but our losses might be quite significant, one guild master said, frowning. You don't have to worry about equipment loss. The quest rewards are good and these cultists also drop a lot of good items. As long as you fight hard enough, you won't suffer any losses. Instead, you'll profit from this. Jiang Fei laughed. Everyone knew that storyline quests like this one gave generous quest rewards. They just had to avoid being bullied by the NPCs. As long as they put up a good fight, there was absolutely no need to worry about losses. Ho ho, if that's the case, then we can rest assured. After that guild master obtained Jiang Fei's assurance, he immediately became free of worries. It'll cut to the chase. You have seen it for yourself. If we want to attack this fortress, we can only march in from the 4 roads leading to it. Imperial Dragon will take 1 road, the remaining 3 will be divided among all of you. On that day, we'll charge toward the fortress from all 4 sides and attack. Jiang Fei pointed to the fortress below. No problem. The guild masters nodded. Then, guilds with good relations with each other began to group up. Very quickly, the other 3 roads were allotted. Just as Jiang Fei and the others were discussing the details of the attack on the fortress, a few little black spots suddenly ascended from the fortress. This is bad. The cultists have sent their skyriders out. A guild master who was a hunter shouted. His mount was just a traveling mount. Although he could fly, he could not fight. If an enemy approached him, he would not be able to defend himself. Jiang Fei had also noticed the cultist Skyriders that were approaching them at high speed. There were about 100 of them. The Skyriders were extremely fast. It would be hard for these guild masters to escape the pursuit. Don't panic, let me deal with it. Jiang Fei did not want these guild masters to die here. After all, such an unfavorable situation would greatly impact their morale. Unsheath, scatter. With Jiang Fei's command, the soul cutter behind him automatically popped up and hovered over his head. Then, the sword split into 2, then 4. In just a short time, it split into 128 blades. Sword form, sword burst, Jiang Fei gestured and all 128 blades flew toward the approaching cultist Skyriders. It looked like a torrential downpour. 454, 1245, 454, 1245. A large number of damage figures appeared. As the soul cutter ignored the defense of equipment below the grade of holy item, these ordinary Skyriders took almost full damage from Jiang Fei. More than 10 Skyriders died instantly. Sword burst attacks immediately allowed Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage to stack fully. Hence, Jiang Fei's attack power had soared to more than 10 million. Sword form, Blade Dragon. Jiang Fei was deliberately showing off his strength to these guild masters, so he did not continue to use sword burst to kill the rest of the Skyriders. Instead, he turned the remaining blades into a huge dragon to shuttle back and forth between these Skyriders. Countless figures appeared above the heads of these Skyriders. They all turned into a bloody fog as soon as the huge dragon went past them. After the fog dissipated, not a single eye was left behind. F***CK. Verger Glider is also a player, but he's on a totally different level. How are we supposed to even play this game? Many guild masters could not help but feel this way. In just a few seconds, Jiang Fei had managed to kill all of the Skyriders that approached them. His actions had shocked the guild masters around him. Through this show of force, Jiang Fei succeeded in impressing them. He had established an image of a strong leader in their hearts. Chapter 1016, The Wrong Way. No wonder you're the top player in Dawn Break. Brother Fei, you're amazing. After seeing how strong Jiang Fei was, someone immediately began to flatter him. Yeah. Brother Fei, you're invincible. The other guild masters immediately started following suit and complimented Jiang Fei. He had the authority to issue quests after all. They were afraid that they would lose out if they did not get on his good side. Ho, just as Jiang Fei wanted to respond modestly, another horde of Skyriders ascended from the cultist fortress. It was like they had disturbed a hornet nest. These Skyriders were charging toward them like a swarm of locusts. You guys go, quick! I'll block them. Although Jiang Fei was not afraid of the overwhelming cultist army at all, he felt that he could not kill them all in a short time. With a number that big, the other guild masters would die instantly. So, Jiang Fei could only order them to retreat. F***CK. There's too many of them. The guild masters were also frightened by the cultist army frenzy. More than 10,000 Skyriders were rushing over. Someone timid would have already fallen off their mount. Sword form, sword burst. To stop the cultist Skyriders, Jiang Fei had no more time to show off. He immediately disintegrated the sword dragon and sent more than 100 sharp blades toward the Skyriders, trying to slow down their pace as much as possible. Come on! Let's go! The guild masters knew that they had to get out of there. They were all wearing expensive equipment. If they dropped their equipment here, no one would be able to sneak into the cultist fortress to help them get their equipment back. Sword Spirit, kill as many as you can. Jiang Fei ordered the Sword Spirit of Soul Cutter. Yes, Master. Soul Cutter's spirit had become Jiang Fei's slave. He controlled all 128 blades and accurately stabbed the approaching Skyriders. As the sword spirit was better at controlling the blades than Jiang Fei, the 128 blades alone were enough to kill all the enemies. So, Jiang Fei temporarily stopped the attack of the cultists by himself. Even so, the problem was not completely solved because there were still countless more Skyriders ascending into the sky behind those that were just killed. Even though Jiang Fei was strong, it was impossible to kill an endless stream of enemies. At this time, the other guild masters were flying further and further away. They had already left the scope of the cultist fortress. Jiang Fei was still resisting the attacks of the Skyriders. However, he was alone. Since these Skyriders could not kill Jiang Fei, they started to chase after the other players. Although Jiang Fei was surrounded by countless Skyriders, there were more Skyriders chasing the others. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed. He was trying his best to kill them. In a blink of an eye, the Soul Cutter had already killed more than 1,000 Skyriders. However, there were still many more that flew past him, chasing the other players. "Ah Fei! Get out of there, we're safe now." At this time, Happy Drunk sent Jiang Fei a message. The Skyriders did not have unrestricted pursuit. They stopped chasing the other players once they reached the edge of the cultist fortress. After hovering for a moment, they all descended to the ground. At this time, the only Skyriders that were still fighting were the ones surrounding Jiang Fei. "That's good." Jiang Fei nodded. As long as the other guild masters were fine, he was not worried about these Skyriders. After all, they were only advanced elites who were around level 80. Despite their number, they could not break through Jiang Fei's defense. Moreover, under the protection of the Soul Cutter, it was not easy for them to attack the EVOL. Sky Gliding Dragon. Sword form, Blade Dragon. Jiang Fei gestured and changed Soul Cutter's attack mode. More than 100 sharp blades instantly turned into a sword dragon. Then, the sword dragon charged straight out in front of Jiang Fei and instantly killed all of the Skyriders in the way, creating an empty path. "Go!" Jiang Fei shouted as he urged the EVOL. Sky Gliding Dragon to rush forward through the path that the sword dragon had created. The EVOL. Sky Gliding Dragon was an ancient grade mount. After it was enhanced with the Dragon Crystal, its speed became even more outstanding. The cultist Skyriders who were riding ordinary flying mounts could not catch up with Jiang Fei at all. So, he quickly rushed out of the fortress after he got out of the encirclement. The Skyriders chased him until the edge of the fortress before giving up the pursuit and descending to the ground. Leader Verger Glider, this cultist fortress is way too powerful. Can we even destroy it? As they had seen the power of the Skyriders, many of the guild masters of small and medium-sized guilds began to have doubts. They were not as strong as the big guilds. If they were bullied by NPCs, they might not get any quest rewards and might even suffer significant losses. The fortress itself should not be this strong. After all, it's a storyline quest. It's not supposed to be very hard. Our actions may have violated some of the rules of the quest. The Skyriders only appeared because we tried to get close to the Chronos Gate through the sky. Jiang Fei guessed. More than 100,000 Skyriders had appeared just now, and it seemed like it was endless. If this was really how the quest was going to be like, it would be impossible for players to face the attacks of so many Skyriders and destroy the fortress. So, Jiang Fei guessed that the Skyriders had appeared because they had violated the rules. The quest required them to attack from the ground. Since a large group of players had approached the fortress from the air, the system had mistakenly thought that the players were trying to cheat by raiding the Chronos Gate from the air. So, it started to spawn countless Skyriders to stop the players and ensure that the storyline quest developed according to the established script. If that's the case, then it's possible, after listening to Jiang Fei's explanation, those guild masters were relieved. More than 100,000 Skyriders coming to attack them was like a nightmare. If the cultist fortress was really so strong, attacking it would be equivalent to suicide. Well, you've all seen the fortress. Let's go back and discuss the details of our attack. After all, we don't have much time. The Chronos Gate has begun to recharge. We must destroy it before the next ancient god is summoned to the main world. Jiang Fei looked at everyone. You're right, leader. Let's discuss the attack plan. The guildmasters nodded. The quest rewards were, as expected, quite attractive to them. After returning from the cultist fortress, Jiang Fei and the others gathered in the chamber of the Demon Dragon Fortress once again. Jiang Fei deployed all the guilds and assigned the quests. As Jiang Fei's previous show of power amazed these guild masters, his quest assignment went smoothly. Very quickly, each guild had their own quests. After the task of destroying the seemingly indestructible cultist fortress was divided among all the guilds, the challenges faced by these guilds were no longer as tough as they were before this. Chapter 1017, Returning to the South Pole. Although Jiang Fei had assigned quests to all the guilds, they could not immediately attack the cultist fortress. These guilds still needed to assemble their respective members and agree on the details of the attack. After Jiang Fei finalized Imperial Dragon's attack plan through a discussion with 7 Stars Warrior and the other core members, the game time for the day was almost over. After exiting the game, Jiang Fei discovered that power outages were happening more frequently today. Although Jiang Fei did not speak out, he clearly knew that the military was increasing the intensity of the test. Since the military had accelerated the tests, Jiang Fei felt that China's position was becoming increasingly unstable. The fight between the military and the martial artists could happen at any moment. Jiang Fei was neither willing to become an enemy of the country or the military, nor was he willing to obey someone else, so the best option was to leave a place like this where he was likely to get into trouble. While he helped his parents pack their luggage in preparation to leave, Jiang Fei constantly felt energy waves passing through his house. Undoubtedly, these energy waves were caused by the investigation of several level 5 powerhouses. Today was the 4th day that Jiang Fei had taken Beowulf's rebirth egg out. After the rebirth egg was taken out of the spatial ring, it constantly absorbed the free energy in the air. It was also constantly releasing a kind of energy wave that was extremely tempting. This kind of energy wave seemed to constantly send out a command-me signal to other metahumans, so it had attracted the attention of countless level 5 metahumans. Isabella continuously warned these level 5 metahumans that they should not even think of trying to do anything. While those level 5 metahumans were clearly afraid of Zhuge Shanzhen, Jiang Fei still felt worried. Although Beowulf would hatch in another 3.5 days, this rebirth egg was way too tempting. Jiang Fei could not guarantee that a non-existent Zhuge Shanzhen could really scare off all the level 5 metahumans. If a level 5 metahuman tried to take the egg, then it would be disastrous even if Isabella and Ariel tried to stop him or her. If the battle broke out near Jiang Fei's house, the consequences would be horrendous. A battle between level 5 metahumans was extremely scary. The aftermath of the battle was not something a martial artist of Jiang Fei's level could handle. Jiang Fei was currently a pinnacle level 4 metahuman. Even so, he would need 0542 to consume some energy to help him resist the power of a level 5 metahuman. In such a situation, his family would have no chance of survival. Therefore, at this time, Jiang Fei somewhat regretted helping Beowulf protect his rebirth egg. Danger was now too close for comfort. In Jiang Fei's view, he had made a very unwise decision. This won't do. I can't continue risking it. Jiang Fei made up his mind. He planned to leave home for a while until Beowulf hatched successfully. Jiang Fei was not particularly worried about the safety of his parents. This was because very few people would dare to do anything to his parents, as there was a risk of them being punished by Zhuge Shanzhen. Jiang Fei's parents were not a source of temptation, unlike the rebirth egg. Moreover, those level 5 metahumans would definitely not resort to doing something as shameful as kidnapping Jiang Fei's parents just to threaten him. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to leave to ensure that his parents would not get involved in a battle caused by the rebirth egg. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei immediately looked for Shang Guanqi. He instructed her to help his parents pack up, then set off to Winter Islands where Han Tianyu was ready to welcome Jiang Fei's family. On the other hand, Jiang Fei would head to the South Pole together with Ariel and Isabella to wait for Beowulf's rebirth. As the Antarctic was desolate, even if the rebirth egg triggered a battle between level 5 metahumans, Ariel could protect Jiang Fei and leave the area quickly. Isabella could also use her powers without any restraint and fight whichever level 5 metahuman that planned to snatch the egg. Don't worry, your parents will be safe with me. Shang Guanqi nodded seriously. Be careful out there, silly. Sister Guanqi and I will protect auntie and uncle. Si Tang also assured him. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Jiang Fei smiled at Si Tang. He had 0542 to protect him and Ariel was always by his side. Even if the battle between level 5 metahumans broke out next to him, he would not die instantly. Under Ariel's protection, he could easily withdraw from the battlefield. Also, the level 5 metahumans were way too afraid of Zhuge Shanzhen. Even if a level 5 metahuman was blinded by the rebirth egg, they would not dare to touch Jiang Fei as there was a risk of them being hunted down by a level 6 powerhouse. You must be careful. Although Jiang Fei was full of confidence, Si Tang was still very worried about his safety. After all, the aftermath of a battle between level 5 metahumans was no joke. Even a pinnacle level 4 metahuman like Jiang Fei would not be able to withstand it at all. Hey! Don't worry. There might not be any level 5 metahuman who really wants to snatch the rebirth egg from us. I'm only leaving just in case. Don't act like I'm going to die. Well, just be away from each other for 3 or 4 days. Moreover, if Bella really can't defeat the enemy, well, just give them the rebirth egg. It's no big deal. There won't be any danger. Jiang Fei smiled at Si Tang. You must be careful. Although Jiang Fei's words somewhat reassured Si Tang, the worry was still there. I will. Jiang Fei pulled Si Tang into his arms, using his broad chest to relieve the anxiety in her heart. After comforting Si Tang, Jiang Fei gave Shang Guanqi a look. Shang Guanqi smiled and nodded at Jiang Fei, indicating that he did not have to worry. Then, Jiang Fei bid his parents goodbye. He did not tell them the truth. He simply told them that he had to go out for a few days. As he did not want them to worry too much, he told them nothing about the risks of this trip. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei left his home in Manda Square with Ariel and Isabella. This was probably the last time Jiang Fei would call this place home. Once this Beowulf thing is over, he would go directly to Winter Islands, which was his new home regardless of whether Beowulf hatched smoothly or got taken away by another level 5 metahuman. Going to the South Pole was very simple for Jiang Fei because this was the place where Ariel had resurrected back then, so she was familiar with the place. After teleporting, the three of them landed in a world of ice and snow. Although the weather was extremely cold, it did not affect the three of them. Jiang Fei may be the weakest out of the three, but he was still a pinnacle level 4. Temperature of as low as -40 and 50 degrees could not harm them at all. Chapter 1018, Angered Bella, where should we hatch him? Ariel came over and asked. 0542, scan the surroundings and make sure it's secure. Jiang Fei did not make a decision immediately. As expected, we are in an area of extreme climate. However, there are no threats and signs of intelligence around a 100-kilometer radius. 0542 vaguely scanned the surroundings before replying. Very well. We won't have to go somewhere else then. Let's do it here. Jiang Fei nodded. He was not particular about where they were located as long as innocent people were not harmed by the war between the level 5 experts. Meanwhile, this was also the spot where Ariel had been revived. Jiang Fei chose this place because it was far away from civilization. It seemed that for the next months, normal humans would not be investigating this part of the region. Therefore, it was the optimal choice of location for hatching. What do we do next? Ariel asked. There's nothing for us to do. Jiang Fei shrugged as he bashed the layer of ice on the ground to create an ice cave. He then led the way into the cave. It's too ugly, Isabella exclaimed, glaring at Jiang Fei after entering the ice cave. Clearly, she was not satisfied with the environment. Thereafter, she expanded the ice cave by at least 3 times with her bare hands. She even sculpted furniture from the ice around them, which seemed even grander than those sold in stores. Sister Bella, you are indeed from the royal family. Your artistic abilities are amazing. Ariel chuckled. TSK TSK. You are capable of praising, but you are too lazy to help me out. Isabella rolled her eyes at Ariel. However, it was obvious that she enjoyed the compliments. All right, well, stay here for the next 3 days. Jiang Fei placed Beowulf's rebirth egg on one side and sat down on one of the sculpted chairs. Here again, just as Jiang Fei and the rest had sat down, Isabella started frowning again. Although they had traveled to the South Pole through instant teleportation, the level 5 experts were still able to catch up very quickly with their detection energy wave. It looks like we can't avoid them this time. Jiang Fei sighed. These level 5 experts were not letting him off the hook. They must really want the rebirth egg. Otherwise, they would not have been so daring in using their energy wave on Jiang Fei. They'd better not come. If they do, I will teach them a lesson. Isabella was not a frightful little girl. She possessed dragon genes, which meant that she also had a short temper. The energy waves from the level 5 experts were enough to provoke her. If these fellows truly came for them, she would definitely lash out. Don't worry, Sister Bella. It'll protect our husband. Ariel nodded seriously. Right then, Jiang Fei was a burden to everyone as he needed to be protected at all times in order to survive in the war of the level 5 experts. Can't you spare me some sense of pride? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was a pinnacle level 4 expert after all. Although he did not stand a chance against the level 5s, it was still hurtful to be treated as a weakling. A day passed swiftly. Although there would occasionally be detection energy waves scanning the area, none of the level 5 experts actually came looking for them. After all, there were 2 level 5 experts around Jiang Fei, with one of them being a full-blown level 5 and the other a partial level 5. The two were still a great threat to other level 5 experts. Moreover, there was more than one level 5 expert spying on the rebirth egg. Besides, these level 5 experts were also not united. Each of them wanted the rebirth egg for themselves, but none of them would fight each other for it. If they were to initiate an attack, they would be targeted by the 2 level 5 experts on Jiang Fei's side and would be sacrificed for nothing. Therefore, although many of the level 5 experts spied on the rebirth egg, that was all they were willing to do. Nobody wanted to be the first to initiate an attack. After all, there was still plenty of time before the rebirth egg hatched. They were patient enough to wait. Very soon, the second day had passed. The energy waves emanating from the rebirth egg became much stronger and even more tempting. The level 5 experts were not the only ones who had an interest in it. Even 0542 started urging Jiang Fei to harvest and convert its energy into bioenergy. 0542, shut up. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He still felt very determined. Although he would be able to harvest a lot of energy from the rebirth egg, the energy would only allow Jiang Fei to revive either Sylphie or Nina. In fact, they would only be revived at Ariel's state of a partial level 5 expert. Therefore, Jiang Fei was only slightly tempted, but he was not convinced enough to go against his own moral values. Bella, how many level 5 experts have spied on the rebirth egg for the past few days? Jiang Fei asked Isabella. Although the level 5 experts had not personally shown up, their energy waves carried their own aura. Therefore, it was not difficult for level 5 experts like Bella to identify them. At least 6. Bella was frowning right then. Although she felt confident about her own capabilities, she was not crazy enough to think she could fight against 6 level 5 experts at once. At least 6, Jiang Fei gasped. Although level 5 experts had undying bodies, he was still worried about Bella. After all, nobody could stop her if she wanted to fight. If something bad were to happen to her, Jiang Fei would be devastated. Here, take this. If those bastards do anything to you, give them a taste of your powers. Jiang Fei said as he handed the Zhanlu sword to Isabella. Although he had wanted to keep the God Blade a secret, he was more concerned about Isabella's safety. Great! With this, none of them will get away. Isabella smiled devilishly as she accepted the sword. Clearly, she had been angered by the level 5 experts who had used their detection energy waves for the past few days. Take it easy. You can kill them, but make sure you don't hurt yourself. Jiang Fei was aware of the threat Jean-Lou's sword posed to biohumans. Therefore, he immediately warned Isabella not to overexert herself and end up getting hurt by the Jean-Lou's sword. Although there was more than one god blade on Earth, the other god blades were original designs from planet Namek. However, planet Namek's biological structures were different from humans. Therefore, their god blades were not practical in real battle on Earth. The only way those god blades could be used was after level 5 experts were captured and executed through the death sentence. As Jean-Lou's sword was the only god blade that could be used in battle on Earth, its might was undoubtedly frightening. Now that Isabella possessed the Jean-Lou's sword, she was practically invincible amongst the level 5 experts. Even if she were outnumbered, the other level 5 experts would not dare to get close to her. Chapter 1019, Level 5 Idiot. As time went on, Beowulf's hatching would soon take place. At the same time, Jiang Fei started feeling nervous. After all, if the level 5 experts were to take action, they would do so before Beowulf hatched. Otherwise, they would neither be able to consume his energy or fight against him as he was very powerful. In less than 2 hours, Beowulf would be hatched. While everyone else waited nervously, Isabella started testing the Jean-Lou's sword as she withdrew it from its pouch. It's almost time. If these fellows plan to take action, they would do so right about now, Jiang Fei said with a serious look on his face. Although none of these level 5 experts were willing to initiate the attack, they had to do something soon. Otherwise, Beowulf would hatch successfully. Don't worry, husband, I'll protect you. Sister Bella, you can focus on killing the enemies. Don't worry about us, Ariel said with an equally serious tone. Hee, I've had enough of those darn bastards. It's time for them to pay the price, Isabella exclaimed angrily. She had been suppressing her anger for the past few days from the other level 5 experts' provocative behavior. If she did not have to protect Jiang Fei and the rebirth egg, she would have personally gone to kill them. Zoom! Just as Jiang Fei and the others were talking, a light flashed by outside the ice cave. Bang! The ice cave collapsed instantly. However, the level 5 expert clearly only had intentions of destroying the cave. Therefore, the attack was of no threat to Jiang Fei. Regardless of that, the ice cave had already collapsed. Jiang Fei and the others had no choice but to leave. Husband, be careful. Just as Jiang Fei carried the rebirth egg in his arms, Ariel rushed over to absorb a sneak attack on his behalf. Ouch! Ariel murmured. After all, she was only a partial level 5 expert. She was still weaker than a true level 5 expert. Die! When Isabella saw that Ariel had managed to protect Jiang Fei, she immediately started attacking their enemy. Shuffle! The Jean-Lou's sword glistened as Isabella charged toward her target without holding back. Prior to this, the level 5 expert's detection energy waves had already angered the demonic Naga princess. Now that the current level 5 expert was directly attacking Jiang Fei, Isabella was absolutely infuriated. The level 5 expert was unfazed by Isabella's attack. At the same time, he used his bare hands to grab at Isabella's sword. This idiot! Jiang Fei was able to see everything unfold clearly as he was standing nearby. He knew that this fellow must not have known about the God Blade as he used his bare hands to touch it. It could not be helped. Although this fellow possessed level 5 abilities, he had never seen the God Blade in person. After all, the God Blade was a very rare item on Earth. There were many level 5 experts who had never seen the God Blade before. Therefore, although the fellow could sense that Isabella's sword possessed a strange power, he did not think that it could be a God Blade. After all, God Blades were not weapons in Earth's battlefield. Therefore, the fellow nearly put his life in danger from his careless act. Whoosh! Isabella's sword had left a centimeter-long wound on the level 5 expert's finger. The fellow very swiftly withdrew his hand. Although the small wound would not even matter much to normal humans, the level 5 expert was panicking as he felt the incredibly damaging effects of the God Blade. Energy began to consume him from the tip of his finger as it swiftly spread to the rest of his palm. Darned! How could this be? The abnormal phenomenon immediately reminded the fellow of the God Blade. After all, the weapon was the only thing capable of such damage toward a level 5 expert. You are vicious. The level 5 expert was brutal. He immediately tore off his left arm. By sacrificing his arm, he managed to save his own life. Although the level 5 expert was capable of suppressing Valium's energy from spreading, he knew that the woman before him would not give him the time to do so. If he tried to suppress Godblade's damage right away, he would probably have to take a few more hits from the woman. As such, he might even lose his life in the process. Therefore, after taking a look at Isabella and sensing her hostility, the fellow immediately gave up on the rebirth egg. As soon as he removed his own arm, he fled away, teleporting instantly. He knew that the woman would not chase after him as she would stay to protect Jiang Fei and the rebirth egg. Therefore, his life would be secured as long as he escaped from the scene of battle. Darn it! If only I had known, I would not have been so rash. The level 5 expert thought to himself as he was running away. If he had waited a while longer, another level 5 expert would have been the scapegoat instead. He would have been spared from being the Godblade's first victim. Moreover, once he was mentally prepared, he would not have to suffer from the Godblade's attack. This was the price he had to pay for being impatient. Not only did he fail to gain anything, he had to lose an arm. What happened? Could this be part of an act? An act? Would you lose an arm for being part of an act? If it's not an act, why would he break his own arm? Could it be the Godblade? How is that possible? I have personally seen a Godblade. Not only is it impractical in battle, it can't even be rebuilt into something else. It can only be used to execute captured individuals. How could it be in the form of a huaxia sword? In an instant, all of the onlooking level 5 experts stopped in their tracks. They began to observe instead. The news of a Godblade suited for battle thoroughly shocked them. They were dumbfounded. Could Zhuge Shanjin have mastered the ability to recreate the Godblade? The level 5 experts thought to themselves. The metahumans had long believed that the Godblade had arrived with the remnants of the alien space vessels. Although these items were a huge threat to the metahumans, they were not suitable to be used in battles and could not be reshaped. Therefore, they were items both loved and hated by level 5 experts. Although nearly everyone agreed that the Godblade could not be reshaped, Zhuge Shanjin's appearance casted doubt on this fact as he had done too many impossible things in the past. Therefore, the first person everyone thought of when they saw the Zhanlu sword was Zhuge Shanjin. Chapter 1020, Dangerous Environment. The level 5 experts were stunned for a brief moment. A few seconds later, they began to panic. What did a Godblade that could be used in battle mean? It meant it truly was a godly weapon. Although the level 5 experts had originally come for the rebirth egg, they realized that the rebirth egg would only be able to help their disciples reach the partial level 5 state. The rebirth egg would not be able to boost the level 5 experts' personal powers at all. However, the Zhanlu sword was different. It was truly capable of enhancing a level 5 expert's capabilities. If a level 5 expert possessed the Zhanlu sword, he would be virtually invincible. Jiang Fei passed the Zhanlu sword to Isabella so that she could protect herself. However, he had forgotten that the others would want to snatch it from her. Even the level 5 experts were affected by greed. Although they usually behaved as if they did not care about wealth and fame, it was only because the common luxuries of the world no longer mattered to them. However, the Zhanlu sword's appearance had clearly invoked a sense of greed in these level 5 experts. They were no longer targeting the rebirth egg. Instead, they focused their attention on the Zhanlu sword. Although they wanted to snatch the Zhanlu sword, they were hesitant to dive right in as they too feared the might of the sword. After all, the unlucky level 5 expert had already proved how frightening the Jianglu's sword was earlier. Apart from that, they also feared Zhuge Shanzhen. Although all of them had never seen Zhuge Shanzhen in person, they had heard about his status as a level 6 expert. Therefore, these level 5 experts were somewhat afraid of being avenged by Zhuge Shanzhen despite their eagerness to snatch the Jianglu's sword for themselves. While they debated among themselves, time was passing by very quickly. There was only an hour left before Beowulf was hatched. However, nobody was paying any attention to him right now. Everyone had their eyes on the Jianglu's sword. Never mind. I can't take the risk. Even if I manage to snatch the Jianglu's sword, I may not be able to fight against Zhuge Shanzhen. Besides, if he could make a god blade suited for battles, he could probably make another one. I won't risk it. One of the level 5 experts finally decided as he left. The risk is too high. It's not worth it. I'm better off looking for other deals. Another level 5 expert agreed. Although he had given up on the Jianglu's sword, he was not prepared to leave. Instead, he waited around. His target was still the rebirth egg in Jiang Fei's hands. While he agreed that snatching the god blade was too risky, he decided that he would find an opportunity to snatch the rebirth egg instead. Although he would still be stealing from Zhuge Shanzhen's disciple, it was a different case. Firstly, the Jianglu's sword's value was far greater than the rebirth egg. Secondly, the Jianglu's sword was a gift from Zhuge Shanzhen to his own disciple. Meanwhile, the rebirth egg did not actually belong to Jiang Fei. It was a common rule among metahumans that everyone had the right to fight each other for world's treasures. As long as he did not harm Jiang Fei's life, Zhuge Shanzhen would probably not seek him out for revenge. As such, the level 5 expert decided not to leave the place. Damn! The higher the risks, the greater the rewards. If I can acquire the god blade, Zhuge Shanzhen won't stand a chance against me. Apart from the 2 level 5 experts who had given up on the Jianglu's sword, there were others who still had hopes. This showed how tempting the Jianglu's sword was to these level 5 experts. Even with the threat of Zhuge Shanzhen, who was believed to be a level 6 expert, they still decided to take the risk. Zoom! A flash of lightning appeared. One of the level 5 experts started attacking Isabella. Since you've come, don't bother leaving. Isabella gritted her teeth. She was still upset that the previous level 5 expert had managed to escape. Now that someone else came along, she naturally used him as her punching bag. Boom! As Isabella raised her hand, an even brighter flash of lightning appeared. Not only did it fully engulf the incoming attack, it even reversed the energy flow and started moving toward the level 5 expert. Husband, let's leave. Ariel immediately grabbed at Jiang Fei's arm to initiate a teleportation. In such close proximity to the battle between 2 level 5 experts, Jiang Fei would not even survive the impact from the remnant energy waves. Jiang Fei was taken by Ariel to somewhere 100 kilometers away from the battle scene. Even from here, Jiang Fei could feel the frightening energy waves from afar. Bang! An energy wave was coming right for them as 0542's emergency alert sounded. Fortunately, Ariel was already prepared to absorb the impact from the energy waves. Therefore, Jiang Fei was left unharmed. That's so powerful. This was the first time Jiang Fei had personally experienced the energy blasts from a level 5 expert. He was trembling from the frightful aura. Just as Jiang Fei had moved to safety, 2 other level 5 experts' aura could be sensed as they joined the battle. It seemed that more level 5 experts were engaged in battle against Isabella. Bella, please don't get hurt. Jiang Fei prayed silently in his heart. Although he had learned a set of ultimate skills from 0542, his battle power was still not great enough against true level 5 experts. Jiang Fei felt as powerless as the time Isabella and Ariel had died in front of him. Damn it! How can I comprehend the power of Conqueror? Jiang Fei exclaimed. Although Isabella had the Jianglu's sword, she was still in grave danger as she was fighting against multiple level 5 experts. Moreover, there was nothing Jiang Fei could do to help. He even had to trouble Ariel to protect him. At that moment, he was very annoyed with himself. Just as Jiang Fei prayed silently in his heart, Ariel suddenly shouted. "Oh no!" Ariel immediately leapt in front of Jiang Fei and pushed him away. Bang! Just as Jiang Fei was pushed away, Ariel was struck. However, the attack was clearly not lethal as the attacker had held back some of his energy. There were no remnant energy waves from the collision between himself and Ariel. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not affected after Ariel had pushed him away. Darn! You really do bring bad luck. Jiang Fei glared at the rebirth egg in his hands. He was now regretting his decision to help Beowulf with his rebirth. Chapter 1021, Double Kill. Although Jiang Fei was currently less than 100 meters away from two level 5 experts fighting against each other, he was hardly affected by them. This was because both Ariel and the level 5 enemy were suppressing their energies. Ariel was suppressing her energy because she wanted to ensure Jiang Fei was not hurt by her remnant energy waves. Meanwhile, the level 5 enemy was doing the same thing because he only had intentions of snatching the rebirth egg from Jiang Fei. He did not want to accidentally kill Jiang Fei for fear that Zhuge Shanzhen would seek vengeance. Since this fellow had given up on snatching the God Blade because he feared Zhuge Shanzhen, he naturally would not want to take the risk of killing Jiang Fei. After all, everyone knew that Jiang Fei was Zhuge Shanzhen's favorite disciple. Otherwise, why would two level 5 female disciples surround this fellow who was not even level 5? Due to such considerations, the level 5 enemy did not unleash all of his powers. Otherwise, Ariel was not the only one who could not withstand his attacks. If he truly let loose, Jiang Fei would already have been killed and he would have left with the rebirth egg. Although Ariel had an undying body, she could not stop other level 5 experts from killing Jiang Fei. Fortunately, this level 5 expert was very considerate. This was why Jiang Fei was able to survive. With Ariel's determined act of protecting Jiang Fei, there was no way this level 5 expert could get rid of her without unleashing his energy. This can't go on. Husband will be in danger. Sweat was dripping off Ariel's forehead. She was not getting tired from the battle as she was already very much used to fighting while suppressing her energy. However, Ariel was much more worried about Jiang Fei. After all, she had no clue as to whether or not her opponent would suddenly go after Jiang Fei. If he did, there was nothing she could do to stop him. Sister Bella. Jiang Fei is in danger. Ariel had no choice but to ask for Isabella's help. Although Isabella was also in an intense fight at the moment, Ariel was not able to come up with any other solution. Husband. After getting the call for help from Ariel, Isabella felt even more worried. Now that she had been revived in the real world, Jiang Fei was the only person she had ties with. If anything were to happen to Jiang Fei, Isabella did not know how she could live on. There's a chance. As Isabella became distracted by the thought of Jiang Fei, the other level 5 experts found an opportunity to attack her. Originally, Isabella was already facing a great deal of pressure from fighting against 3 level 5 experts simultaneously. If not for the powerful Zhanlu's sword, she would already have been defeated. Wham! One of the level 5 experts suddenly appeared behind Isabella and struck her shoulder. Isabella was pushed forward and nearly lost the Zhanlu's sword in her hand. Haha! The God Blade is mine! The other level 5 expert noticed that she had lost her balance and immediately charged over. Hold on! What the? Just as the level 5 expert reached Isabella and was ready to take the Zhanlu's sword from her, he saw a scene that gave him goosebumps. Right then, as Isabella had been heavily injured, her hair was all over the place. However, there was a pair of bloodshot eyes underneath all that hair. As soon as their gazes locked onto each other, the level 5 expert felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn it! How could this be? The level 5 expert suddenly felt heat in his eyes. Waves of energy were spreading across his eyes uncontrollably. What's going on? The other 2 level 5 experts were stunned. Ah! Damn it! This is the God Blade's energy! The level 5 expert exclaimed as he began to suppress the energy around his eyes with all his might. Although this was similar to the situation faced by the level 5 expert who had escaped earlier, things had escalated somewhat for this unlucky bastard. Now that the energy was spreading around his eyes, nearly half his brain had been affected. What could he do? Would he cut his own head off? Die! Isabella's cold and emotionless voice sounded as if she had come from hell. Save me! Although the level 5 expert could sense Bella's killing intentions, he was completely incapable of resisting her attack. Therefore, he could only ask the other two fellows to help him. What do we do? One of the level 5 experts asked. Save him first, the other level 5 expert said. Although the three of them were not on the same team, they had similar objectives. Therefore, in that defining moment, they decided to help their ally first. All right. The two level 5 experts glanced at each other as they both charged toward Isabella. They were attempting to stop Isabella from killing her opponent. Would you two like to die as well? Isabella asked coldly as she turned around to glare at the two level 5 experts with her bloodshot eyes. One of them did not dodge in time and was struck by Isabella's gaze. Instantly, he felt the same energy from the god blade invading his body. Oh no! We'll meet again if there's a chance. The other lucky survivor instantly teleported away for fear of being the next victim. He did not hesitate to abandon his newfound allies. Crack! The Jean-Loup sword was swung as Isabella's first victim was killed. The level 5 expert's head fell to the ground. After 1 second, an energy began to emanate from within the body and eventually led to an explosion. Bang! The explosion caused by the energy within a level 5 expert's body was unbelievably powerful. In an instant, the energy spread to thousands of kilometers away. Ah! As another pitiful cry was heard, the other level 5 expert also had his head cut off by Isabella just as the explosion occurred. Bang! The second level 5 expert's body also exploded as the energy was let loose. With the remnant energy waves from the first explosion, the second explosion appeared to be even more frightening. Oh no! Ariel's face turned pale when she felt the explosion from the two dead level 5 experts' bodies. Although she was 100 kilometers away, the might of the explosion was so strong that even she found it difficult to protect herself, let alone Jiang Fei. Let's work together. Right then, the level 5 expert fighting against Ariel suddenly decided to cooperate with Ariel to protect Jiang Fei. This fellow was very smart. Although he knew that he could escape right away, he was worried that Zhuge Shanjin would still come after him if Jiang Fei died. Therefore, his only way to salvage the situation was to make sure Jiang Fei stayed alive. In fact, he might even be recognized by Zhuge Shanjin, who was a level 6 godly being, for rescuing Jiang Fei. He would probably benefit greatly from receiving some guidance or gifts from Zhuge Shanjin. For those reasons, the level 5 expert was willing to suffer injuries to protect Jiang Fei. After all, level 5 experts could not be killed by anything other than the God Blade. It did not matter if he had to suffer severe injuries. As long as he got on Zhuge Shanjin's good side, it would all be worth it. Chapter 1022, I believe you, all right. Ariel nodded. Although she did not have much faith in this level 5 expert, there was no way she could protect Jiang Fei through such an explosion on her own. Therefore, she had no choice but to work with this level 5 expert. Let me go first. In order to get on Zhuge Shanjin's good side, the level 5 expert was going all out. He took the initiative to block in front of Jiang Fei as he channeled all of his energy in his body to form a protective shield against the explosive energy waves. Bam! As the impact landed on the protective shield, the level 5 expert started being pushed backward continuously. Within 2 seconds, he had been pushed back by more than 100 meters. If not for Jiang Fei's swift reaction, he would have been killed by the collision. After all, this was the explosive energy from a level 5 expert. Even a level 5 expert of the same rank found it difficult to handle. Splurt! As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the level 5 expert seemed to be in pain. However, he was not ready to give up. As the explosive energy was still very strong, he was worried that Ariel, who was a partial level 5 expert, would not be able to block it entirely. If Jiang Fei died, Zhuge Shanjin would definitely not let him off the hook. Ah! As an angry shout was heard, the level 5 expert strengthened his protective shield yet again. Bang! When the second explosive hit came, it was combined with the remnant strength from the first explosion. That meant the explosive force was even stronger. In an instant, both hands of the level 5 expert seemed severely wounded as blood started dripping down onto the floor. Take over my spot. Although he had sustained himself for less than 10 seconds against the explosion, the level 5 expert had already used up all of his energy and his body was badly injured. All right. Ariel immediately took over the defensive position. Although she was mentally prepared, her body was still far too weak. Ouch! The girl cried out. Although the strongest impact of the explosion had already been absorbed by the level 5 expert, the remaining energy waves were still very powerful. Within 2 short seconds, blood started dripping from the corners of Ariel's mouth. She must have sustained a great deal of internal injuries from such strong energy waves. Splurt! In less than 5 seconds, Ariel, who was only a partial level 5 expert, could no longer bear the impacts of the explosion. As she spat out a mouthful of blood, her body was hurled backward by the force of impact. Ah! In that crucial moment, the level 5 expert who had taken a short break once again blocked in front of Jiang Fei. Although he was already heavily injured, he was fortunate enough to have an undying body. As long as he was not attacked by the God Blade, he would not die. This, Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He finally felt how insignificant he was in the face of such frightening powers. If not for Ariel and the other level 5 expert who risked their lives to protect him, he would have been killed by the explosion in an instant. Although the explosion lasted for less than 20 seconds, Jiang Fei felt as if years had passed. Even though most of the explosions might have been blocked by others, Jiang Fei still felt goosebumps from the frightful pressure of the energy waves. Bad dump. As soon as the explosive impact ended, the level 5 expert immediately knelt to the ground. His palms were pressed on the ground as his body trembled continuously. If this were witnessed by others, they would not have thought of him as an invincible level 5 expert. Ariel! Jiang Fei rushed over to Ariel. Right then, the girl had already fainted from her bodily injuries. Fortunately, Ariel still had an undying body despite being a partial level 5 expert. Regardless of how severe her injuries were, she would be able to recover to her former state in due time. Coughs. The level 5 expert coughed for a while before turning around to sit on the ground. Not only had he suffered terrible physical injuries, but he had also used up all of his energy. His current state was not any different from Doomsday, which Jiang Fei had captured. If that man doesn't acknowledge my efforts this time, he'll be damned. The level 5 expert panted as he contemplated in his heart. He would need at least 10 years to recover from his current injuries. If Zhuge Shanjin did not acknowledge him for his efforts, he would have sacrificed himself in vain. Thank you. After making sure that Ariel was fine, Jiang Fei turned around to look at the level 5 expert awkwardly. Although the fellow was originally here to snatch the rebirth egg away from him, he had saved Jiang Fei's life in the end and deserved his thanks. The level 5 expert waved his hands. He was not being arrogant. Instead, it was because his injuries were so severe that he could not even speak. Thumps. Just as Jiang Fei was about to speak, footsteps could be heard approaching them. When Jiang Fei turned around, he saw a messy-haired Isabella walking toward them slowly. Right then, Isabella had bloodshot eyes. She walked slowly toward the level 5 expert with the Jianlu sword in her hand and a chilling smile on her face. Most importantly, Isabella was not holding the handle of the sword. Instead, she was holding onto the body of the sword itself. With the sword in her right hand, Isabella looked as if she was a demonic god from hell. Fresh blood dripped from her hand onto the body of the sword. The rich energy from her blood seemed to be reacting with the Valium from the sword. A frightening energy flowed along Isabella's arm before being absorbed into her body. 0542, what the hell is happening? Although Jiang Fei did not understand why Isabella was unharmed by Godblade's energy, he knew that this was extremely abnormal. You should all die. Before 0542 could answer, Isabella had already arrived before the level 5 expert. She raised the Jianlu sword in her hand as her eyes were full of murderous intent. The level 5 expert's eyes were wide open in shock. He could not believe that saving Jiang Fei would bring about such a tragic ending. Bella, wait! Jiang Fei shouted urgently. However, Isabella did not seem to have heard a word he said. Damn! I'm going all out. Bella, please remember me. Jiang Fei could not watch as Isabella killed the person who saved him without doing anything. Therefore, he decided to charge forward. His only hope right now was that Isabella would remember him and stop her actions in the crucial moment. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would definitely be killed by the Godblade in an instant. Shuffle! Although Jiang Fei had blocked in front of the level 5 expert, Isabella did not seem to be hesitating at all as the Jianlu sword began to move downward. I believe you won't hurt me. Jiang Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. However, he was still not going to avoid her attack. As Isabella's attack was not very fast, Jiang Fei was completely able to dodge it if he wanted to. Zap! 0542's protective shield was instantly destroyed. With such a strong force from a level 5 expert, 0542's energy levels would not be able to protect Jiang Fei. As Isabella's sword moved downward, Jiang Fei could see a few strands of his hair being cut off. However, just before the sword's tip touched his scalp, Isabella's eyes returned to their normal clear state. Chapter 1023, Bella's Precarious Situation, As Isabella shouted in surprise, the Jianlu sword stopped just 1 millimeter away from Jiang Fei's scalp. Drip! Jiang Fei could feel sweat all over his face. He was definitely afraid at that moment. If Isiella had awakened just one fraction of a second later, and if the Jianlu sword had even scraped a bit of Jiang Fei's scalp, the Valium from the sword would have taken his life. Let go of it now. Although Jiang Fei had barely survived, and his heart was still pounding, he was more worried about Isabella. After all, she was holding the Godblade's body with her bare hands. Husband, I'm sorry, Isabella said with tears in her eyes. It's all right. Please loosen your grip now. Jiang Fei thought Isabella was apologizing for nearly hurting him. However, to Jiang Fei's surprise, Isabella shook her head. She did not want to let go of the Jianlu sword. Her hand was still wrapped around the sword's body as fresh blood continued to drip onto it and react with the Valium's energy. The energy then flowed through her arm before being absorbed, forming a cycle of sorts. Captain, you better not let Bella release the Jianlu sword or she might die. 0542 suddenly said. 0542, what is going on? After hearing that, he immediately started to panic. He could not imagine himself losing Isabella again. Moreover, this was the real world. If she died, she would not be able to revive again. It's very difficult to explain. I need to first scan Bella's condition before forming an analysis. 0542 said. All right. Scan her now. Jiang Fei did not want to delay anything as it was related to Isabella's safety. After all, the Godblade was not a normal weapon. Just as 0542 began scanning Isabella, her eyes started glowing in a bright red color. A frightening aura began to emit from her body once again. However, the aura seemed to come and go very quickly. Within a second, her eyes returned to normalcy. 0542, form the analysis right away. Jiang Fei urged. Although he did not know what was happening to Isabella's body, he was certain that it was nothing good. Captain, you'd better ask Bella what happened. The more information I get, the more accurate the analysis. 0542 told Jiang Fei as it scanned Isabella's body. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. He then turned to face the awakened Isabella. Bella, what happened? Why are you holding the sword's body? I'm sorry, husband. I may not be able to accompany you anymore. Isabella explained everything to Jiang Fei while tears welled up in her eyes. According to Isabella, she was distracted when Ariel had asked her for help. In the end, she was assaulted from behind, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood on the Jean-Lou's sword. The Valium instantly reacted with her blood, which was full of energy. An uncontrollable energy formed from the reaction and swiftly entered her body. Almost immediately, Isabella felt as if her body had been infected by the energy. It was almost like she was attacked by the God Blade. When that happened, her body instinctively began to use the power of Conqueror to suppress the wild energy. However, something unexpected happened. The God Blade's power actually reacted with the power of Conqueror. Although it was still very volatile, it no longer destroyed her body. In fact, she could even direct the power to a certain extent. As such, she was able to use God Blade's power through her eyes. Jiang Fei had already heard about Isabella's control over the power of Conqueror. She had explained that it was some sort of an engulfing and transmutation ability which was similar to the Nephilim race's powers in the game. That was the core of Isabella's understanding within the Nephilim race, which she had acquired during her time in the endless space of void. That ability was what allowed her to survive the Valium's corrosion. In fact, she was able to kill level 5 experts with ease. At the same time, when Isabella had acquired this ability, she also urgently wanted to help Jiang Fei out. Therefore, in order to end the battle quickly, she used her bare hands to hold the sword's body so that more blood would flow towards the sword. As such, she would obtain even greater powers. With this power, she was able to kill 2 level 5 experts with ease and rush over to save Jiang Fei. However, by then, she had already lost her rationality. She only held a single thought, which was to kill all level 5 experts around Jiang Fei, as that was the only way she could keep him safe. If not for Jiang Fei's act of blocking her attack with his own body, Isabella would probably not have recovered her consciousness so quickly. Although Isabella had acquired the ability to kill level 5 experts with ease, she clearly did not benefit from it entirely. Very soon, 0542 produced results of the analysis. Captain, I have identified Bella's conditions, 0542 began to explain. Right then, Isabella was indeed in a precarious situation. Although she could still live on, she was in a very unstable state. Firstly, the wild energy in her body was continuously corroding her mind. Although Isabella could still remain conscious for now, there was a possibility that she could lose her sanity anytime. Moreover, the longer this dragged on, the greater the possibility of such a scenario. When the wild energy fully corroded her mind, she would become a mindless killing demon. Can't we sever the link between her and the Valium? Jiang Fei asked. I'm afraid it's not as easy as you think, 0542 explained to Jiang Fei. Right then, there was a conflicting situation in Isabella's body. While her body was being continuously destroyed by the Valium, the wild energy was also continuously repairing her damaged body. As such, there was an odd cycle. If the link between Isabella and the Valium was cut off, Bella would lose the wild energy in her body. However, the damage in her body would not stop. Her body would naturally be destroyed by Godblade's corrosion and explode. At this moment, Isabella was akin to a drug addict. Although she knew that the current conditions were not good for her body, she had no choice but to maintain them. If that's the case, how long will Bella last? Jiang Fei asked with a frown. You ought to be worried about how long the Jean-Loup sword can last. 0542 sighed. Although Isabella's mind was being corroded by the wild energy, she would not lose her sanity within a short amount of time. However, there was a limited amount of Valium in the Jean-Loup sword. As soon as the Valium was used up, the wild energy would be depleted and Bella would probably die from exploding before she even lost her sanity. Chapter 1024, Jiang Fei's Opportunity. How long can this Jean-Loup sword last? Jiang Fei no longer cared about how valuable the God Blade was. Isabella's life was more important. Approximately 3 months. 0542 answered. Thank goodness. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. 3 months was not exactly a long period. However, it would suffice for him to look for a solution. If he only had a few hours, that would have been a huge problem. Even so, he could not let Bella hold onto the knife. Right then, Jiang Fei suddenly recalled that there was leftover Valium when he first crafted the Jianlu's sword. He had only used 3/4 of the Valium in his storage. He originally had plans to use the remaining Valium to create a dagger for self-defense. However, looking at the current situation, he would need to use it for something else. 0542, use the remaining Valium to create a bracelet. Make sure there are a few protruding pins on the inside so that it can stay connected to Bella at all times. Jiang Fei ordered. Yes, Captain. The estimated time needed to complete is 3 hours. 0542 immediately started executing Jiang Fei's order. Damn it! This is so annoying. Jiang Fei felt even more annoyed when he looked at the rebirth egg in his arms. If it was not for assisting Beowulf, Isabella would not have been affected in any way. Although Isabella had acquired the ability to manipulate the God Blade through her eyes, and was able to defeat level 5 experts with ease, she had to pay a hefty price for such powers. Not only did she require Valium to sustain her life, her mind and consciousness were also constantly being corroded by the wild energy from the Valium. Although it was not an issue now, Isabella would eventually lose her consciousness and become a heartless demon who only knew how to kill. Husband, I'm sorry. I acted too rashly. Isabella looked lovingly at Jiang Fei as her eyes were filled with tears. She was very much aware about what was happening to her body. Although her body was still able to maintain the balance, she was constantly reminded by the pain that she could lose her life at any time. Jiang Fei clenched his fists tightly as his nails nearly pierced through his own palm. He could only feel the pain in his heart. The woman he loved had risked her life for him twice. For a man, this was more painful to bear than losing his own life. Damn it! Why am I so useless? Jiang Fei thought to himself angrily. If he was stronger, Isabella and Ariel would not have to protect him on the front lines. If he was stronger, all these would not have occurred. Now, Ariel was in a state of coma after being badly injured and Isabella's body could collapse at any moment. Jiang Fei was nearly driven to madness by such a turn of events. Why are other people so strong and yet I am so weak? Jiang Fei began questioning himself. He had completely forgotten that he had only acquired his powers less than a year ago. Instead, he now thought of himself as a complete loser. He believed that Isabella and Ariel had gotten injured because of his own incompetence. Husband, what's the matter? Isabella asked worriedly as she noticed Jiang Fei's painful expression. He seemed to be in a trance. Don't touch him. 0542 used its soul energy to stop her from waking Jiang Fei up. What happened to him? Isabella was familiar with 0542's existence. At the moment, the captain is being faced with both a bottleneck and an opportunity. If he is able to think it through, he might be able to discover his own power of conqueror. If he fails, he will be stuck at this stage forever or even deteriorate thereafter. 0542 explained. Is that really the case? Although Isabella had trouble securing her own life, she was still glad that Jiang Fei had the opportunity to comprehend the power of conqueror. After all, such opportunities were very rare. Countless pinnacle level 4 experts had never faced such an opportunity in their lifetimes. Unexpectedly, her own injuries had actually brought about the opportunity for Jiang Fei. If she had known earlier, she would have willingly put herself in the precarious situation. She would not have hesitated in holding the Jianlu sword's body with her bare hands. As the surrounding fell into silence, Jiang Fei began to face the struggle in the depths of his heart. Isabella carefully guarded Jiang Fei and Ariel, who had passed out earlier. Meanwhile, the level 5 expert started to recover his energy when he saw that Isabella no longer intended to kill him. He planned to save up enough energy to run away. From the moment that her eyes had turned red, he knew that the girl was in a very unstable state. She might have only spared him because of Jiang Fei. However, he knew that his own life would not be secure if he stayed around. Although he wanted to get on Zhuge Shanshan's good side, it was more important for him to protect his own life. After all, he had already saved Jiang Fei's life. If Zhuge Shanshan knew about it, he would still have a chance of being rewarded in the future. Time passed by very quickly as Jiang Fei maintained his blank expression. However, the rebirth egg in his hands began to light up gradually. Clearly, Beowulf was about to be reborn after such a long time of incubation. Although the rebirth egg was still emanating a tempting aura, none of the level 5 experts dared to come for it anymore after Isabella's killing spree a while ago. After all, the powers displayed by Isabella was too overwhelming. None of the level 5 experts knew about her awful state. They thought that this was a new way of using the God Blade which Zhuge Shanshan had developed. Therefore, in the face of the powerful Isabella who could kill level 5 experts within seconds, these experts were very much afraid. They had not felt this fearful for many years. All of a sudden, they felt as if they had returned to the past when they were all still young and weak. Crack! Lines of cracks began to form on the rebirth egg. It appeared that the reincarnation was about to be completed. Bella stopped the rebirth egg from absorbing ionization energy. Right then, 0542 suddenly communicated with Isabella through its soul energy. Ah! Isabella was stunned. She did not know why 0542 was asking her to do such a thing. Believe me, I won't harm the captain, 0542 said urgently. As the rebirth egg was already beginning to hatch, Beowulf would very soon be reborn if the process was not stopped immediately. Oh! As Jiang Fei had once explained to Isabella about 0542, she knew that 0542 would not do anything that harmed Jiang Fei. Shuffle! As Isabella waved her hand, a layer of light suddenly formed around the rebirth egg to isolate it from the external world. As such, Beowulf's reincarnation was promptly paused. Its current state resembled that when it was placed in Jiang Fei's spatial ring. However, as long as Isabella removed the layer of light, Beowulf would be able to continue his reincarnation. Right then, her actions was akin to pressing the pause button. Chapter 1025, an important discovery. 0542 had made such a decision not because Beowulf's rebirth would put Jiang Fei at a disadvantage. Instead, it was an obvious decision to make as the benefits came with zero costs. From the very beginning, 0542 had constantly suggested that Jiang Fei should extract the rebirth egg's bioenergy. Although Jiang Fei had never agreed with its suggestion, 0542's intention had never changed. After all, this was an action that would benefit Jiang Fei the most. This time, 0542 had overridden Jiang Fei's decision by asking Isabella to interrupt Beowulf's evolution. On one hand, 0542 wanted to try persuading Jiang Fei once again after he woke up. On the other hand, 0542 had also discovered a new signal from one of Braveheart's fragments. The fragment had originally been covered under the South Pole's thick layer of glaciers. Although Jiang Fei had been here when Ariel was revived, 0541 did not manage to pick up the fragment signal as it was hidden 4,000 meters below the layers of ice. Even when they first arrived at the South Pole, 0542 had not discovered anything unusual. However, the explosion caused by the two level 5 experts had destroyed large parts of the glaciers. The layers of ice instantly melted away. As such, 0542 was naturally able to pick up signals from the fragment. After validating the type of fragment it was, 0542 believed that the rebirth egg should be retained. After all, the fragment was very important to Jiang Fei and it also required a lot of energy to activate. If they extracted the energy from the rebirth egg, they would be able to activate the fragment's operating system. This was a highly crucial step for Jiang Fei to progress in the future. Therefore, while Jiang Fei was temporarily unable to make a decision, 0542 personally overrode his decision. 0542 requested for Isabella to terminate the rebirth egg's evolution. Otherwise, once Beowulf's reincarnation was complete, Jiang Fei would find it very difficult to collect such a large amount of energy. Although Beowulf's reincarnation had been temporarily paused, 0542 could not extract the energy without Jiang Fei's consent. If 0542 had evolved to 0541's level of intelligence, it might have forcefully initiated the energy extraction from the rebirth egg. After all, the amount of energy contained within was far too important to Jiang Fei. 0542 had discovered that the fragment contained Braveheart's main radar. Although it required a lot of energy to activate, 0542 would be able to thoroughly scan the entire planet once it was activated. By then, 0542 would be able to locate all of the level 5 experts as well as the location of other Braveheart's fragments. Moreover, 0542 would also be able to find the engine room, which was the most important fragment to Jiang Fei. In other words, once the energy was extracted from the rebirth egg, and after Braveheart's main radar was activated, Jiang Fei would be able to locate the rest of Braveheart's fragments in a short amount of time. After acquiring the engine room, Jiang Fei would be spared from energy shortage once and for all. By then, Sylphie and Nina could both be revived. With the support of Planet Namek's complete technological setup, Isabella's precarious situation could also be thoroughly resolved. This meant that as long as the energy from the rebirth egg was extracted, all of Jiang Fei's problems would be solved. If 0541 were still around, it would not have waited for Jiang Fei to wake up. Instead, it would immediately start extracting energy from the rebirth egg. Although such behavior might result in punishments for 0541, it would have gladly accepted the consequences for Jiang Fei's sake. However, 0542 was different. It had only just been created not too long ago and had yet to evolve much. Therefore, it was incapable of behaving emotionally. All of its actions were within strict limitations of the system. Therefore, even if it knew that extracting energy from the rebirth egg benefited Jiang Fei the most, it would have to wait until Jiang Fei was awake to request for his permission. Soon, a week had passed. Jiang Fei was still standing there emotionlessly. A layer of snow had formed over his body. For fear of disturbing Jiang Fei, Isabella did not dare to remove the layer of snow from his body. Right then, Jiang Fei and the two girls were the only people who remained there. Although Ariel was still very weak, she had woken up. The level 5 expert had already run away on the 4th day. After all, he felt too insecure being in close proximity to Isabella. During this period, Jiang Fei struggled greatly in the depths of his heart. In the external world, things had already been blown out of proportion. Both the normal humans world and the metahumans world were occupied with the battle in the South Pole. In the metahuman circle, Isabella's existence was described as a nuclear bomb. Overnight, the level 5 expert's invincible position had been toppled. Although Zhuge Shanjin had been rumored to be a level 6 god, it was only a myth. However, Isabella's ability to kill 2 level 5 experts was an absolute truth. All of a sudden, the level 5 experts had all become afraid. All of them hid in their zones of safety to avoid bumping into Isabella. The level 5 experts who had previously provoked Isabella with their energy waves were even more afraid than the rest, as they were worried that she might come for them. Among these level 5 experts, there were 2 who felt the greatest amount of pressure. These 2 were the ones who had escaped from Bella. The first was the level 5 expert who lost one of his arms, while the other was the level 5 expert who abandoned his allies. The 2 fellows felt both gratitude and fear in their hearts. They were grateful for their own vigilance and for running away in time, but they also feared that Isabella might come looking for them. While the metahuman circle was still in a state of shock from Bella's existence, the normal humans world was also in a mess. Due to the mighty explosions in the South Pole, massive tsunamis had hit South America and Australia and resulted in a large number of casualties. Although the governments of these countries knew that the disasters were caused by the war between level 5 experts, they had to make up stories that meteorites had collided against Earth to fool the general public. All of a sudden, theories of the end of the world were sparked as fear filled the hearts of the civilians. As time went on, and no other natural disasters occurred, the theories were gradually forgotten. civilians of South America and Australia began to rebuild their homes which were previously destroyed by the tsunamis. Unknowingly, Jiang Fei had spent 2 weeks struggling in his heart. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was already a pinnacle level 4 expert. If he was a normal human, he would have died after 14 days of starvation as well as being frozen in the snowscapes of the South Pole. On the 15th day of Jiang Fei's deep internal struggle, Isabella noticed that the snow on his body had jiggled. All of a sudden, the large pile of snow fell to the ground. Thereafter, Jiang Fei lightly stretched his body. He seemed a little stiff after such a long period of staying in the same position. Regardless of that, he had finally awoken. Chapter 1026, a ridiculous option. As the snow began to fall from Jiang Fei's body, his face started appearing in front of Bella and Ariel. Although he had been buried under a thick layer of snow for half a month, Jiang Fei still seemed to be in very good shape. "Husband, are you all right?" Bella and Ariel asked at the same time. No. "Ahem, am fine." As Jiang Fei had not spoken for far too long, his throat was dry. However, other than that, he seemed to be in a better state than he normally was. "That's great. As long as you are fine." Ariel and Isabella were both so happy that they could cry. From Jiang Fei's appearance, one would guess that he had managed to think things through. He must have comprehended his own power of conqueror to a large extent. "Husband, how did it go? Did you acquire new insights?" Isabella asked with a concerned tone. "Don't worry about me." "How much time has passed?" Jiang Fei had completely lost track of time during the period of deep thinking. He was worried that he might have wasted too much time. After all, Bella was still holding onto the Jianlu sword. Right then, the Jianlu sword seemed to have turned a shade darker. A fair amount of Valium must have already been used up. 15 days had passed, Ariel said softly. 0542 had explained Bella's condition to her. "Phew. That's good. We still have time," Jiang Fei said as he tried to console himself and the two girls. "Captain, you don't actually have to worry too much. I already have a plan to resolve Bella's condition," 0542 said. "Oh?" Jiang Fei was pleasantly surprised. If Isabella could be rescued from her precarious situation, Jiang Fei would have two things to celebrate today. Indeed, after 15 days of deep thinking and being tortured by his inner thoughts, Jiang Fei had finally found his own path of progression. Although he had yet to comprehend the power of conqueror, things became much easier now that he figured out a way to move forward. When he saw that Bella was still holding the sword, he felt a stinging sensation in his heart. He immediately retrieved the bracelet 0542 had made and carefully put it on Bella. The intricate silver bracelet immediately tightened around Bella's wrist and became connected to her skin. At the same time, 3 needles extended from the inner surface and pierced through her skin. The Valium contained in the needles was able to stay in contact with Bella's blood. "All right, Bella, you can let go now." Jiang Fei took the Jianlu sword away from Bella. As soon as the sword left Bella's palm, the wound on her palm immediately recovered. Clearly, the recovery effect from the wild energy was taking place. Although Bella was still relying on the Valium to sustain her life, she could at least now move around with greater ease. She also did not have to suffer the pain from holding the sword any longer. "I feel much better now." "Thank you, husband." Bella smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei as if she had really relaxed. However, the pain on her palm could not compare to the pain her entire body was feeling from the continual cycle of being damaged and recovered. "Don't worry, 0542 has already discovered a solution. In no time, you will be free from this suffering." Jiang Fei consoled her. He then asked 0542, "Tell me your plan. Also, where is Beowulf?" "Captain, Beowulf's hatching has been paused," 0542 interrupted. "Paused? Was he snatched away?" Jiang Fei asked confusedly. He recalled that Beowulf was already close to being hatched when he entered the deep state of thinking. "That's not the case. I was the one who requested for Bella to pause the hatching process of the rebirth egg. 0542 then explained what happened to Jiang Fei in detail, including its recent discovery of Braveheart's main radar. Let's retrieve the radar first, Jiang Fei said emotionlessly. He was now facing a dilemma. From the point of morality, Jiang Fei should allow Beowulf to complete his rebirth. After all, Jiang Fei had promised him he would do so. Regardless of what happened, this was not a good reason for Jiang Fei to renege on his promise. However, on the other hand, extracting the energy from the rebirth egg was too beneficial for Jiang Fei to make a pass. Barring Braveheart's fragment aside, Jiang Fei was tempted enough by the fact that Bella could be healed. Jiang Fei was now in a dilemma between morality and saving his lover. He suddenly realized that this was the kind of situation characters would face in television dramas. From the bottom of his heart, Jiang Fei did not consider himself a selfish person. He would definitely not sacrifice someone else's life for his own benefit. However, Isabella was far too important to him. Every day that passed meant that Bella would face greater risks. Nobody knew how long her willpower would last her before she loses control. Jiang Fei was also concerned that he would not be able to find other god blades after the Valium was used up. Moreover, apart from healing Bella, reviving Sylphie and Nina was equally important to Jiang Fei. However, if he did not activate the super radar, Jiang Fei was not confident that he could find the engine room in the span of this lifetime. While Jiang Fei was still in the midst of debating with himself, the three of them arrived at the location given by 0542. It was very close to where the two level 5 experts had exploded. The pit was so deep and dark that they could not even see the bottom of it. "It's down here," 0542 said affirmingly. "Let's retrieve it first." Jiang Fei shook his head. At the same time, he finally had an answer in his heart. Jiang Fei leaped into the giant pit without hesitation. Simultaneously, the gigantic sword appeared below his feet from out of nowhere as it steered him toward the bottom of the pit. Isabella and Ariel looked at each other before following after Jiang Fei. The three very soon arrived at the bottom of the huge pit. "It's quite large," Jiang Fei exclaimed in awe as he looked at the giant fragment, which was nearly 1 kilometer wide and 200 meters tall. "Captain, the connection is complete. You may retrieve it at any time," 0542 said. After all, Jiang Fei had been deep in thought for 15 days. 0542 had plenty of time to take over the radar's authorization. "All right." Jiang Fei nodded as he placed one hand on the fragment's silver surface. At the same time, he activated the spatial manipulation ability in the mysterious ring. Shuffle! A silvery light flashed as the giant alien fragment disappeared. Jiang Fei had acquired yet another Braveheart fragment. "Captain, make your decision. If you decide to extract the energy from the rebirth egg, I can immediately activate the radar to scan all regions." 0542 persuaded Jiang Fei again. Chapter 1027, An Acceptable Excuse. My head's all messed up right now. Let's head home first. Jiang Fei was suddenly unable to make a decision as he felt very conflicted. "As you wish, Captain." When 0542 saw that Jiang Fei had stored the rebirth egg in the spatial ring, it did not try to persuade Jiang Fei any further as it knew that Jiang Fei had already made a decision in his heart. He was unable to make it a clear-cut decision only for now. With the urgent need to heal Bella and revive the two women in the endless space, Jiang Fei did not actually have any other choice. In the depths of his heart, he had already made the decision to extract the energy from the rebirth egg. However, he could not make the final call due to his own morals. Jiang Fei was now struggling with finding an excuse to justify his decision rather than actually struggling with what to do to the rebirth egg. "Let's go home," Jiang Fei shook his head as he turned toward Ariel. "Which home?" Isabella asked. "The Winter Islands," Jiang Fei said as he raised his head. By then, his entire family had already migrated to the Winter Islands. That was naturally his home. "Let's go home." Ariel smiled. Although Bella was still in a horrible state, 0542 had assured them that there was a solution. Therefore, Ariel was finally able to relax. As Ariel used her instant teleportation, Jiang Fei and the two arrived at the Winter Islands. Not long after Jiang Fei gave a call to Han Tianyu, a helicopter arrived near them. "Ah Fei, where have you been? I couldn't contact you at all." Han Tianyu had a lot of things to tell Jiang Fei. "Please make arrangements for us to rest. We can talk tomorrow." Right then, it was already in the middle of the night in the Winter Islands. As Jiang Fei still felt very troubled, he was not in the mood to discuss anything with Han Tianyu. All right." Although Han Tianyu was surprised by Jiang Fei's reaction, he was smart enough not to challenge his own boss. Therefore, he immediately prepared rooms for Jiang Fei and the other two to rest. He would bring the other stuff up for discussion tomorrow. After a servant had brought Jiang Fei to his room, he still could not fall asleep despite lying on his bed for a long while. The prospects described by 0542 was far too tempting. As long as the super radar was activated, Jiang Fei would be able to accomplish anything he wished. Everything he needed would be at his feet and all of his previous problems could be solved with ease. However, doing so would mean sacrificing Beowulf. The fellow had sought help from Zhuge Shanzhen, who was known for his integrity, because he was worried that his rebirth egg would be swallowed by someone else. However, the unlucky fellow did not realize that Zhuge Shanzhen was not a real person at all. Although Jiang Fei had initially promised to assist him in his reincarnation process, Jiang Fei somehow turned out to be the person who would end his life instead. This is so annoying. Jiang Fei rolled around in his bed. As a young man who had left school less than a year ago, Jiang Fei was not as merciless as the other metahumans. Therefore, he was still trying to find an appropriate excuse for his decision. As time went on, Jiang Fei was still unable to fall asleep. Right then, 0542's voice could be heard. "Captain, you are far too worried right now. I suggest you enter the game to relax your mind." It was already close to 4 o'clock in the morning in the Winter Islands. For China, Dawnlight server had only just been opened. "All right." Jiang Fei immediately agreed. He was looking for a way to escape from his thoughts. After logging into the game, Jiang Fei felt that he was in a different world. After all, he had already not been in the game for 18 days. A lot has changed since his last visit. "Hey, look who's online. It's our guildmaster," Lady Casanova said teasingly. After all, Jiang Fei was the guildmaster. His disappearance for the last 2 weeks caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the guild's officials. I have been busy lately." "Hee. Very busy," Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly. He then asked, "What's the situation in the game?" "Not too bad. Everything is organized. We've just been a little slow in our progress." 7 Stars Warrior briefly explained the recent developments in the game to Jiang Fei. The levels of the players in the game did not change much. They were still mostly between level 75 and level 80. Very few players had made it past level 80. As Jiang Fei had issued related quests before he disappeared, the players were still very diligent in attacking the cultist fortress. Right then, the cultist fortress was destroyed up to 80%. The remaining strong boss monsters were not yet defeated. The Chronos Gate's energy supply had already been terminated. However, as the boss monsters were still around, it had not yet been destroyed. Jiang Fei was able to find out what was happening among the players from 7 Stars Warrior. However, 7 Stars Warrior and the rest had no idea what the High Human's Heavenly Court was up to. Jiang Fei would have to check on them personally. Never mind. Let's get rid of the last few boss monsters, Jiang Fei said after some thought. He had previously promised Ouyezi that he would destroy the cultist fortress. However, due to some special reason, he had not been in the game for 18 days continuously. If he went to look for Ouyezi now, Jiang Fei would definitely be reprimanded. Therefore, he decided that he would get rid of the cultist fortress before approaching Ouyezi. By doing so, even if Jiang Fei were to be punished, the punishment would not be too severe. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei summoned the sky-gliding dragon and quickly made his way to the cultist fortress. The cultist fortress had become the player's playground. The arrow towers and defensive structures had already been destroyed. Although small soldiers from the cultists were still spawning, they were now targets for players to train with. The cultist fortress no longer seemed as daunting as it previously did. Seeing how happy the players were, Jiang Fei could guess that these players must have sacrificed a lot at the beginning of the battle. However, they must have also earned a lot of rewards for their efforts. After meeting up with 7 Stars Warrior and the rest, Jiang Fei directly approached the Chronos Gate. There were 4 boss monsters remaining. 2 of them were being targeted by players. Multiple guilds had formed an alliance to fight against these 2 monsters. Even so, they seemed to be struggling quite a bit. Whenever these overlord boss monsters attacked, dozens and even hundreds of players could be killed. If they used AoE spells, up to thousands of players would be killed instantly. Did a lot of lives have to be sacrificed before this? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Of course. None of the tankers were able to withstand the overlord boss monsters' attacks when you weren't around. We could only count on our numbers. Besides, there are many players to go around. Sooner or later, these boss monsters would be killed, Lady Casanova said with a shrug. Chapter 1028, I Demon Kesselo, kill it sooner or later? Jiang Fei frowned. He did not have the patience. What else could we do? Lady Casanova rolled her eyes. Normal players had very low damage. With Overlord's might, the player's attack and accuracy were greatly affected. Although tens of thousands of players were attacking, the actual damage dealt was not very high. What could we do? Kill it directly. Jiang Fei smiled as he patted the soul cutter behind him. The long sword detached itself from behind Jiang Fei. Spread out. As Jiang Fei commanded, the soul cutter started to split apart. In the blink of an eye, it had separated itself into 128 sharp blades. Sword form, sword burst. Jiang Fei formed a symbol with his hand as the hundreds of blades flew toward one of the monsters like a thunderstorm. Shuffle. As the monster possessed very high intelligence, it immediately created a layer of protective shield around itself when it saw Jiang Fei's attack. However, unfortunately, the shield was useless against Jiang Fei's attack. Minus 2,541,112, minus 2 million absorbed. With only the first hit, the monster's protective shield was destroyed by Jiang Fei. On top of that, it also lost more than 2 million health points. As the second and third blades reached the monster, ruthless barrage began to stack up. The damage the monster was receiving continued to increase. This is impossible, as the monster cried out in disbelief. The Overlord monster was killed by Jiang Fei before 10% of the blades had even hit it. Damn! This game can't be played anymore. Happy Drunk was so upset that he dropped his weapon on the ground. The group of players had been fighting the monster for over half an hour, but they barely reduced its health points by 20%. When Jiang Fei arrived, he managed to kill it within seconds. The gap in their powers made Happy Drunk feel hopeless. Guildmaster, don't compare yourself to him. Verger Glider's level is much higher. On top of that, he even has the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. He could probably kill anyone with a single hit. One of the players said. Crap! Why aren't I this lucky? Although Happy Drunk and Jiang Fei were in the same alliance, he was still jealous of Jiang Fei's capabilities. You guys can share the equipment dropped. I will kill the remaining 3 for you as well. Jiang Fei did not hear Happy Drunk's complaints. Even if he did, he would not have cared. After all, Jiang Fei was the Heaven's Trailblazer. If he could not even kill an overlord, there was no point in him leading the War of the Heavens. He might as well be killed by a celestial being. Sword form, Blade Dragon. Jiang Fei changed the symbol formed by his hands. The 120 blades immediately regrouped to form a dragon as it charged toward the 3 other overlords. Darn mortal! You want get your way, we will not allow you to tamper with the gods. Our master will arrive soon. When the three overlords saw Jiang Fei's blades charging at them, they immediately knew they would not be able to withstand his attack. Therefore, they all started running toward the dormant Chronos Gate. Master, stop them, quick! Akatsiris suddenly shouted out loudly next to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not know what these three monsters were doing, he knew they were up to no good. Roar! The blade dragon let out a loud cry as it instantly consumed one of the overlords. A gold light flashed as a few pieces of equipment dropped to the ground. However, the other two monsters managed to make it to the Chronos Gate. Master! We're here, our great master, please avenge us. As the two shouted angrily, something shocking happened. The two overlords suddenly slit their own throats in front of the Chronos Gate. Their fresh blood flowed onto the ground and started gathering in front of the Chronos Gate. Oh no! They have sacrificed themselves. Akatsiris exclaimed. This is not good. The Chronos Gate is about to be activated. Jiang Fei thought to himself. He immediately commanded the Soul Cutter to attack the Chronos Gate. Resist! As soon as the dragon blade hit the Chronos Gate, the word resist appeared. Jiang Fei had lost all hope. Right then, the Chronos Gate was already activated. The arrival of an ancient god was inevitable. 7 Stars Warrior, get the players to return to the city immediately. They will die if they stay here. Jiang Fei shouted loudly at 7 Stars Warrior. Once the ancient god arrived, all players would die as their levels were far too low. Even several tens of thousands of players would not be able to threaten the celestial tier ancient god. Got it! 7 Stars Warrior knew how frightening the celestial tier ancient god was. He immediately informed all players and Imperial Dragon to make their way back to the city. At the same time, he quickly headed to the main city to report the news of the ancient god's arrival so that the High Human's heavenly court would send backup as soon as possible. While 7 Stars Warrior made arrangements for Imperial Dragon's members to leave, Jiang Fei made sure Lady Casanova informed the other guilds too. After all, they would only be a burden to Jiang Fei if they stayed here. It was much easier for players to run away. As long as they were not restricted by the spatial lock effect, they would be able to teleport back to the city with a return scroll. By then, the ancient god had not been teleported over yet. Naturally, there would not be any spatial lock effect. Therefore, the players very easily evacuated from the region. Although a minority of players decided to stay on with hopes of looting something, Jiang Fei did not care about them. It was their choice to risk their own lives and nobody could stop them. After approximately 5 minutes, bright rainbow-colored lights were emitted from the Chronos Gate. Thereafter, a creepy and monster-like roar could be heard. Ewu! A huge monster suddenly walked through the Chronos Gate and arrived in the overworld. That's disgusting. Even Jiang Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. The monster looked even more disgusting than Doomsday, which Jiang Fei had kept locked up in the real world. The fellow was 10 meters tall with a round-shaped body. Its body was connected to 6 legs which each had a huge eyeball attached to the respective joints. There were spurs all over the top of the monster's body. The monster resembled a spider-like creature with spikes and fur all over its body. One would have goosebumps at the sight of this creature. Moreover, its eyes emitted red and green lights which made it look even creepier. I Demon Kesselo, Ancient God, Lower Celestial, Level 103, Health Points 700 million, Attack Power 4 million, deal 100% more damage to creatures below the Celestial tier, Skill Unknown. TSK. After checking its attributes, Jiang Fei gasped. This fellow was much stronger than the Soul Cutter's spirit. Even with the gnome adventurous goggles, Jiang Fei was not confident that he could defeat it. Soul Cutter, you are indeed an embarrassment to the primordial celestial race. You actually surrendered to a mere mortal. In fact, he has not even reached the celestial tier. Kesselo did not immediately start attacking after it had stepped out of the Chronos Gate. Instead, it began insulting Soul Cutter's spirit. Chapter 1029, A Series of Misfortunes. When insulted by Kesselo, Soulcutter's spirit was speechless. He had surrendered to Jiang Fei previously because he mistook Jiang Fei for a high celestial. However, after the contract was signed, he realized that he had fallen for Jiang Fei's trap. Jiang Fei was actually weaker than he thought. However, after the soul contract was signed, it was too late for Soulcutter's spirit to regret it. Although he was unhappy about it, he had to obey Jiang Fei's commands. Damn! How do I do this? Jiang Fei frowned. The boss in front of him had 700 million health points. Even if he successfully activated the Gnome Adventurous Goggles, he would not be able to kill it instantly. Moreover, Jiang Fei's only way to protect himself was to use the Shadow Barrier. Once the 3 times of damage resistance were used up, he would not be able to survive a single attack from the Celestial Tier boss. Pitiful humans. Do you still think you can challenge the heavens? Kesselo's glowing red eyes stared at Jiang Fei with a disapproving look. It then continued, "We will not allow another King Zhou of Shang to appear among the humans." Bang! As soon as Kesselo finished speaking, the Celestial Tier boss actually attacked Jiang Fei stealthily. This was something Jiang Fei had not expected at all. All Celestial Tier bosses, including the Soulcutter's spirit, had an aura of superiority about them. However, who would have thought that the Celestial Tier boss Kesselo would actually stealthily attack Jiang Fei, who was a mere mortal? The red light projected from Kesselo's eye instantly hit Jiang Fei. Minus 3,800,000,000, plus 14,681,808. Before Jiang Fei could even react, the boss had reduced his health points to 0. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was wearing the token of the God of Crafts, which gave him another full bar of health points. Shadow Barrier. Jiang Fei did not hesitate to activate the additional skill from the Shadow Armor. Although he could only use it 3 times, this was the only skill that could prevent Jiang Fei from being killed instantly. Hee, young fellow, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeves. Kesselo realized that its sneak attack had not worked. However, it did not seem to be ashamed of its own action at all. Damn! This fellow is too cunning. Jiang Fei thought to himself. This boss was completely different from the Soulcutter's spirit. As it was extremely cunning, it would not be easy for Jiang Fei to coerce it. However, if Jiang Fei could not coerce it, he would not be able to defeat it in a real fight. I'm going all out. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth as he activated the Gnome Adventurous Goggles. Minus 0, buzz. As it turned out, the Gnome Adventurous Goggles had failed to activate. Although Kesselo had full health points and could not be healed, it was given a 30-second Divine Shield instead. This had turned out to be a series of misfortunes. Young fellow, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to be nice before you surrender? Kesselo was stunned. It did not know why Jiang Fei had cast a healing spell on it and even gave it the invincible state. Phew! Thank goodness this fellow does not know about the Gnome Adventurous Goggles. Jiang Fei relaxed somewhat. The ancient gods had already been sealed away when the Gnome Kingdom appeared. Therefore, the ancient gods were not very familiar with the gnome's products. Otherwise, Kesselo would have guessed that Jiang Fei's attack had failed. Although the failed healing effect caused Kesselo to freeze for a few seconds, it clearly did not plan to let go of Jiang Fei. Alright. I can't stay here for too long. You annoying insect, die! Kesselo laughed coldly. It then prepared to attack Jiang Fei yet again. After all, it would be pursued after by Celestial Tier humans since it had come to the overworld. Therefore, it could not stay in the same spot for too long. Damn! It's over! Jiang Fei frowned. His Shadow Barrier could only block 3 attacks. If his teacher Oyezi still did not send backup, he would die with certainty. Buzz! Kesselo emitted a red light from its eyes yet again. Its target was still Jiang Fei. Ding! However, the red light did not hit Jiang Fei. Instead, it was blocked by a shield formed from flames. Hey handsome. I heard that someone was bullying you. I won't allow it. The flames disintegrated in front of Jiang Fei as Sherez appeared out of it. Thank goodness. You're here. Jiang Fei felt much more relaxed when he saw Sherez. With the help of a true celestial tier, killing Kesselo would not be difficult. To be honest, Jiang Fei was capable of killing a celestial tier boss on his own. However, the problem was that the celestial tier boss would kill him with even greater ease. As long as someone could block the damage from the celestial tier boss and allow Jiang Fei to use his attacks, the celestial tier boss would not be able to withstand Jiang Fei's high damage output. Demon? Kesselo was stunned when he saw Sherez. He asked confusedly, "This is a battle between the celestial race and the human race. Why are you involved?" He, Sherez laughed like a true queen. "I don't care about how you fight. But I won't allow you to hurt my baby, Sherez, can we change the name please?" Although Sherez was defending him, Jiang Fei was still bothered by how she addressed him. "Handsome, don't worry. With me around, nobody would be able to hurt you." Sherez turned around and winked at Jiang Fei. You should probably defeat that thing first." Jiang Fei felt very awkward after Sherez flirted with him. However, in order to appease the key individual 0541 had mentioned, he did not want to be too harsh on Sherez. Seeing how Jiang Fei and Sherez were flirting with each other on the battlefield, Akatsiri felt extremely jealous. In any case, Verger Glider was still her rightful fiancé. However, her fiancé was openly flirting with another woman in front of her. No other girl would be able to accept such behavior. That's enough. Akatsiri was not the only one annoyed by Sherez and Jiang Fei who behaved as if nobody else was around. Kesselo was equally upset. This was the battlefield. Kesselo was very annoyed by how it was completely ignored. Buzz! Another red light was emitted. The angered Kesselo was directly aiming it at Sherez this time. It had ignored Jiang Fei, who was not even a celestial tier player. After all, in the eyes of Kesselo, Sherez, who was at the same celestial tier as itself, was an even greater threat. Sherez chuckled. Kesselo's light beam had pierced through a ball of flames. Meanwhile, Sherez had suddenly appeared behind its back. Shuffle! Sherez raised the dagger in her hand as she prepared to attack Kesselo from behind. Bang! Unexpectedly, Kesselo did not seem to be affected by the change in direction. There was another huge eye located at where Sherez appeared. The huge eye emitted a green light and instantly knocked Sherez a great distance away. Chapter 1030, Roots of Resentment. Although this fellow looks ugly, it's quite a pain in the ass. Sherez stabilized herself. She could not help but begin to take Kesselo seriously. Although Kesselo's green light did not deal a lot of damage to Sherez, it clearly proved that it was difficult for Sherez to attack it in stealth mode as it had eyes in all directions of its body. This meant that Sherez could not fully utilize her assassin qualities. Let's try this again. Sherez attempted another attack, but she was still blocked by Kesselo. Not only that, Sherez even got hurt a little. Clearly, Kesselo's attributes worked against hers. Sword form, Blade Dragon. Just as Sherez attempted her second attack and failed, Jiang Fei, who was now ignored by Kesselo, began to use his skill. The 128 blades combined in the air to form the Blade Dragon. As soon as Sherez was knocked away, the Blade Dragon charged toward Kesselo while making piercing sounds through the air. Buzz! Sensing the frightening power from the Blade Dragon, Kesselo looked worried for the first time. 3 of its huge green eyes emitted a bright light which surrounded its body to form a dark green protective shield, thus successfully blocking the Blade Dragon's attack. Darned insect! Kesselo shouted angrily. Jiang Fei's attack had actually threatened its life. Therefore, it decided that it would kill this adventurer who was not even at the celestial tier. Bang! The red beam of light was blocked by Sherez's shield of flames. At the same time, Jiang Fei began to cast his ultimate skill. EVOL. Soul Cutter. The originally scattered 128 blades began to reform in the air and gradually combined to become a huge sword of over 10 meters. "Sherez, cover me!" Jiang Fei shouted loudly. At the same time, he started activating his ultimate skill. River Flow Mountain Cutter. Get lost. Kesselo could sense the frightening aura from Jiang Fei's ultimate skill. Moreover, it had already used its ultimate defense skill. In the face of the River Flow Mountain Cutter, it was not confident that it could survive the attack. Therefore, under duress, 3 of Kesselo's red eyes worked together to fire 3 beams of red light into the sky, which then combined into one. The huge beam of red light suddenly changed its direction and was headed toward Jiang Fei, who was in the midst of casting his sword spell. Flame Barrier. Sherez tried her best to protect Jiang Fei so that he could successfully cast his spell. Bang! As a loud colliding sound was heard, Sherez's flame barrier had been destroyed. However, the weakened red beam of light was still charging toward Jiang Fei. Flame Prism. Right then, Sherez's secondary spell had been cast. A prism was erected in front of Jiang Fei. As soon as Kesselo's red beam of light hit the prism, it was redirected to the cliff next to Jiang Fei. Die! By then, Jiang Fei had completed his spell cast. The huge sword began to descend and the tip was pointed right at Kesselo. Roar! Kesselo cried out loudly as the 3 huge green eyes emitted light once again. This time, the green light they emitted was only able to absorb a certain amount of damage instead of completely blocking off damage. Bang! As the huge sword fell upon Kesselo, its green layer of protection immediately disintegrated. Not only that, Jiang Fei's huge sword nearly cut Kesselo into 2 halves. Minus 550 million, although the boss Celestial Halo had suppressed some of Jiang Fei's attributes, Jiang Fei was still able to deal a shockingly high amount of damage under his demon transformation. The 550 million damage instantly put the boss in a dire situation. If not for the failed activation of the Gnome Adventurous Goggles, the boss would have died by now. That's too epic. Jiang Fei was stunned by the River Flow Mountain Cutter. He did not expect his own ultimate skill to be this powerful. Despite being powerful, the ultimate skill took too long to cast and direct. If he were facing the Celestial Tier boss on his own, Jiang Fei's opponent would not give him this much time to get ready. After all, the boss could have killed him several times during the time Jiang Fei was still directing the sword. Die! Seeing that Kesselo's red eyes were still moving, Sherez immediately teleported next to it and pierced one of its huge eyes with her flaming dagger. Bang! The red light concentrated within the huge eyes suddenly went out of control and caused Kesselo's entire body to explode into pieces. Ah! Such a shame! Jiang Fei exclaimed with his mouth wide open. As Sherez was a free NPC, her killing of the Celestial Tier boss would not result in any item being dropped. However, before Jiang Fei could close his mouth, a loud noise could be heard next to him. Bang! The red light reflected by the flame prism had struck the cliff. The huge explosion had caused the boulders to break off. A few of the players who had stuck around were instantly killed by the falling boulders. Master, be careful. When Akatsiri saw that one of the boulders was about to fall onto Jiang Fei, she immediately leapt in front of him to block the giant boulder with her own body. Bang! Akatsiri was crushed to the ground. Ah! Are you alright? Jiang Fei quickly ran over to Akatsiri. Although Akatsiri did not have to go to such extremes, she was only doing it because she cared for Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei still had the shadow barrier on his body, the giant boulder would not have hurt him at all. In fact, Jiang Fei had much stronger defense attributes than Akatsiri. Even without the shadow barrier, the normal boulder would not have injured him. Master, as long as you're alright, Akatsiri said as she looked at Jiang Fei lovingly. Even as an overlord boss, Akatsiri was not the battle-type NPC. Despite that, boulders like this would not actually hurt her at all. She had taken the hit mostly because she felt jealous and wanted to attract Jiang Fei's attention away from Sherez. Why are you so careless? Boulders like this can't hurt me at all. Jiang Fei was completely oblivious to her feelings. He even said that she had overreacted. Although he cared about her on the inside, his words were like a knife to her heart. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Fei spoke, Akatsiri felt hurt. It felt as if 1,000 needles had pierced through her heart. "Hey handsome, don't you think I am amazing?" Right then, Sheraz came over. She was even holding one of the boss eyeballs as her battle reward. "Don't do this next time." Jiang Fei helped Akatsiri to get up. As Akatsiri was not badly injured, Jiang Fei naturally turned his attention to Sheraz, who 0541 had considered as the key individual. Seeing how Jiang Fei and Sheraz were happily engaged in a conversation, Akatsiri's eyes gradually became dimmer. The seeds of resentment had been planted in the depths of her heart. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was completely unaware of it. Chapter 1031, Dream Crystal. Although Kesselo did not drop any equipment because he was killed by Sheraz, there were still quite a number of equipment on the battlefield from the 4 cultist overlord bosses which Jiang Fei had killed. Jiang Fei was not very interested in the equipment dropped by these bosses, except for one which caught his attention. Original Fell Iron Bar, smithing material, legendary. Remark, only the most expert blacksmiths would possess such rare materials. Haha. I have searched so hard for this and now I'm getting it for free. Jiang Fei was delighted. Jiang Fei had killed many overlord bosses but was never successful in finding the item he wanted. Now, he finally managed to find it. This is great! The only ingredients I need to find are the Dream Crystal and the final piece of original Fell Iron Bar. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. I'll take this. You can have the rest. After picking up the original Fell Iron Bar, Jiang Fei waved his hand. He left the rest of the equipment to Lady Casanova and 7 Stars Warrior to decide on how to distribute them. After acquiring a piece of the original Fell Iron Bar, Jiang Fei started pondering. In the past, he had killed many overlord bosses but they had never dropped the item he wanted. Today, he only had to kill 4 bosses. It appeared that not all overlords would drop the original Fell Iron Bar. Only the cultist overlord bosses might have them. In fact, as soon as the boss dropped the original Fell Iron Bar, Jiang Fei would finally be able to obtain the Cauldron of Luck. As Jiang Fei thought of this, he immediately contacted Smart Tomato. This fellow had good sources of information and would be able to ask around on Jiang Fei's behalf. As such, Jiang Fei would not need to look for the bosses himself. Of course, Jiang Fei was not only counting on Smart Tomato. At the same time, he asked Lady Casanova to send players from Imperial Dragon to look for the cultist overlord boss. Jiang Fei wanted to gather all the smithing material as soon as possible. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei slowly made his way to the Chronos Gate. By then, all of the Guardian bosses had already been killed. The Chronos Gate was no longer in an invincible state and could be destroyed at any time. Come on! Jiang Fei took in a deep breath as he used the soul cutter in his hand to destroy the Chronos Gate. Bang! The Chronos Gate exploded and revealed an unstable space-time fissure. Now! Jiang Fei jumped into the fissure immediately. He knew he could only stay in there for 5 minutes. Regardless of whether he could find the Dream Crystal or not, he would have to leave the space-time fissure within 5 minutes. Is this the endless space? Jiang Fei could see nothing but pitch black after entering the space-time fissure. It was as if he had been placed in a sticky liquid without being able to see anything around him. Jiang Fei struggled to move his body as he tried to swim in the endless space, in hopes of finding the Dream Crystal. However, as hard as he tried, he barely made any progress. In the pitch-black environment, Jiang Fei began to feel lonely and lost. As he could not see anything and did not know where he was located, he could not even tell if he was moving forward or backward. The creepy sensations began to instill fear in his heart. I must revive Nina and Sylphie as soon as possible. Jiang Fei swore to himself. Although he had only been in that environment for a few minutes, he already felt restless. Nina and Sylphie must be suffering greatly in the endless space. All of a sudden, a dim light appeared in front of Jiang Fei. That's it. Jiang Fei subconsciously locked his eyes on the source of the light as he swam towards it. The closer Jiang Fei approached it, the brighter the light became. Once Jiang Fei got close enough, he could even see the rainbow-colored light the item was emitting. Quickly! Jiang Fei furiously moved his limbs. As the system's countdown was showing that he had less than 2 minutes, Jiang Fei needed to get out of the endless space before the time was up. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be sealed in that space. After several tens of seconds, Jiang Fei could finally see the object that was emitting the light. It was a diamond-shaped crystal with 200 surfaces. Each of the surfaces shone with a different color. Any person who laid eyes on it would find it difficult to shift his gaze away. Dream crystal. Jiang Fei immediately identified the object as what he was looking for. Seeing that there were only 20 seconds left in the system's countdown, Jiang Fei summoned all the strength in his body as he charged toward the dream crystal. I need to swim faster. Right then, Jiang Fei wished he had a few more arms like the Nagas. If he did, he would be able to swim much faster. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. I'm almost there. Jiang Fei gave a final push as he propelled himself forward in the glue-like liquid. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Got it! Jiang Fei finally reached the dream crystal as he grabbed it with his hand. Return scroll. Almost as soon as he grabbed the dream crystal, Jiang Fei tore open the return scroll so that he could escape from the time-space fissure before it closed. Phew! Looking at the dream crystal in his hand, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. The trip was well worth it. If he had not gotten it this time, he would have to wait until the next ancient god appeared. I need one more original fell iron bar. Jiang Fei stored the dream crystal away. Right then, he was missing one final piece of material to complete his advancement quest. The next part of his quest was to kill the cultist overword boss to obtain the final piece of original fell iron bar. I should probably visit the High Human's heavenly court first. Now that the cultist fortress had been destroyed, Jiang Fei could finally look for Ouyezi to fulfill his responsibility. After activating the Moonstar Orb, Jiang Fei arrived at Heaven's realm. Young man, I finally caught you. Just as Jiang Fei was planning to look for Ouyezi, he bumped into Zhao Sheng. Hee. Uncle, how are you and my aunt? Jiang Fei asked with a wide grin. He had put Zhao Sheng in a difficult situation and nearly caused him to be forcefully married to Peach Blossom Fairy. How dare you even bring that up? Zhao Sheng rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge against Jiang Fei. What's up? Where are you headed to? Jiang Fei immediately tried to change the topic. Oh yes. You nearly made me forget. Zhao Sheng pulled Jiang Fei on his sleeve as he walked forward. Come with me. There's something urgent. Where are we going? Jiang Fei kept up with Zhao Sheng's pace. You'll find out when we get there. Zhao Sheng did not explain further as he pulled Jiang Fei along through several courtyards. Very soon, the two arrived before a small building. Master, why are you here too? Jiang Fei asked curiously when he saw Ouyezi pacing in front of the small building. Ah Fei, where have you been? When Ouyezi saw Jiang Fei, he let out a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Fei could tell that Ouyezi was not very happy with his uninformed disappearance from the tone of his voice. Chapter 1032, Enemy Territory, Something Happened. It's been resolved now. Jiang Fei did not bother explaining further as the NPCs in the game would not understand what happened in the real world. Alright. If that's the case, come with me. Ouyezi did not ask further. He immediately brought Jiang Fei into the small building. Holy crap! What is this place? Jiang Fei was surprised that Ouyezi brought him down a staircase instead of up. Although the small building did not seem large from the outside, it had a huge underground room. In fact, the underground room was very gloomy and was filled with a bloody stench. This is where we keep prisoners and where we interrogate them. Oyetsu's words explained everything. Jiang Fei now knew why the atmosphere felt so weird. Jiang Fei followed after Oyetsu and Zhao Sheng as they moved forward in the dim light which came from small pots of flame along the walls. Very soon, the three arrived at the third floor below the ground. Roar, let me out, you stubborn mortals. Sooner or later, you will be purified by our Lord's flames of anger. As soon as they entered the third floor of the underground prison, Jiang Fei could hear various loud and angry shouting from around him. Hee hee, you must not be used to this. Zhao Xing chuckled as he glanced at Jiang Fei. I'm fine. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the creepy design of this prison was very well done, Jiang Fei was not exactly new to this kind of stuff. He had experienced quite a lot of hardships from being involved in the metahuman circle. After making a few turns on the third floor of the underground prison, Jiang Fei finally saw the person Oyetsu had wanted him to meet. Vistas, Ancient God, Lower Celestial, Level 102, Health Points 1, Sealed, Attack Power 1, Sealed, Skill None, Sealed, Remark, the first swamp that ever existed in the ancient times which had turned into a celestial being. Whoa! Jiang Fei gasped in surprise when he saw the ancient god. The fellow looked way too appalling. From all angles, Vistas looked like a pile of dark green swamp with a bunch of wilted branches and leaves in it. Its body also smelled rotten. Anyone who saw it in person would probably lose his appetite for half a month. What do you think? Look at our new toy. Zhao Xing winked at Jiang Fei. Master, what is this? Jiang Fei turned around to look at Oyetsu. Hee hee, the ancient gods are not the only ones trying to enter our world. We are also looking for ways to enter the ancient celestial realm. When you were not around, I found an opportunity to enter the ancient celestial realm. Coincidentally, I bumped into this unlucky fellow and captured it. Oyetsu laughed as he spoke. Master, that's very risky. Jiang Fei said with a look of concern. The ancient celestial realm was not a fun place to be. Even if Oyetsu had strong capabilities, the ancient gods would not challenge him to a one-to-one fight. From the Soul Cutter's spirit's encounter, one could guess that Oyetsu would face the same fate of being surrounded when he entered the ancient celestial realm. If he were not careful, he would be killed by a group of ancient gods. Never mind that. Aren't I back already? Oyetsu chuckled before he continued. Now, we have gotten news from this fellow that the ancient gods are planning to build a sacrificial altar. They will then gather all their powers to activate an even larger Chronos Gate to invade the overworld. That's not good news. Jiang Fei said with a frown. If the sacrificial altar were in the overworld, the human race could still find ways to destroy it. However, if the sacrificial altar were in the ancient celestial realm, the human race would not be able to prevent the ancient gods' invasion. Yeah. Zhao Xing sighed. Master, since you have summoned me, I'm guessing that you have a way to solve this. Isn't that so? Jiang Fei asked Oyetsu. That's right. Oyetsu looked at Jiang Fei with a serious expression. I've asked you to come here for this exact reason, Master, tell me. Jiang Fei looked equally serious. He knew this was a test for him as the Heaven's Trailblazer. I hope you will enter the ancient celestial realm to light the godly flame on the sacrificial altar. Once you do so, we will be able to rely on the power of the gods to destroy the sacrificial altar. Oyetsu said. Tisk! Jiang Fei took in a deep breath when he heard Oyetsu's request. It was dangerous even for Oyetsu to enter the ancient celestial realm. Jiang Fei would most likely die if he entered that place. Moreover, according to Oyetsu, Jiang Fei could not wait until the godly flame was lighted before heading there. Otherwise, he would lose the opportunity to destroy the sacrificial altar. Moreover, as soon as he entered the ancient celestial realm, he would be discovered by the celestial race. For the time being, Jiang Fei's mortal identity was the best cover for him to go unnoticed. Ding! Oyetsu has issued a story quest to you, Prequest of the Heavens. As the story quest could not be rejected, the quest immediately appeared in Jiang Fei's quest interface as soon as Oyetsu issued it. Alright, I will head to the ancient celestial realm once I gather all the necessary materials. After the quest had been issued, Jiang Fei had no choice but to attempt it. Although he was still unsure of how he could enter the ancient celestial realm, he had a vague feeling that Ouyezi and the others had already made arrangements for him. Apart from that, in order to avoid any unexpected conditions from occurring, you must leave the 9 cauldrons behind before you depart. Ouyezi added after Jiang Fei had agreed to enter the ancient celestial realm. What? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Most of his capabilities had come from the attributes of the 9 cauldrons. If he lost them, his battle powers would be greatly reduced. This is for the sake of the human race. Ah Fei, don't worry. Once you return, the 9 cauldrons will still belong to you. Ouyezi promised. In that case. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. He could understand Ouyezi's rationale. Ouyezi was worried that the 9 cauldrons would be lost in the ancient celestial realm if Jiang Fei died there. That was unacceptable to the high humans. Therefore, Jiang Fei would have to leave the 9 cauldrons behind. As long as he did so, it would not matter if he died in the ancient celestial realm or if he failed the quest. After all, Jiang Fei was a player. As long as he revived back in the overworld, he would still be able to pick up the 9 cauldrons and fight for the human race. Jiang Fei had happily agreed because he thought of this in advance. Even if he successfully advanced to the celestial tier, he would only be a lower celestial. In the face of countless ancient gods, Jiang Fei would still be killed. As such, taking the 9 cauldrons with him would be a terrible mistake as he was bound to lose them. After confirming the sequence of the quest, Jiang Fei departed from the heavens realm. By the time he had to log off, Jiang Fei still did not get any news about where the cultist overlord was located. After logging out of the game, Jiang Fei noticed that it was already noon in the Winter Islands. As soon as he stepped out from his room, a servant immediately informed Han Tianyu that Jiang Fei had woken up. After 2 minutes, Han Tianyu personally came to find Jiang Fei with breakfast in his hands. From the urgent look on his face, Jiang Fei could tell that something important was about to happen. Chapter 1033, Finally Taking Action. What happened? Why do you look so panicked? Jiang Fei continued to eat while he smiled and asked. The military has taken action against the martial arts alliance. Han Tianyu's words caused Jiang Fei to drop the bread in his hand. Tell me the details. Jiang Fei pushed a plate of food aside as a serious expression formed on his face. Hey Race, what happened? Han Tianyu began to explain in detail. When Jiang Fei was in deep thought for half a month, the entire country of China was in a state of chaos. The Chinese military had finally made an important breakthrough with the supreme androids and decided to take action against the martial arts alliance. On the 3rd day, while Jiang Fei was in deep thought, the military had sent a large number of androids to invade the territories of influence of each of the big sections. In an organized manner, they began to drive the martial artists away from these areas back into their own bases. In the beginning, the martial artists attempted to fight back. However, the androids had an absolute advantage in numbers and they were no match for them. Moreover, after the war in Tokyo, the martial artists were greatly affected. Although Jiang Fei's potions had allowed the higher-tier martial artists to increase their powers, the lower-tier disciples needed more time to recover. The badly injured martial artists were unwilling to fight with their lives against the androids. After all, the martial artists' lives were very precious. Meanwhile, even if the androids could be killed in battle, they could be easily fixed before returning to the battlefield. Therefore, within the span of 10 days, the martial artists had been contained in their own bases. More android soldiers began appearing on the front lines. With their absolute advantage in numbers, they were forcing the martial artists to stay within their own bases. However, the android soldiers were not entirely aggressive. As long as the martial artists did not resist, they would not do anything extreme. Their only objective was to keep the martial artists within their own bases. This was in part due to the military's tactics. They hoped to exert pressure on the martial artists so that they would choose to either surrender or leave. If the martial artists surrendered, the military could strengthen the country's battle power. If the martial artists chose to leave, the country would be spared from dealing with a bunch of rebels. After all, the government was tired of trying to control a bunch of lawless fellows. Previously, the military did not have enough power to oppress the martial artists. That was why the martial artists were able to do as they wished. However, things were different now. The Supreme Android's technological progress had allowed the military to expand their powers greatly. Therefore, the lawless martial artists became the country's primary target to expel. The military was taking a gentler approach against these martial artists who lived in the mountains. Instead of killing them harshly, the military was only limiting their area of mobility. The military was doing this to coerce the martial arts alliance into surrendering. They were also worried that the martial artists would panic and take drastic measures if they felt too pressured. As the governing party, the military wanted to ensure peace in society. Naturally, the martial artists who did not subscribe to rules of law were the primary cause of instability in society. However, if the military placed too much pressure on them, they might take drastic measures such as terrorizing normal civilians. They would be able to deal much more damage than the military or the government would allow. Therefore, the military was only trying to limit the martial artists' area of mobility so that they saw how strong the government had become. Many of the weaker sects would automatically surrender to the government while the more stubborn and bigger sects would choose to move away. As such, the military would be able to resolve the issues surrounding the martial artists peacefully. This means that the military has officially challenged the martial arts alliance, but the two have not begun fighting each other on a large scale. Jiang Fei felt slightly less fidgety after hearing Han Tianyu's full explanation. You can say so. Although they have engaged each other in battles several times, nobody was killed in the process. A few of the martial arts sects backed off after suffering some minor injuries. Han Tianyu nodded. If that's the case, please send them a message on my behalf. Tell them that we have plenty of space and a good environment. If any of the martial arts sects can't take it anymore, they can settle down here instead. Jiang Fei said after some thought. All right. Han Tianyu nodded. Although he was only at level 2, Han Tianyu was still a member of the martial artists. After learning from the Green Willow Heights for such a long time, he had strong ties with the Martial Arts Alliance. This time, he had looked for Jiang Fei to ask him to allow the martial artists to enter the Winter Islands. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fei had actually brought it up on his own. Although Han Tianyu had been appointed by Jiang Fei as the Winter Islands Commissioner, he did not dare to invite such a large number of martial artists to enter the Winter Islands without his approval. Now that Jiang Fei had agreed, Han Tianyu would be able to provide assistance to the troubled martial artists. Is there anything else? Jiang Fei asked. Nope. Han Tianyu laughed. He had urgently looked for Jiang Fei because he was worried the martial artists would get into a serious fight with the military. Now that Jiang Fei has offered shelter to the martial artists, Han Tianyu had no other reason to bug Jiang Fei. All right. I am going to eat. Please arrange for me to see my parents in a short while. Jiang Fei nodded before picking up the bread again. No problem. Han Tianyu nodded as he left to get things arranged. After an hour, Han Tianyu sent a car to pick Jiang Fei and the other two up before bringing them to their new house. Nice! Han Tianyu sure knows how to get things done. Jiang Fei nodded with a look of satisfaction when he saw his new home. It was a huge 5-story lakeside villa within a 1,000-acre compound. There was even a winery in the compound. Clearly, Han Tianyu had put in a lot of effort to make sure that his boss family members were happy. Father, Mother, how have you been? Jiang Fei finally saw his parents when he entered the villa. It's not too bad. We're still not used to this yet, his mother chuckled. She was very happy that her son was visiting. Ah Fei, tell Han Tianyu that we do not need this many servants, Jiang Fei's father said directly. His parents were used to their normal lives, which meant having a babysitter to help out at most. Now, there were at least 100 servants in the compound. It was obvious that they could not get used to it in a short span of time. Let's keep them around. If you don't want to see them, I can ask them not to come near the villa. Jiang Fei shook his head. Other people might not understand why Han Tianyu had made such arrangements, but Jiang Fei did. 3/4 of the servants were actually android soldiers in disguise. They were more of full-time bodyguards than servants. To ensure his parents' safety, Jiang Fei would not allow Han Tianyu to get rid of these androids. Chapter 1034, The Lost Girl. After reuniting with his parents, Jiang Fei was able to enjoy a day of complete relaxation. When it was midnight, Jiang Fei lay down on his bed alone as he stared blankly at the ceiling. 0542, extract the energy from the rebirth egg. Jiang Fei sounded very calm. It sounded as if he were murmuring subconsciously. Yes, Captain. 0542 did not care if this was Jiang Fei's final decision or if he had given the decision unintentionally. It was very eager to extract the energy from the rebirth egg. Since Jiang Fei had given the order, it would definitely not miss this opportunity. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Fei gave the order, 0542 began the extraction process so that Jiang Fei would not have the chance to regret his decision later. Would Jiang Fei regret it? Not at all. Although Jiang Fei had betrayed Beowulf and his own morals were challenged, he was certain about his decision after reuniting with his parents today. Although the act of betraying Beowulf made Jiang Fei feel like he had gone against his own moral principles, he had realized how important his family and loved ones were after reuniting with his parents. On top of that, Jiang Fei had personally experienced the pain of being stuck in the endless space. As a result, he was eager to rescue Nina and Sylphie from that place as soon as possible. Therefore, he had no choice but to sacrifice Beowulf, who was not part of his family. All humans are moral beings by nature. However, some have a weaker sense of morality than others. These people tend to regard themselves as being more important than others and would be willing to harm others for their own benefit. However, there were also groups of people who have a much stronger sense of morality. These people would be willing to sacrifice their own lives for people they did not even know. However, this was only to a certain extent. If they needed to sacrifice the people they loved during the process, they might actually think twice. Jiang Fei knew he was not the kind of person who holds himself to a high standard of morality. Although he would be willing to sacrifice himself to a certain extent for others, he would not sacrifice his loved ones. Perhaps, he would not even sacrifice his own life for people who did not matter to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei finally made up his mind today. As soon as 0542 began the extraction process, Jiang Fei felt relaxed. Although he felt guilty toward Beowulf, he did not regret his decision. Rest in peace, Beowulf. I won't forget what you've done for me. Jiang Fei silently prayed in his heart. Due to Beowulf's unique reproductive method, Jiang Fei could not even compensate him by looking after his offspring. Captain, the extraction process of the rebirth egg has been initiated. The estimated completion time is 72 hours. 0542 reported. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Although extracting the energy from the rebirth egg took 3 days, Jiang Fei was not in a rush. Even if the Chinese military took action against the Martial Arts Alliance, that did not affect Jiang Fei severely. Meanwhile, Isabella was still in a stable state. According to 0542's analysis, Bella would be able to sustain herself for at least 2 months with the Valium supply. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not need to worry about Bella losing her consciousness from the wild energy contained within the Valium. After resolving the issue of the rebirth egg, Jiang Fei was finally able to relax. When it was 4 o'clock in the morning in the Winter Islands, Jiang Fei entered the game once again. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the game, he noticed something strange. Akatsuris had disappeared. Unless Jiang Fei forced her to enter the pet space, Akatsuris was supposed to be with Jiang Fei at all times. However, not only did Akatsuris not show up in front of Jiang Fei, but there was also nothing in the pet space. What's going on? Jiang Fei immediately opened his attribute window. Unknown error in data. Under Jiang Fei's pet attribute, 4 words had appeared where Akatsuri's name was supposed to be located. Is there a bug? Jiang Fei asked with a look of confusion. Jiang Fei's frown deepened. He had an inkling that it was not a simple bug in the game. Prior to this, there had been the disappearances of the Dragon God and also the Divine Light God. Now, it was Akatsiri's turn to disappear. There must be some kind of connection between these disappearances. What is going on here? Jiang Fei began to enter a state of deep thought. The only possibility he could think of was that the military had extracted these NPCs to be used as man-made souls to control supreme androids. However, Jiang Fei did not think that was very likely. According to 0541's previous description, these data points had not even met the lowest requirements of man-made souls. In particular, 0541 had even claimed that Akatsiri's was completely out of the league for them to cultivate. That meant that Akatsiri's data points were even lesser than the members of the Saints Guard. If these data points were unreliable, why would the military extract them? Jiang Fei felt as if his mind was about to explode. However, he still could not figure it out. Never mind. I'll ask 0542 about this tomorrow. I hope it has some useful information. Jiang Fei knew that he would not be able to reach a conclusion on his own. Although Jiang Fei did not normally care about Akatsiri's presence, he suddenly felt lonely without her around. As the saying goes, one would normally only miss something or someone after they were gone. However, Jiang Fei was not bothered by that for too long. Very soon, Jiang Fei was informed about the discovery of a cultist overlord's location. This time, the information was not provided by Smart Tomato. Instead, it was from Happy Drunk. As Jiang Fei had helped Happy Drunk and the rest by defeating 2 overlords yesterday without taking any of the items dropped, Happy Drunk willingly provided Jiang Fei with the location of one of the cultist monsters, which happened to be an overlord. Come on! Let's test my luck. Jiang Fei took in a deep breath as he rode his sky-gliding dragon towards the location. An overlord was an easy target for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was able to easily annihilate the monster by summoning his soul cutter. Ding! You have eliminated cultist Forge Master. Obtain 25,620,000 experience points, 500 gold coins. You must have it. Jiang Fei walked over to the corpse. Based on the name of the monster itself, Jiang Fei was very confident that it would drop the original Fell Iron Bar. Haha! I knew it! Indeed, Jiang Fei was able to find the ingredient he wanted from the pile of equipment dropped. As the cultist Forge Master, the monster would definitely carry the original Fell Iron Bar with it. Although this ingredient had a very low drop rate, Jiang Fei still had the Cauldron of Luck, which allowed him to ignore drop rates and find the item he wanted. Chapter 1035, First Entry to the Celestial World. After obtaining the final piece of original Fell Iron Bar, Jiang Fei had finally gathered all of the ingredients he needed. Thereafter, Jiang Fei discussed the guild's next development phase with 7 Stars Warrior and the rest. After all, he was about to head into the ancient celestial realm. He did not know how long he would be there. Therefore, he needed to make sure the others were informed. Fortunately, 7 Stars Warrior and the other officials in the guild were already used to Jiang Fei's absence. They were able to run the guild well without him. Jiang Fei's only responsibility was to offer them moral support as their titular leader. He would only have to show up once in a while to do something shocking. As for the details of running the guild, Jiang Fei did not need to be involved at all. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei took another look at his attribute window. There was still an unknown error in data located at where Akatsiri's name was supposed to be. It seemed that the error was not going to be fixed over time. Ah! Jiang Fei sighed as he glanced at his attribute window again. I will soon return to my normal weak self. Jiang Fei shook his head as he looked at his attributes, which all had over 100,000 points. After entering the celestial realm, he would have to bid farewell to these attribute points. When he returned to Heaven's realm, Jiang Fei immediately went to meet Oyezi. Master, I am ready. Jiang Fei said. Very well. If that's the case, I will make arrangements for you to enter the celestial realm immediately. Oyezi nodded. As the sacrificial altar was already being built in the celestial realm, Jiang Fei needed to get there as soon as possible. Master, how should I get there? Jiang Fei asked. Follow me, Oyezi said as he walked quickly out of the great hall. He then walked toward the underground prison where Vistus was kept locked up. As soon as they arrived at the door to the underground prison, Jiang Fei noticed that the person guarding the underground prison was actually Tianwen, who was one of the 4 sages of the heavens. Greetings, uncle, Jiang Fei said politely. Tianwen merely glanced at Jiang Fei before he continued drinking from his bottle of alcohol. Let's enter. Oyezi nodded at Tianwen as he walked into the underground prison. Brother, is little Fei ready? Tianwen was not the only one guarding the underground prison. Xiao Sheng was also on duty inside the prison. This proved how important the underground prison was to Oyezi and the rest. Yes. Let's start the ceremony. Oyezi nodded with a serious expression on his face. All right. Little Fei, it's all on you now. Xiao Sheng smiled at Jiang Fei as he began walking further into the underground prison. Come here. Give me the 9 cauldrons. Oyezi turned around to face Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei retrieved the 9 cauldrons from his backpack. Although these items could not be traded or disposed of, Oyezi was still able to retrieve them from Jiang Fei as an NPC. Shuffle. A silver light flashed as the 9 cauldrons floated away from Jiang Fei's hands to form a 3x3 matrix in front of Oyezi. Oyezi waved his hand as the 9 cauldrons disappeared. Jiang Fei had no idea where they had disappeared to. Please be extra careful this time. Once you return successfully, I will give you an additional gift on top of returning the 9 cauldrons to you. Oyezi chuckled. I will risk my life to destroy the sacrificial altar. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he looked forward to the gift Oyezi mentioned. There must be a handsome reward for completing this quest. Let's go over. Xiao Sheng should be done with the preparations by now. Oyezi brought Jiang Fei deeper into the underground prison. When Jiang Fei arrived at the 5th floor of the underground prison, Xiao Sheng had already set up a sacrificial altar in the middle of the big hall. The tribute placed on the sacrificial altar was none other than ancient god Vistus. It's not easy to activate the Chronos Gate on the opposite side. Therefore, you must make use of this opportunity, little Fei. Xiao Sheng urged. I will do my best, uncle. Jiang Fei nodded with a serious expression on his face. Let's begin, Oyezi said. All right. Xiao Sheng waved his hand as a golden light surrounded the sacrificial altar. Thereafter, Vistus began to cry out in pain. Arg! You lowly peasants! You will all face destruction. After approximately 10 minutes, and after Vistus' final cry of pain was heard, the celestial tier boss had turned into a mist of green light and was absorbed into the sacrificial altar. Buzz! After a bright light flashed, the teleportation point on the sacrificial altar was activated. Little Fei, go on. We wish you success. Oyezi nodded at Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei leaped into the teleportation point. As he did so, he began to lose his vision. When he opened his eyes to see again, he was already in a completely different environment. Bang! Lava rocks were exploding right next to Jiang Fei. He looked around and saw hot lava all over the place. It looked like he was in hell. As the lava spilled onto Jiang Fei's body, he was damaged by the scorching heat. In the past, Jiang Fei could have easily ignored such damage. However, without the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, Jiang Fei only had 280,000 health points. Moreover, without the cauldron of spirit, Jiang Fei had also lost his incredible recovery abilities. Crap! And not used to being without the 9 cauldrons. Jiang Fei immediately ran away from area affected by lava spillage. Without the protection of the 9 cauldrons, Jiang Fei had to be more careful. All damage would be able to threaten his life right now. Is this nasty place the celestial realm? It's no wonder that those fellows are trying to invade the overworld. After looking around, Jiang Fei felt very disturbed by the prison-like environment. If he were an ancient god, he too would try to find ways to escape from this place. Where is the sacrificial altar? I must ask one of the ladies here. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Although he had lost the support of the 9 cauldrons, Jiang Fei still had his title of Romeo. According to logic, all beings in the celestial realm were Jiang Fei's enemies. However, with the title of Romeo, the females would still be affected by Jiang Fei's charm. Therefore, it was still possible for him to find allies here. However, without the cauldron of luck, Jiang Fei was not able to bump into any of the ladies here. After treading around the lava rocks for almost half an hour, he still could not find any person he could talk to. There was nothing but the smell of sulfur in the air which nearly suffocated him. I don't care if it's a girl or not. Please just send me someone who can talk. Jiang Fei cursed under his breath. Roar! Speaking of the devil, the lava pool began to spit lava right next to him. A giant lava crocodile appeared from the pool. Giant lava crocodile, wild beast, overlord, level 97, health points 170 million, attack power unknown, skill stone gaze, bite, lava strike, scorching touch, remark, a common wild beast in the lava plains. Damn! Even the most common wild beast is an overlord boss. It's no wonder this is the ancient celestial realm. Jiang Fei gasped as he readied himself for battle. Chapter 1036, Mysterious Little Lowly, come out. Jiang Fei immediately backed away as he summoned the soul cutter. Spread out! As Jiang Fei commanded, the soul cutter immediately split into 128 sharp blades. Roar! At the same time, the giant lava crocodile climbed out from the lava pool. As soon as it came out, the giant lava crocodile opened its mouth to project lava in Jiang Fei's direction. Sword form, reflection. As Jiang Fei activated his skill, 100 blades formed an airtight shield around him. The lava projected from the giant lava crocodile was unable to penetrate the shield and therefore could not deal any damage to Jiang Fei. In fact, the shield's reflection effect even caused the giant lava crocodile to take some damage in return. Roar! A number showing 3 million damage appeared above the giant lava crocodile's head. Clearly, it had taken the damage from the shield's reflection effect. Die! Jiang Fei was not only defending himself. Although most of the blades were used to defend him from the lava attack, there were still 28 other blades not being utilized. Soul Cutter, fight back! Jiang Fei ordered. Yes, Master. After receiving Jiang Fei's command, the over 20 remaining blades flew toward the giant lava crocodile. Minus 2,621,112. Large amounts of damage began to appear above the giant lava crocodile's head. Although Jiang Fei had lost the cauldron of strength, which meant his attack power was greatly reduced, the soul cutter possessed very strong attack attributes of its own. Therefore, Jiang Fei was still able to retain a high damage output. Moreover, with the soul cutter's superiority effect, Jiang Fei could ignore the defense attributes of all things below the holy grade. As an overlord, the giant lava crocodile's skin was clearly not at the holy grade yet. Therefore, Jiang Fei's attack could ignore its defense and reduce its health points directly. As such, Jiang Fei's damage output was frighteningly high. Although most of Jiang Fei's blades had been used to defend him, the remaining 28 blades were still able to deal close to 90 million damage to the giant lava crocodile. After all, Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage was already fully stacked. In an instant, the giant lava crocodile had lost half of its health points. It began to panic as it began to use all of its skills on Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had no choice but to back away. While reflection was still on cooldown, Jiang Fei found it difficult to sustain himself. All of a sudden, he had lost nearly a quarter of his own health points. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's attack power was much stronger. Without the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, Jiang Fei lost most of his defense attributes. However, his efficacy in killing enemies was still quite outstanding. Roar! After the second round of attacks from Soul Cutter, the giant lava crocodile finally collapsed on the ground. However, Jiang Fei's experience points had already reached the maximum amount. Therefore, he could not benefit from the experience points after killing the monster. Apart from that, the wild beast did not drop any equipment and instead only dropped a few crafting materials. After storing the materials in his backpack, Jiang Fei continued to move forward. He had a quest to complete in the celestial realm. After being ambushed, Jiang Fei had learned to walk around the lava pool to avoid being attacked by another giant lava crocodile. After all, he could not benefit from the experience points after killing these giant lava crocodiles. Furthermore, these beasts also did not drop any equipment. After walking for another hour, Jiang Fei began to feel agitated. He had an urge to summon the sky-gliding dragon. However, he recalled Oyetsu's advice, don't take to the air. And don't go underwater either. Staying on land is the safest option. Jiang Fei knew that he needed to move around stealthily as he had not even reached the celestial tier. If he were exposed, he would be chased after by countless opponents. It would be impossible for him to get close to the sacrificial altar if that were to happen. After walking around for a while longer, Jiang Fei jerked his head around only to find that it was completely empty. That's not right. I feel that someone is spying on me. As an expert martial artist, Jiang Fei believed in his own sixth sense. Although he was currently in the game, he knew that his instincts were right. As he continued to walk forward, Jiang Fei turned his head around once again. However, he still could not notice anything odd. However, he still felt that he was being spied on. This doesn't feel right. There must be something. Jiang Fei trusted his sixth sense very much. Come on out. I saw you. Although he did not discover anything, Jiang Fei decided to try tricking his opponent. You actually discovered me. A childlike voice could be heard. Shuffle. Jiang Fei turned around. However, he still could not see anyone. Damn. Is this a celestial tier being? Jiang Fei began to sweat profusely. He had only just entered the celestial realm and did not even know where the sacrificial altar was located. If his identity were exposed right now, he would have failed the quest. Poke! Poke! Right then, Jiang Fei could feel someone poking lightly on his thigh. He immediately lowered his head to find a little girl with a ponytail looking at him with a curious expression. The little girl looked very obedient. She was perhaps around 7 or 8 years old. Her adorable cheeks tempted Jiang Fei to pinch them. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was an adult male. If he had been a female, he would have screamed gleefully. No woman could resist such an adorable little lowly girl. To be honest, any person who saw this little lowly girl would be charmed by her. Big brother, who are you? Little lowly girl did not seem to be afraid of strangers. I am an adventurer who have accidentally entered this place. Jiang Fei was observing the little girl's attributes through the mysterious ring. Malia, unknown, unknown, level 1, health points, 2, skill, Malia's strength, don't annoy Malia. Malia's strength, any attack on Malia would only deal 1 point of damage. Don't annoy Malia, unknown. Remark, a very adorable little girl. Ah. After checking Malia's attributes, Jiang Fei was stunned. Not only was this little girl nothing close to a boss, she was only a little child. Moreover, Malia only had 2 health points. Even if Malia's strength was an incredible skill, it would not be able to protect her for long. After all, her maximum health points were far too low. Jiang Fei had met creatures with Malia's attributes in the past. There were various types of creatures like her around the main city areas. However, most of them did not have any intelligence and were either small squirrels or sparrows. They were not wild beasts and thus did not have any battle power. In fact, they did not even drop items. Basically, they were like the game's background characters. However, Malia was clearly not one of those creatures. Chapter 1037, Don't Trick Little Loli, Big Brother, Will You Play with Malia? Malia's eyes were wide open as she looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not actually want to waste time with this little girl. Moreover, the young fellow's mysterious identity somewhat made Jiang Fei feel nervous. However, Jiang Fei could not bring himself to reject such an adorable little loli. Big brother, play with me for a while. Just for a while. Little loli knew she had a chance to convince him when she saw his expression. Therefore, she started tugging at his arm playfully. All right, Jiang Fei was completely charmed by this cute little girl. He could not possibly reject her request. Yeah. That's great. Little loli began jumping around happily. She was so happy that she could give Jiang Fei a kiss. Unfortunately, she was far too short. Even if she jumped, she could only reach his chest. Therefore, she had no choice but to rub her face against Jiang Fei's arm. This was the only way she could express the joy in her heart. Malia, why are you here alone? Jiang Fei asked as he held Malia's small hands while they walked forward. I don't know. I got lost. Malia shook her head. However, she did not seem worried at all. Where's your home? Would you like me to send you home? Jiang Fei asked. I don't think I have a home, little loli tilted her head as she thought. She then smiled at Jiang Fei again. But I get lost almost every day, Jiang Fei felt speechless. If she could get lost every day, she might as well be named Lost Malia. Are you the only person left in your family? Jiang Fei was trying to find out more information about this little girl. After all, she appeared to have a very mysterious background. I have an older brother and an older sister. The young girl did not seem to be wary at all. She would answer all of Jiang Fei's questions directly. What are your brother and sister doing? Why aren't they looking for you? Jiang Fei continued questioning. I don't know what they are doing either. I am always the one looking for them, Malia said as she continued to hop forward. It seemed that she was very happy to discover Jiang Fei. Don't they look for you at all? Aren't they too reckless? Jiang Fei showed an annoyed expression. If these older siblings were not concerned with this kid getting lost all over the place, they must be horrible siblings. Please don't say that. My brother and sister are very nice to me. Little loli suddenly pouted as she placed one hand on her waist while staring at Jiang Fei angrily. Although the little girl was trying to appear upset, she looked even more adorable with her actions. All right. It's my fault, Jiang Fei laughed as he shook his head. Hee. Big brother, where shall we go to play? Little Lola's temper seemed to change very quickly. In an instant, she started hugging Jiang Fei's arm again. I don't know. I heard that there is a very large sacrificial altar here. I would like to have a look. Jiang Fei was trying to get the little girl to show him the way to the sacrificial altar. After all, she was a native in the celestial realm. Big brother, do you mean the sacrificial altar in the center of the celestial realm? Little loli asked with her eyes wide open. Yeah. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. It seemed that the little girl really did know about the sacrificial altar. It's very boring there. It's not fun at all. Little loli pouted. However, Jiang Fei was very glad that she seemed to know where the sacrificial altar was located. Could this little girl be part of the quest's guide? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Perhaps this was part of the quest sequence. He was meant to bump into this NPC who would guide him on his way after entering the celestial realm. However, the guide was very weak and needed Jiang Fei's protection. This must be the case. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Malia, can you please bring me to the sacrificial altar? I will show you something fun once we get there. Jiang Fei very much resembled a creepy pedophile right then. Is it really fun? Malia looked at Jiang Fei suspiciously. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Jiang Fei said shamelessly. He and little Loli had only just met. Of course, he had never lied to her. That's true. I'll believe you. Malia finally promised to show him the way. However, Jiang Fei soon paid the price for lying to the little girl. Malia, do you really know the way? I think we've been here already. Jiang Fei was beginning to feel annoyed. 3 hours had passed since Malia first started leading the way. However, they were still stuck in the lava plains. I think I've lost my way again. Little Loli looked at Jiang Fei helplessly. All right. I'm not blaming you. Jiang Fei immediately softened his voice when he saw tears rolling in the little girl's eyes. Jiang Fei, you are so dumb. This little girl had already told you that she lost her way nearly every day. You actually trusted her to lead the way. Are you brain dead? Jiang Fei thought to himself as he tried to console Malia. Big brother, I remember the way. After approximately an hour, Malia suddenly shouted out loudly. Really? Jiang Fei asked calmly. He did not feel any sense of joy because the little girl had said the same thing more than 10 times. However, they would always lose their way each time. Yes, I really do. The little fellow nodded her head furiously in hopes of convincing Jiang Fei. All right. Let's go then. Jiang Fei was completely lost in the lava plains. His map was no longer working after he had entered the celestial realm. None of the mist would clear up even if he had passed by the region. Therefore, he had already lost his advantage as a player in the game. He had no choice but to rely on little Loli. Turn left here, then turn right. After that, well, go straight for 1,000 steps, little Loli mumbled as she led the way. It appeared that she really had found a way out of the lava plains. Ding! You have discovered the Hellfire Canyon. The system notification made Jiang Fei feel excited. He had finally walked out of the lava plains. Haha! I am the best! Malia shouted excitedly. She then raised her head to look at Jiang Fei with an expression that was telling Jiang Fei to praise her. Malia, you're the best! Jiang Fei laughed as he praised her. He did not want the young fellow to feel disappointed. Hee hee! I'm so happy! Malia! Malia, little Loli ran around Jiang Fei in circles as she continued to call out her name loudly. Chapter 1038, Little Loli, strong background. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow as he looked at Malia, who was running around happily. The little girl was really fast. Her speed was comparable to Jiang Fei when he carried the cauldron of agility with him. In other words, Malia was way faster than Jiang Fei. This was not an attribute that a little girl like her should have. Who is this little girl? Jiang Fei was puzzled. However, judging from how Malia was behaving, she appeared to be a harmless little girl. Big brother, let's go! Malia walked over and held Jiang Fei's big hand, then marched forward. The Hellfire Canyon's terrain was relatively simple, which was a valley between two mountains. Although they were on rough terrain, there was no need to worry about getting lost because there was no other path. After walking through Hellfire Canyon for about 10 minutes, Jiang Fei encountered the monsters living there. Roar! Following a roar, a gorilla-like monster jumped off the cliff. The gorilla was more than 5 meters tall, wrapped in flames. The flames were so strong that even the surrounding rocks burned red hot. Another Overlord boss? Jiang Fei glanced at the monster's attributes and discovered that it was also a powerful Overlord beast. Hellfire Ape, Beast, Overlord, level, 95, health points, 150 million, attack power, 40,000, skills, combo punch, boulder toss, call to arms. Remarks, a scary social creature. Once attacked, will summon its companions and group against you. What the? Even bosses come in groups now? Jiang Fei was instantly dumbfounded. If this boss was alone, he could easily defeat it. After all, Jiang Fei had the Soul Cutter that had amazingly high attack power. Killing an Overlord boss was not that difficult. However, Jiang Fei would not be able to handle a group of overlord bosses. Even though he could kill them very quickly, he was now way more fragile without the cauldron of vitality and the cauldron of spirit. There was no way he could withstand the attacks of several overlord bosses. Oh, 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 oh. The Hellfire Ape made a few strange sounds, then picked up a red-hot boulder that had been burned by the flames, preparing to throw it at Jiang Fei. Sword Spirit, can you kill this guy with one blow? Jiang Fei asked. As this ape would call its companions as soon as it was attacked, Jiang Fei had to make sure that he killed it in one hit. Otherwise, he would fall into an unfavorable situation. We should be able to kill it with Blade Dragon or Sword Burst, but it's difficult to stop it from asking for help, unless you use River Flow Mountain Cutter, Sword Spirit replied. Although Jiang Fei's Blade Dragon and Sword Burst skills did a lot of damage, this could only be achieved by dealing multiple attacks. If the Hellfire Ape called for reinforcements immediately after the first blow, Jiang Fei would not be able to stop it. However, if he used River Flow Mountain Cutter, he would have to go through a fairly long casting process. During this time, he would probably die from the Overlord boss' constant attacks. Oh! Just then, the Hellfire Ape that had raised the blazing boulder suddenly stopped moving. Oh! This time, the Hellfire Ape was no longer roaring in anger. Instead, it sounded doubtful. Oh! After it stared at the little lowly Maluya for a few seconds, the Hellfire Ape threw the boulder away, then turned around and ran as fast as it could. It yelled while it ran. The next moment, a large group of Hellfire Apes started to follow behind it. There were more than 100 of them, but they did not attack Jiang Fei and Maluya. Instead, they ran like stray dogs that were being hunted down. In a blink of an eye, they were out of sight. What's going on? Jiang Fei looked at the Hellfire Ape's disappearing figures, then at the little lowly beside him. Haha, those stinky monkeys won't dare to bully me anymore. Feeling Jiang Fei's gaze fixed on her, Maluya pumped up her little chest. Obviously, she was feeling proud of herself. Maluya, what's going on? Jiang Fei asked curiously. The last time I came here, those stinky monkeys bullied me, but my brother taught them a lesson, so they're all afraid of me now. Maluya said proudly. Your brother probably taught them a good lesson. Jiang Fei pursed his lips. More than 100 Overlord bosses were so afraid that they ran away so quickly. How traumatized by this little girl were they? Let's go! Maluya stretched out her tiny hands and dragged Jiang Fei forward. The little lowly bounced and hopped. She looked very happy. Maluya, remember those giant lava crocodiles we encountered when we were in the lava plains? Did they bully you before too? Jiang Fei asked. Yeah, those stinky crocodiles are as bad as those stinky monkeys. They all bullied Maluya, but my brother taught them a lesson. Maluya was not wary of Jiang Fei, so she answered anything he asked. No wonder. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Previously, when they were in the lava plains, he felt strange. The little lowly had brought him around for quite a bit. The two of them passed through a lot of lava pits, but did not encounter even a single attack. Now, he realized it was because those giant lava crocodiles were too afraid of her that they hid themselves. Ho, I thought I had to be your bodyguard. Now, it seems like you've become my little bodyguard instead. Jiang Fei smiled. If all the monsters in the celestial world had been taught a lesson by this little girl's brother, it would be really easy for him. Jiang Fei chatted with the little lowly along the way. As no monsters appeared to give them trouble, they quickly passed through the Hellfire Canyon. Where can I look for a female NPC to ask for directions? Jiang Fei thought to himself as he walked. The little lowly was too unreliable as she did not really know the way. He came to the celestial world to complete a quest, not to follow her around aimlessly. As he had the Romeo title, Jiang Fei was not worried about female NPCs. It put him at an advantage. As long as the NPC was female, she would not actively attack Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei could increase his reputation with any female NPC until the level of admire or even infatuated very quickly. So, he did not have to worry about them deceiving him. However, he realized that his Romeo title seemed to have no effect on the little Malia because he did not receive a system prompt about an increase in his reputation level. Maybe this girl is too young. Jiang Fei shrugged. Although Malia was a girl, she was too young. She was probably considered a child NPC and was not included in the female NPC category. So, she was not influenced by the Romeo title. Big brother, look! While Jiang Fei was distracted, Malia suddenly pointed in front and shouted. Chapter 1039, Certain Death. Jiang Fei looked at where Malia was pointing and saw a strange mountain peak not far away. Previously, as Jiang Fei and Malia were walking through the Hellfire Canyon, they did not notice this mountain. It was only after they bypassed the corner of the canyon did they see it and notice how close they were to it. The mountain was shaped like a big mushroom. Normally, mountains were thick at the base and pointed at the peak. However, the peak of this mountain looked just like a mushroom cap. That's quite unusual. Jiang Fei also looked at the mountain curiously. Big brother, do you think this huge rock will fall? Asked Malia, sounding somewhat worried. I don't think so. Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. This mountain has probably been there for ages. If it were going to collapse, it would have a long time ago. It's so weird. Malia was amazed by the mountain. Have you been here before? Jiang Fei asked curiously. No. Malia shook her head. This little girl had lost her way again. Jiang Fei sighed. He knew that he definitely could not rely on this little girl to show him the way anymore. He had to hurry up and find a reliable guide. Let's go. Jiang Fei pulled Malia along and continued forward. Although this mountain peak was strange, it was the only path they could take. Okay. Malia bounced and hopped beside Jiang Fei and the two quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! A whistling arrow suddenly flew past the mountainside. Cling clang. Just as Jiang Fei looked up, he heard a loud gong. Kill them! Countless enemy soldiers instantly gathered around Jiang Fei. According to the plot, these guys were supposed to be preparing an ambush in the vicinity. However, they only appeared when spawned by the system. So, Jiang Fei was caught off guard as there was no way he could have discovered them in advance. This is bad. Jiang Fei was shocked. He knew that he had been ambushed, but it was too late to retreat. A large number of enemies had also spawned in the canyon behind him. Rocky Beast, Elemental Creature, Empowered Elite, Level 88, Health Points, 1,000,000, Attack Power, 5,000. The enemies surrounding Jiang Fei were not robbers, but a group of rock creatures that looked like bears. Wow! Big brother, they're so ugly. The little lowly was also shocked. It's fine, Malia. Don't be afraid. Jiang Fei said as he looked at the enemies around him. Although there were many of them, they were all just elite monsters. Once he unsheathed his sword, he would be able to clear them off very quickly. Unsheath, scatter. Under Jiang Fei's commands, the soul cutter quickly split into 128 blades. These sharp blades continuously hovered above Jiang Fei's head, ready to annihilate the surrounding rocky beasts at any time. Wow! How cool! As the little lowly looked at the blades hovering above Jiang Fei's head, her eyes twinkled. Roar! Following a roar, thousands of rock beasts pounced in their direction. Sword form, sword burst. Jiang Fei made a gesture and all 128 blades poured down like heavy rainfall. All the rocky beasts in range died instantly. None of them could resist the attacks. Sword form, Blade Dragon. Following Jiang Fei's command, more than 100 blades transformed into a blade dragon. Then, it spiraled around Jiang Fei and Malia at high speed, crushing all the surrounding rocky beasts into powder in a blink of an eye. Big brother, you're so powerful. Malia clapped. The little girl became very excited after seeing Jiang Fei use his skills. An adventurer? Interesting. At that time, Jiang Fei heard a voice coming from behind him. Boom! A huge hand caught the sword dragon formed by the soul cutter. Then, the sword dragon was ruthlessly crushed. Swoosh! The soul cutter changed back to its original form and automatically returned to its sheath. At the same time, the sword spirit whispered to Jiang Fei, Master, the enemy is way too strong. You have to make a run for it, quickly. I have to rest for a while before I can continue fighting. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. He never expected that the blade dragon formed by the soul cutter could be crushed just like that. Storm Mountain, Ancient God, Intermediate Celestial, Level 112, Health Points, Unknown, Attack Power, Unknown, Skills, Unknown, Remarks, during ancient times, the first mountain peak to turn into a god. At that moment, the monster who crushed the blade dragon appeared in front of Jiang Fei. The monster was like an enlarged version of the rocky beast. It was more than 10 times the size of an ordinary rocky beast, but looked exactly the same. However, Jiang Fei lost all hope after looking at its level. It's an intermediate celestial. Jiang Fei was a little dumbstruck at this time. Even if he had all 9 cauldrons with him, he would still be no match for an intermediate celestial, let alone him in his current state. Ho ho ho, big brother, we've actually encountered a new species today. Following a burst of laughter, another figure appeared behind Jiang Fei. Burble, Ancient God, Lower Celestial, Level 105, Health Points 8 billion, Attack Power 4 million, 100 times damage to creatures below Celestial tier, Skills, Unknown, Remarks, during ancient times, the accompanying river of the first mountain peak that has turned into a god. Holy *T. 2 ancient gods? How am I supposed to survive this? Jiang Fei turned back to look at the water creature behind him. He suddenly felt like he had failed his quest. An adventurer has actually managed to enter the celestial realm. The coming days will definitely be fun. Storm Mountain's voice resonated like a big bell. Big brother, how do we get rid of this little toy? Burble's voice was very feminine, but Jiang Fei was sure that Burble was not a female NPC because it was not affected by his Romeo title. Maybe we can negotiate. Realizing that he would die instantly if he fought them, he could only rely on his mouth to fight for a chance to live. Adventurers are all extremely troublesome. Let's just kill him to save us from getting into trouble. However, Storm Mountain did not give Jiang Fei a chance to speak. Then leave it to me. I'd never killed an adventurer before. After hearing Storm Mountain's words, Burble took the initiative to make a request. Go ahead, then. Storm Mountain shrugged. Jiang Fei was an adventurer who had not reached the celestial tier, and Malia was just a little girl. As an intermediate celestial, he could not care less about the two of them. Ho ho ho, let me find out how thrilling it is to kill an adventurer. Burble let out a horrifying laugh, then launched an attack. A huge wave of more than 30 meters high crashed onto Jiang Fei and Malia. At the same time, Jiang Fei felt that his body had suddenly been trapped, so he could not fight back at all. Minus 400 million, plus 281,808, minus 1, Jiang Fei could not resist the attack and died instantly. However, the undying aegis of the token of the god of crafts resurrected him. On the other hand, Malia only took 1 damage from the attack due to the effect of her skill, Malia's power. Although both Jiang Fei and Malia did not die from this attack, the two of them absolutely would not survive one more blow. Chapter 1040, The Consequences of Bullying a Little Lowly, You're Not Dead? Interesting. Burble felt somewhat embarrassed when it realized that Jiang Fei and Malia were still alive. After all, it was a celestial boss. How shameful that it could not even kill 2 mere mortals. I'm dead! Jiang Fei had nothing to protect himself anymore. At this time, the little lowly Malia only had 1 last bit of health left. A touch would be enough to kill her. While Jiang Fei could activate his shadow barrier, there was no guarantee he could protect himself with that. Although shadow barrier could withstand 3 attacks, he was against two celestial bosses. There was no chance of escaping. Jiang Fei was almost certain that he was going to get a free return scroll back to the city. Ah! Big brother! Someone's bullying me! Just as the celestial boss burbled lifted its arm again, ready to launch a second attack, the injured little lowly screamed. I'm sorry, Jiang Fei felt extremely guilty as he looked at the scared little lowly who was crying. As he was still trapped, he could not block an attack for the little lowly even if he wanted to. Go to hell! Burble waved and another tidal wave appeared out of nowhere. Rumble! Just as the tidal wave approached Jiang Fei and Malia, the sky suddenly turned dark. Then, Jiang Fei felt as if the whole world had stopped moving. Even the tidal wave approaching them had stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Crack! The huge wave started to crack like it was made out of glass and the fragments slowly disappeared into thin air. Then, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei and Malia. Darkness! Impenetrable darkness shrouded the figure. Even Jiang Fei, who was very close to him, could not see his appearance. He could only vaguely see a human silhouette with 13 pairs of wings. It hit him that when the little lowly shouted for her big brother just now, she was referring to him instead of Jiang Fei. Fallen Angel Lucifer, Holy Spirit, unknown, level, unknown, health points, unknown, attack power, unknown, skills, unknown, remarks, Malia's accompanying angel. Big brother! That's the one that bullied me. It's evil! As soon as she saw that her backup had arrived, Malia knew that the enemy was done for. The little girl kept one hand on her waist, while pointing a finger at the celestial boss, complaining. Swoosh! After hearing the little girl's complaint, a faint light flashed through Lucifer's eyes and Burble, who was standing opposite of him, started to panic. Endless darkness filled Lucifer's eyes. Even Burble felt like his mind was being sucked straight into them. This made Burble feel an inexplicable fear. Go to hell! Terrified, Burble could not think straight and started attacking Lucifer. Countless water arrows shot at Lucifer like torrential rain. Unfortunately for him, Lucifer did not even flinch. The water arrows dissipated after touching the black fog around him. Who are you? There might have been a misunderstanding. After feeling Lucifer's power, it seemed like Storm Mountain wanted to seek reconciliation, but it was too late. Swoosh! When Burble's attacks ended, Lucifer had already appeared behind it. Thump! No one could clearly see what Lucifer did. When the situation became clearer, Lucifer was already holding a round water sphere in his hand, whereas there was a huge hole in Burble's chest. Please wait! Storm Mountain shouted. He was anxious because the water sphere in Lucifer's hands was Burble's source of life. Crack! Lucifer completely ignored Storm Mountain and the water sphere in his hand shattered. Ah! Following a scream, Burble's body collapsed into a mass of water stains on the ground. A celestial boss had just been killed instantly, without even being able to fight back. Oh my lord, holy sh*t! Storm Mountain was so scared it almost lost its soul. As it was against the unfathomable Lucifer, it could only think of escaping. He did not even dare to think about avenging his dead friend. Swoosh! A white light flashed and Storm Mountain had escaped by teleporting away. No! That mean he bullied me too. Seeing that Storm Mountain had run away, the little lowly Malia sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. Swoosh! The next moment, something unbelievable happened. Lucifer waved his hand and a portal opened in front of him. Then, the fleeing Storm Mountain was dragged out of it. Holy! How powerful is this guy? Jiang Fei's brain almost could not process what was going on. Originally, when he noticed that Lucifer's tier was stated as unknown, Jiang Fei guessed that Lucifer was also an ascended celestial, just like his teacher Oyezi. Now, however, it seemed like Lucifer was way stronger than that. That's impossible. Jiang Fei was shocked at what Lucifer had just done. On the other hand, Storm Mountain was scared out of its wits. Boom! However, it seemed like Lucifer was not in the mood to explain how powerful he was to Storm Mountain. He directly waved his hand and the intermediate celestial boss Storm Mountain blew up and turned into powder. Humph. Let's see if you guys dare to bully me ever again. Seeing that Storm Mountain had been destroyed, the little lowly Maluya stood up and proudly raised her small chest. She was acting as if she was the one who killed Storm Mountain. At that moment, however, the stone powder that Storm Mountain had turned into started to gather slowly. After a few seconds, Storm Mountain resurrected. Boom! Lucifer attacked. Storm Mountain was blown into powder once again, but it resurrected in a blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. So what if you're very powerful? What can you do to me? I'm immortal. Storm Mountain laughed madly. Boom! Even before Storm Mountain was done laughing, it was blown up once again. Come on! Kill me! After a few seconds, Storm Mountain resurrected again. Don't hit it, hit the mountain behind it. Destroy that mushroom cap. After seeing Storm Mountain resurrect several times, Jiang Fei linked the situation with Storm Mountain's remarks that he had read earlier on. So, he turned and shouted at Lucifer. Lucifer looked back at Jiang Fei. It was a quick glance, but Jiang Fei felt as if he had undergone a full-body scan. It was like Lucifer knew everything about him now. Ha ha ha, no matter what you hit, it won't work. Storm Mountain guffawed. However, there was a hint of fear within his laughter. Boom! When Lucifer raised his hand and attacked the Mushroom Mountain in the distance, Storm Mountain leaped into the air violently. It blocked Lucifer's attack with its own body. This made Jiang Fei more certain that the mountain behind it was its source of life. Thump! Storm Mountain was blown into powder once again, but its act of sacrificing itself to protect the mountain was pointless. After Lucifer destroyed Storm Mountain, he could easily attack the mountain behind without any hindrance. Boom! Countless cracks appeared on the mushroom cap that was attacked. The next moment, the cracks began to spread and the whole mushroom mountain broke into countless pieces. No! Jiang Fei heard a dissatisfied roar. This time, Storm Mountain did not resurrect. Chapter 1041, Deadly Gobi. After the two celestial bosses were killed, Lucifer came to Maluya's side. He ruffled the little Lola's hair affectionately, then looked back at Jiang Fei. Lucifer's deep eyes held some indescribable emotions. Then, the black light around him began to converge. Eventually, the black light dissipated and Lucifer disappeared. Humph. He's always like this. Maluya stomped her foot and huffed. That's your big brother? Jiang Fei asked. Lucifer's strength had exceeded his imagination. Yeah. He always rushes to me whenever I call for him, then leaves in a hurry. He never plays with me. Maluya pouted. No wonder those overlord bosses were so scared of you. Now, Jiang Fei finally understood why those hellfire apes ran away as if they had seen a ghost as soon as they saw the little lowly. A celestial boss had been destroyed by Lucifer so easily. Those overlord hellfire apes were probably brutally massacred. Okay, let's go. Jiang Fei pulled himself together. Now that the danger was gone, he had to continue with his journey. Although the little lowly Maluya had become Jiang Fei's bodyguard, the most crucial problem had not been solved. As it was his first time here, Jiang Fei did not know anything about the celestial realm. Although Maluya had been in the celestial realm for a long time, she had no sense of direction. So, this little guide was extremely unreliable. Hence, Jiang Fei's top priority now was to look for a local female NPC to lead the way. Otherwise, the ancient gods would probably begin a massive invasion before he even managed to find the central altar. Sure. Let's go. Maluya. Luya. Luya. Luya, the little lowly chanted joyfully, then ran forward and took the lead. She was obviously not traumatized by that near-death experience at all. Maluya, slow do. Before Jiang Fei could finish his words, the little lowly was out of sight. She was after all as fast as Jiang Fei when he carried the cauldron of agility. In his current state, Jiang Fei could not catch up with her at all. Sigh! Jiang Fei could only follow the path slowly. Fortunately, even though Malia was out of sight, there was only one path here, so he would not get lost. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei walked out of the mountainous area. There was more of the endless plains in front of him. However, it was not like a vast expanse of fertile land that could be found in the overworld. Instead, it was an endless desert. The environment in the celestial realm is really harsh. Jiang Fei glanced at his minimap. This place was called Deadly Gobi, Malia. Lilia, Jiang Fei heard Malia's pleasant voice once again. The little lowly had run back to him from afar. She ran so fast that smoke had risen behind her. Jiang Fei could not help but admire her energy. Big brother, this desert is really big. Malia arrived beside Jiang Fei and held his hand. Have you been here before? Jiang Fei asked. If Malia happened to remember the way, it would be great. If she did not, however, it was going to be troublesome. After all, deserts were not like canyons. In this huge Gobi desert, it was normal to get lost. Yes. Malia nodded seriously. Do you remember how to get out of here? Jiang Fei's feelings turned positive. I forgot. Malia's words completely ruined all hopes that had just ignited within Jiang Fei seconds ago. Sigh. As expected, she's unreliable. Jiang Fei sighed. Now, there was no one to lead the way and his minimap was not working. So, it would be very difficult for him to get out of the Gobi Desert. Big brother, where are we going next? Malia looked up at Jiang Fei. Playing with Jiang Fei made her very happy. After all, her brother and sister were always not around, so Malia was always alone. It was difficult to find someone to play with her, so she cherished Jiang Fei very much. Let's get out of this desert first. Jiang Fei shook his head, then continued to move forward. Although Jiang Fei tried to walk in a straight line, there was nothing in the huge Gobi Desert that he could use as a reference. So, it was easy for anyone to start walking in circles unknowingly. Jiang Fei and Malia were no exception. After 2 hours, Jiang Fei had no idea where they were. D***MN. Jiang Fei cursed. They were completely lost. Although there was no need to worry about food and water supply in the game, loss of direction would delay his journey to destroy the central altar. When the game time was over for the day, Jiang Fei and Malia were still walking in circles in the desert and could not find their way out. When Jiang Fei left the game, it was already noon in Winter Islands. At that time, he was still at leisure, so no one cared even though he woke up at noon. 0542's energy extraction was still going on. In the meantime, Jiang Fei could not do anything as he did not have enough energy to activate the super radar. After spending the day with his family, Jiang Fei re-entered the game at 4 o'clock in the morning. Although the time difference made it somewhat troublesome for Jiang Fei to enter the game, it was not that big of a problem. Big brother, it seems like we're running around in circles. After another 4 or 5 hours of trekking, even the little lowly felt strange. Yeah. Jiang Fei sighed. If they went on like this, the War of the Heavens would probably be over before he got out of this Gobi Desert. Why are there no monsters at all? After they walked for a little while more, Jiang Fei complained in frustration. Ever since they entered the Gobi Desert yesterday, they had not encountered anything. However, Jiang Fei had clearly forgotten something. The little lowly Malia had come here before. She was tiny and cute. Which monster would not want to bite? However, the consequences of bullying this little lowly were horrifying. Jiang Fei had seen it with his own eyes. So, why would he hope for monsters to appear when Malia was stepping into the Gobi Desert once again? Isn't that nonsensical? These monsters had fled as far as they could. If Jiang Fei had a radar function, he would have realized this. Wherever he and Malia were, the area within a few kilometers radius from them would become an empty zone. As soon as the both of them moved closer, the monsters immediately ran away. The monsters would only return to their original spots once the both of them were gone. So, Jiang Fei was simply delusional if he thought that he could look for someone to ask for directions. After a few hours of internal chaos in the Gobi Desert, the goddess of luck had finally blessed Jiang Fei. Malia suddenly remembered the way out. Big brother, I remember it now. I know how to get out of this place, Malia said as she pointed at a withered desert pine tree. The last time she came, she passed by this tree. Really? Jiang Fei rejoiced. In the absence of other guides, he could only choose to believe this unreliable girl who had no sense of direction. Chapter 1042. Girls were born liars, of course. I'm really smart, you know. Malia pumped up her chest, then held onto Jiang Fei's hand and ran northwest. Hey! Are you sure you remember the way? Jiang Fei asked doubtfully. The both of them had been trekking for almost an hour, but they were still trapped in the endless Gobi Desert. Nothing had changed. The only thing that reassured Jiang Fei was that they did not see the withered pine tree anymore, which meant that they were not walking in circles, at least. Big brother, you have to believe in Malia, Malia said with a serious face. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. He had no other choice anyway. After they continued for another 15 minutes or so, something new finally appeared before their eyes. It was the ruins of a palace. From the ruins, one could vaguely tell that the palace was once magnificent. Now, however, only broken walls and scattered gravel remained. Where is this? Jiang Fei asked curiously. This is the altar of Alikir the Windlord, Malia explained as she dragged Jiang Fei toward the ruins. What happened here? Why is it so run down? Jiang Fei was confused. This place looked like it had been abandoned for thousands of years. After Alikir was killed by King Zhou of Shang, his servants dispersed. So, the altar was naturally abandoned. After thousands of years, its structure naturally deteriorated and it collapsed. Although Malia was young, she was like a small encyclopedia. I see, Jiang Fei nodded. When he first came into contact with quests related to the War of the Heavens, the remnants of Wu Geng's soul had mentioned this. A long time ago, King Zhou of Shang, the lord of the human race, dominated the world. No ancient god could stop him, and countless ancient gods died under his hands. Okay. We're here. Malia had brought Jiang Fei inside the abandoned palace. Although it did not have a roof, the walls were still standing. What are we doing here? Jiang Fei asked, confused. Big brother, you're very strong. Can you help to clean this place up? Malia asked sweetly as she tugged Jiang Fei's arm. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not know what Malia was trying to do, he knew that she would not ask him to clean the place up for no reason. Even without the additional attributes from the Cauldron of Strength, Jiang Fei still had a lot of strength. So, moving some gravel and rubble was not a big deal for him. About an hour later, the broken bricks and tiles in the palace were completely cleaned up. Although the palace was still dilapidated, it became a lot cleaner. Malia. Lia. It seemed like there was a strange meaning behind the little Lola's name. It was both her catchphrase when she was happy and a certain magical spell. Whoosh! With Malia's spell, a gentle breeze blew through. Although the breeze was not damaging in any way, all the stone powder and dust in the palace were blown out. This is, after the dust cleared, Jiang Fei discovered something new about the palace. There was a teleportation point right in the center of the palace. The magical rune of this teleportation point was still shining with a faint blue light. Clearly, although the Windlord's palace had been abandoned for thousands of years, this teleportation point was still in good condition. Where does this teleportation point lead to? Jiang Fei asked curiously. I don't know. Big brother, let's go and explore. Malia shook her head, then looked at Jiang Fei with her big, puppy eyes. Do you remember how to go anywhere else? Jiang Fei did not dare to rush into this teleportation point as he was unsure where it would lead them to. I don't, Malia shook her head. You really don't remember? Jiang Fei still did not give up. Really? The little girl nodded seriously. Jiang Fei sighed. If this was the case, then he would have to take the risk. Otherwise, he would be trapped in this huge desert forever. However, when Jiang Fei turned to look at the teleportation point, he did not notice a smile creeping across Malia's face. Her smile was somewhat sinister, yet it carried a hint of nervousness. Okay, Malia. Well, teleport out, but you have to hold onto my hand tightly. When we get to the other side, don't run around. I don't know what kind of dangers await. When Jiang Fei turned back to look at her, Malia had reverted to her naive and cute self. I won't cause any trouble. Don't worry, big brother. Malia nodded her little head forcefully. Okay, let's go. Jiang Fei took Malia's hand and walked toward the teleportation point. Yay! Let's go and play. The little loli bounced along happily and entered the teleportation point with Jiang Fei. Buzz! When the teleportation point activated, Jiang Fei's vision went blurry. The next second, his vision returned to normal. Where is this? Jiang Fei looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. They were in a forest. This was the first time that Jiang Fei saw anything green after entering the celestial realm. Although such an ordinary forest was considered to be a common map in the overworld, it was definitely equivalent to a paradise in the harsh ancient celestial realm. Yay! It's really this place. Ha ha ha. You guys told me not to come here, but a big brother has brought me in now. Malia cheered, then jumped around in excitement. Hey! Malia, are you hiding something from me? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. After all, Malia was still a child. Her behavior had aroused Jiang Fei's suspicion. Big brother, don't be angry. I just wanted to come here and play. Malia realized that she had exposed her secret plan by accident, so she carefully came to Jiang Fei's side and took his big hand, shaking it around. She was trying to use her cuteness to get away with it. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Jiang Fei asked seriously. Well, Malia told him everything. It turned out that Malia actually remembered how to get out of Deadly Gobi. However, she wanted to go somewhere else to play and she was afraid that Jiang Fei would disagree, so she lied. She made Jiang Fei clean the palace up and take her through the teleportation point. In actuality, Malia had always wanted to come here, but her brother and sister never allowed it. Moreover, she could not clean the ruins of the palace all by herself, and she could not use the teleportation point as her level was too low. So, she never had the chance to come here until Jiang Fei brought her today. Is there anything else that you're hiding from me? Jiang Fei glared at Malia. He never expected that he would be cheated by a little girl who was only around 8 or 9 years old. Girls were born to deceive men. No! No! Jiang Fei's serious face made Malia a little scared. Moreover, this was the first time she had lied to someone else, so she was very anxious. Chapter 1043, Birthplace, You're telling the truth, right? Jiang Fei stared at Malia for a long time. He was frowning. He could not decipher the little Lola's thoughts. After all, her origin was too strange. Yes. Yes. Malia nodded again and again. Jiang Fei's angry look made her really scared. Okay then. Jiang Fei dropped it as Malia really looked like she was not lying anymore. Moreover, he had figured it out. If Malia really wanted to harm him, he would not be able to fight back at all. Even though she was weak, she could summon Lucifer whenever she felt threatened, and Jiang Fei was like a toy to Lucifer. Big brother, you're not angry anymore, right? Malia asked cautiously. After all, Jiang Fei was her only playmate. If Jiang Fei stopped playing with her, she would be lonely again. Sigh. Nah, silly. I'm not angry anymore. Looking at Malia's pitiful face, Jiang Fei could not get angry even if he wanted to. Great! Let's go and play. Malia's face changed so quickly. Less than a second ago, she looked so pitiful, like she was about to cry. Now, she was full of smiles. Let's go! Jiang Fei nodded. The teleportation point only worked one way. There were no teleportation points here, so he could not go back even if he wanted to. Even though Jiang Fei's minimap stopped working after he entered the Celestial Realm, it still had the basic function of displaying the name of the current map. Currently, the place that Jiang Fei and Malia were at was called Birthplace. Malia, do you know where this birthplace is? Jiang Fei asked. Since the little lowly had been wanting to come here, she should have some understanding of the place. Yes. Yes. Malia nodded again and again. Then, she proudly began to share the legend of this birthplace with Jiang Fei, as if she was offering her valuable experience. Legend has it that the center of this forest was where the birth of life took place. Regardless of whether it was the first ancient god or the humans and other races that came later on, they were all born here. However, although birthplace was in the celestial realm, not everyone could come here. If you wanted to enter birthplace, you had to be below celestial tier. Once you reached celestial tier, you would not be able to enter. Moreover, you could only enter birthplace through 4 one-way teleportation points which were located in the palaces of the top 4 ancient gods. The top 4 ancient gods were the 4 elemental lords Therazane the Stone Mother, Neptulin the Tidehunter, Ragnaros the Fire Lord, and Alakir the Wind Lord. Among these top 4 ancient gods, the Stone Mother, Tidehunter, and Fire Lord were still alive. So, it was almost impossible to enter their palaces. However, the Wind Lord had been killed by King Zhou of Shang and his temple had been abandoned for a long time. Hence, it became Malia's target. What do you plan to do here? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Play. Malia grinned innocently. She had not been trying to get to birthplace because there was something she wanted. She simply thought that it would be fun to come here. The more her brother and sister tried to stop her from coming here, the more adamant she was about it. That was it. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. The minds of children were not as complicated and corrupted as that of adults. Their motives could be pure, sometimes unbelievably so. Jiang Fei and Malia continued forward. They were getting closer to the core of the forest, but it was surprisingly quiet. Nothing came to bother them at all. After about half an hour, Malia suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, "Big brother, look!" Jiang Fei looked at where Malia was pointing. A big tree stood tall and proud in the distance, distinguishing it from the other trees around it. The big tree was several hundred times taller than the surrounding trees and its trunk was dead straight. It looked as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Let's go there and have a look. Jiang Fei was also attracted by the big tree. He held Malia's hand and ran forward. However, Jiang Fei quickly understood that it was easier said than done. Although it felt like the big tree was not far ahead, Jiang Fei and Malia only arrived near it after running for more than 4 hours. Jiang Fei was standing in front of a lake. The tree was located on a small island in the center of the lake. In fact, the small island was not small at all, because the big tree was nearly a kilometer wide and tens of thousands of meters tall. Such a thing only exists in the game. Jiang Fei exclaimed as he looked at the giant tree in the distance. The tree looked like a pillar that propped the sky up. Such a magnificent scene did not exist in reality. Big brother, let's go! Malia wanted to drag Jiang Fei down the water. Wait! Jiang Fei stopped Malia. He remembered what his teacher Oyezi told him before he set off. It was more dangerous up in the sky and underwater. If an ascended celestial like Oyezi said it was dangerous, Jiang Fei was unsure whether Lucifer could save them if they ran into trouble. So, he did not dare to rush into the water. If he died, he would have to return to the overworld to resurrect. However, Oyezi could not sacrifice another ancient god to send him back to the celestial realm. So, Jiang Fei, who was carrying the burdening quest which required him to destroy the altar, did not dare to take any risks. What's wrong, big brother? Malia asked, confused. It might not be safe underwater. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. Don't worry. Malia smiled sweetly, then released Jiang Fei's hand and ran toward the lake. Malia, Lilia, Malia chanted joyfully. The next moment, something that shocked Jiang Fei happened. The little lowly did not swim over to the island. Instead, she ran on the water. She was extremely fast. Her 2 legs were like wheels, forming a string of ripples as she moved. In a blink of an eye, she was out of sight. What is with this girl? Jiang Fei's brain was filled with question marks. Anyhow, Malia was already on the island. Now, the question was whether or not Jiang Fei was going to go underwater. Whatever. Jiang Fei decided to risk it. He was already here, and there was no way back. Maybe he could go back to the celestial realm if he got to the big tree. So, even if it was dangerous, he had to take the risk. However, Jiang Fei did not enter the water. Since being underwater was as dangerous as being up in the sky, flying over was way faster than swimming. His time in danger would be shortened, so the chance of encountering danger would reduce significantly. Hence, it was safer to ride the EVOL. Sky Gliding Dragon. Whistle. Jiang Fei summoned the EVOL. Sky Gliding Dragon. Go! Following a shout, Jiang Fei rode his mount and flew right on top of the surface of the water. He was trying to minimize the risks as much as possible. Although he was tens of miles away from the island, he crossed the distance pretty quickly with the EVOL. Sky Gliding Dragon. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei was already close to the island. Right then, however, Jiang Fei heard a sharp sound coming from behind him. Chapter 1044, The Quietly Approaching Danger, Swoosh. Jiang Fei's reaction was super fast. He pulled out the soul cutter and turned back to block. The soul cutter was damaged, so he could not command the sword spirit to control it. It could now only be used as a normal weapon. Ding! Jiang Fei was in luck. His sword blocked the oncoming attack. As Jiang Fei did not have any active blocking skills, blocking an attack by this way was a common move for melee players. Players had to be very accurate as there was only a 5% success rate. So, the fact that Jiang Fei was able to block the attack showed that he was indeed very lucky. What the hell is this? After Jiang Fei blocked the attack, he saw what attacked him. It was a very small bird. Sword Hummingbird, Beast, Overlord, level 95, health points 12 million, attack power 0. Remarks: these strange birds are extremely fast, so fast that they are unable to change directions after they complete acceleration. You better not stand in front of them. Chirp chirp. The sword hummingbird that was blocked by Jiang Fei began to express its dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, even though Jiang Fei understood many languages, he could not understand bird language. Whoosh! After the hummingbird flew around Jiang Fei for a while, it adjusted its direction and accelerated again. The next moment, it turned into an arrow and disappeared into thin air. What a strange species, Jiang Fei shook his head. He was in quite a shock. He thought that he had encountered another attack. He did not expect it to be a false alarm. However, when he took a backward glance, he was almost scared to death. A large group of sword hummingbirds was there, which made them look like a huge black cloud. There were more than a few hundred thousands of them, gathered together not far behind Jiang Fei. It seemed like they were headed toward the island. F***CK. I gotta run. Jiang Fei reacted instantly. If he had to be very lucky to block just one hummingbird, he would definitely be stabbed to death if that large group of hummingbirds in the back attacked him. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who did not want to turn into a sieve, wildly urged the EVOL Sky Gliding Dragon to make haste toward the island. It was not that he did not want to give way to the hummingbirds behind him. There were just too many of them. Even if he wanted to hide, he would not be able to. Buzz. Although the sound of vibration coming from the wings of one hummingbird was very weak, when hundreds of thousands of hummingbirds gathered together, it sounded pretty scary. Jiang Fei knew that he was running out of time when he heard the wings of the hummingbirds vibrating faster and faster. If the hummingbirds completed their acceleration, he had to get out of the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When Jiang Fei was less than 200 meters away from the island, he heard a series of sharp whistling sounds. The sword hummingbirds had broken through the sound barrier. F***ck. Jiang Fei clenched his teeth. He had no other choice. He could only dismount the EVOL sky-gliding dragon. Although there were also unknown dangers underwater, it was better than dying now. Plop! As Jiang Fei was flying right on top of the surface of the water, he immediately fell into the water when he dismounted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless hummingbirds flew past like arrows, almost grazing Jiang Fei's scalp. Jiang Fei suddenly felt like he was moving through bullets. I shouldn't stay here for too long. Jiang Fei was cautious. If the hummingbirds in the sky could kill him instantly, there would definitely be something underwater that could too. Just as Jiang Fei desperately swam toward the shore, ripples suddenly formed in the originally calm lake. Jiang Fei started to swim harder when he felt the water fluctuations around him. Maluya, you got me into this. Jiang Fei did not even have time to look back. He could only swim forward as fast as he could. With this situation paired with the whistling sounds coming from the hummingbirds above him, Jiang Fei felt an even bigger sense of urgency to race against time. Bloop! When he heard the waters move, he knew that something bad was about to happen. The next moment, his waist became entangled in something, and that something began to pull him back desperately. **T. Please don't tell me it's something like the Kraken. Jiang Fei's heart tightened in fear. He wanted to break free, but he was too weak underwater. In the end, he clenched his teeth and turned around, ready to fight. Swish! When Jiang Fei turned around, the waters moved and a small head appeared from underwater. Hee hee, ha ha, Malia laughed heartily as she swam toward Jiang Fei. At the same time, Jiang Fei realized that the little girl had a red ribbon in her hands, and the other end of the ribbon was wrapped around his waist. King hell. What a King naughty kid. Jiang Fei was so angry he felt like killing someone. Malia was way too playful. She almost scared him to death. Swash! The little loli was still laughing heartily while she splashed water at Jiang Fei. At the same time, she happily said, "Big brother, let's have a water fight, water fight? I want to give you a spanking right now." Jiang Fei's eyes were blazing with anger. He immediately tried to grab Malia. "Come on! Come and catch me!" Malia was very good at swimming. In a blink of an eye, she was already far away. Splish splash! While Jiang Fei and Malia were busy chasing each other and playing around, neither of them realized that the whole lake shook slightly. Then, two tentacle-like things quietly extended toward the both of them. Don't run. It'll punish you today no matter what. Jiang Fei was really mad at Malia. He had totally forgotten about his master's reminder before he set off. All he wanted to do was let out his anger at Malia. Swish! The two tentacles approached them rapidly. However, as Jiang Fei and Malia were too caught up in chasing each other back and forth, they were unaware of the danger that was approaching them. La la la, you can't catch me, Malia, Lia. Malia was obviously very happy today because she seldom had anyone to play with her. So, since she had the rare opportunity to play today, she got somewhat carried away. You just wait, little rascal. I'm going to punish you hard when I catch you. After being taunted by Malia several times, Jiang Fei was blinded by anger. He had to catch the little girl and punish her no matter what. Wait! Jiang Fei suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Stop playing around. Let's hurry up and go ashore. Jiang Fei shouted. Although he still did not know where the danger was coming from, he trusted his sixth sense. Currently, Jiang Fei and Malia were only 100 or 200 meters away from the shore, but swimming was way slower than flying. It would take some time for them to swim 100 meters. At that moment, however, the two tentacles were already less than 5 meters away from them. Chapter 1045, Power of the Gods. Come on, we're almost there. Jiang Fei called out to Malia while swimming desperately toward the shore. Just then, a huge ripple formed on the surface of the water next to Jiang Fei. At the next moment, two tentacle-like roots wrapped around him and Malia. What is this? Jiang Fei tried to break free, but the roots were extremely tough. The soul cutter was still recovering, so there was no way he could break the roots with the sword. Ah! What is this thing? It's so annoying. Malia, who was also trapped in the roots, kept screaming. Rustle. The roots that had trapped Jiang Fei and Malia quickly retracted, pulling them together. However, instead of pulling them toward the bottom of the lake, the roots appeared to be headed toward the island. This tree root, after calming down, Jiang Fei looked the roots that they were entangled in. Then, he looked back at the giant tree behind him. He somewhat figured out what was going on. Ah! Let me go! Malia continued to struggle, screaming in dissatisfaction. It seems like we have to count on Lucifer to save us again this time, but this giant tree seems pretty hard to deal with, he thought. Jiang Fei could not move at all, so he could not fight back. He could only hope that the little lowly would get injured, so that she would summon Lucifer for help. In just a short time, Jiang Fei and Malia were pulled to the front of the giant tree, trapped by its roots. This thing is really a cannibal. Jiang Fei looked down and saw a pile of bones beneath him. Obviously, these were leftover bones of creatures that had been captured and eaten by the giant tree. Big brother, I'm so scared. Malia cried. F***ck, isn't this the birthplace of life? Why do I feel like this place is more like a place of extinction? Jiang Fei got very annoyed. From the pile of bones beneath him, Jiang Fei could tell that this giant tree had almost caught all the living creatures that could be captured in the entire forest. Other than those extremely fast hummingbirds that could escape with their speed, there was no other living thing in the entire birthplace. 1000-1000. A string of damage figures started to appear above Jiang Fei's head. At the same time, he realized that the roots wrapped around him had begun to secrete some sort of mucus. It seemed like this mucus was digesting him. However, Malia had not been affected. Or, it should be said that the giant tree was not in a hurry to eat her. Instead, it was focused on digesting Jiang Fei first. Malia, ask your brother for help. Jiang Fei shouted. As he was being suppressed by the roots of the giant tree, he could not fight back. No, my brother and sister will only show up when I'm in danger, Malia said tearfully. She did not have an active skill to summon her brother and sister. They would only be passively summoned whenever she was injured. This is all your fault. Jiang Fei felt miserable. If this little girl had not lied to him and made him come to birthplace, he would not have been caught in such misfortune. As time went by, Jiang Fei's health points continued to decrease. Without the additional attributes from the Cauldron of Spirit, Jiang Fei did not have godly self-recovery anymore. Ding! Following a crisp sound, the token of the God of Crafts activated and Jiang Fei's Undying Aegis was triggered. However, this only delayed Jiang Fei's death by a little. A minute. I can't sit here and await my death. Here goes nothing. As Malia could do nothing to help, Jiang Fei finally decided that he had to do something. As he was suppressed by the roots, Jiang Fei could not perform any action that required his hands. Moreover, with the soul cutter still recovering, the only thing he could do was craft something. After he was promoted to beginner god of crafts, Jiang Fei no longer needed any supporting equipment such as an anvil or blacksmith hammer to craft things. Now, he could craft things with his mind. Moreover, players could take things out of their backpacks with thought. So, Jiang Fei planned to craft the Dream Crystal Ring in advance, and use the power of the gods to stop his giant tree. Oyezi had planned to let Jiang Fei use the power of the gods to destroy the central altar. Should Jiang Fei die here, he would be kicked out of the celestial realm. If that was the case, he would definitely not be able to destroy the altar. So, as he was now trapped in such a bad situation, he had to improvise and adapt to overcome it. Swoosh! A bunch of materials was taken out of Jiang Fei's backpack and they hovered in front of him. Wow! So magical. It instantly drew Maluya's attention. Let's begin. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. With Jiang Fei's spiritual guidance, the original fell iron bars began to melt slowly, turning into a golden molten metal. The molten metal hovered in the air and looked extremely magical. Slowly, as Jiang Fei continued forging, the golden molten metal converged into the shape of a ring, then solidified. During the solidification process, several fine carvings were engraved on the ring. Boom! Under the pressure coming from Jiang Fei's mind, the 5 different crystals exploded into crystal powder. Then, the crystal powder merged to form a piece of jewel. This jewel was then embedded in the metal ring that had just solidified. Come on! It's time for the final synthesis. Jiang Fei's heart pounded. At the same time, he began to pressurize Terra's heart with his mental power. Thump thump, thump thump. Terra's heart started to beat again and fresh red blood flowed out of it. Then, it wrapped around the dream crystal and the previously completed ring. Fuse! Following Jiang Fei's command, blood strings tugged at the dream crystal and it embedded into the jewel. The dream crystal ring was almost complete. The last step. Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled. He knew that it was time to capture radiance. Whether or not his crafting could be completed depended on how many radiance he captured. It would also determine whether or not this ring would be an ascended equipment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Streams of light flashed before Jiang Fei. He was taking his time because he knew that he only had one chance. If he failed, he would lose the chance to become a god. Now! Nobody knew how much time had passed. Jiang Fei patiently waited until a mass of light flashed before him. Swoosh! Jiang Fei forced all his mental strength, capturing non-opal radiant onto the ring. Shing! Lustrous starlight shone down from the sky. Under the starlight, the dream crystal ring glistened and gleamed with dazzling light. When the light faded, a golden dragon came out of the dream crystal ring and ascended into the sky at high speed. After the golden dragon flew around in circles for a while, it returned to the ring. Ding! You have successfully crafted the dream crystal ring. God of Crafts experience plus 100,000, ding! You are now qualified to be promoted into a God of Crafts. Please be ready to accept the ablution of the gods. In 30 seconds, the power of the gods will befall. Chapter 1046. If the sky collapsed, Jiang Fei had been very focused on forging, but the system prompts snapped him out of it. He only had less than 5,000 health points left. However, they continued to decrease. Panicking, Jiang Fei quickly kept the dream crystal ring and drank some potions. To tell the truth, he had not drunk any potions ever since he obtained the Cauldron of Spirit. It did give him godly self-recovery after all. The healing effect of potions was totally insignificant compared to that. Jiang Fei drank a bottle of Super Vitality Potion and recovered 50% of his total health points. As he now had more than 100,000 health points, he did not have to worry about dying. Big brother, are you okay? Maluya showed some concern. I'm fine. Can you escape? Jiang Fei frowned. His godly powers were about to come and Maluya was obviously within the danger range. Maluya can't escape too, the little lowly replied tearfully. Then you can only count on your brother and sister to save you. Jiang Fei sighed. His godly powers were coming soon and he was not able to stop it. He would not stop it even if he could. After all, this was the only way he could stop this giant tree. Whoosh! A gust of wind came. The next moment, the sky darkened. A huge amount of dark clouds appeared out of nowhere and gathered above Jiang Fei's head, immediately depressing the atmosphere. How am I supposed to survive the power of the gods? Drink potions? He thought. Jiang Fei did not get any useful information about the power of the gods from Ouyezi. Therefore, he felt anxious looking at the dark clouds that continued to accumulate, rumble. Just as Jiang Fei was worrying about how he was going to fight against the power of the gods, he felt the giant tree behind him shaking. What's going on? Am I imagining things? No, I'm in a game, I can't be imagining things. Jiang Fei felt strange. This tree was very powerful, but it was obviously not an NPC with intelligence. It was not even an NPC because Jiang Fei, who was a player, could not see its name at all. So, it should not be able to have emotions and feel fear. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, the roots that were wrapped around Jiang Fei loosened and he instantly regained his freedom. However, the little lowly was still trapped at the root of the giant tree's trunk. Big brother, save me! Maluya shouted. Jiang Fei pulled out the soul cutter and rushed over. He tried to break the tree vines that trapped Maluya. Rustle. Several vines suddenly blocked Jiang Fei's way. However, it seemed like these vines were unwilling to touch Jiang Fei. Instead, they tried to push Jiang Fei further away. It felt like the giant tree was considering abandoning Jiang Fei. Now you want me to go? No way! Jiang Fei knew what was going on. If he did not stay near this giant tree and let the power of the gods destroy it, it would be over for him. Regardless of whether or not he became a god, after the attack of the gods was over, he would be no match for this giant tree. Crack, crack. Jiang Fei danced with the soul cutter in his hand and quickly cut through the vines in front of him. However, he discovered that Maluya, who was originally not that far away from him, had disappeared. Ah! Big brother, save me! Maluya's cry for help could be heard from a distance. The tree vines had sneakily moved her away. Calm. Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, his countdown was over. Boom! Thunder struck and Jiang Fei was immediately hit. 50,000. The first strike did not deal that much damage. Although Jiang Fei did not have full health points, he was still alive after the attack. Plus 10,000. Plus 10,000. Jiang Fei hurriedly drank another bottle of recovery potion. Although it was also a high-grade potion, the effect of these types of recovery potions was not so immediate. F*CK. Now it really depends on luck. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At this time, his Undying Aegis had already been triggered, and both the potions he had with him were on cooldown. It could be said that he had no other means of recovery anymore. Boom! Thunder struck again. This time, however, no damage figure appeared above Jiang Fei's head because it struck the giant tree. Ha ha ha. As expected, if the sky collapses, the tall ones would get hit first. Jiang Fei looked up and was overjoyed. Since Jiang Fei was the one who called for the power of the gods, the first thunder would definitely strike him. There was no room for negotiation. However, the attacks after the first thunder would no longer lock on a fixed target. Any creature under the cloud would be a target of the lightning strikes. With the giant tree standing tens of thousands of meters tall, it was a natural lightning rod. After the first strike, almost all the lightning strikes after hit the giant tree. Jiang Fei looked up and realized that a thunderstorm had broken out. Golden red lightning fluttered back and forth like a dragon. The originally dense forest filled with tree crowns was being destroyed. The power of the gods had a very strange feature. The stronger its opponent, the stronger it would become. Its purpose was to prevent one from becoming a god. Its mission was to kill you, no matter how strong you were. Therefore, although this giant tree was way stronger than Jiang Fei, when it easily resisted the attack of the gods, the power of the gods began to increase. In just a few seconds, the thunder's intensity went from ordinary to advanced, then to the power level of an intermediate celestial, high celestial, supreme celestial, and finally reached the level of a world-destroying celestial. Obviously, the power of the gods also had bad temper. It was clearly angry at this giant tree. Now, it had to destroy this giant tree no matter what. Fortunately, all the lightning strikes were taken by the giant tree, which acted as a lightning rod. Otherwise, a tiny being like Jiang Fei would directly turn into ashes upon being hit. Boom boom. Thunder continued to strike. Although the strength of this giant tree was unfathomable, it was clearly withering under the attacks. The tree crown that was originally tens of thousands of meters tall had disappeared. Even the height of the trunk had been cut down by almost a quarter. Flop! When Jiang Fei looked up again, a black figure suddenly fell from the sky, about to hit him. His immediate reaction was to dodge, so the black figure fell to the ground. Ah! It was none other than Maluya. The next moment, she started crying uncontrollably. Nobody knew whether she was crying because she was in pain or because she was too frightened. Boom boom. The lightning strikes continued. The giant tree was clearly about to be destroyed. Its trunk that was originally tens of thousands of meters tall was now only 7 or 8,000 meters tall, and it was still shortening continuously. Many parts of its trunk had been blasted broken. It seemed like it would not take long for the giant tree to completely disappear. This is bad. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. Although it would be great if the giant tree was destroyed, it would be his turn to enjoy the lightning strikes once it was gone. Considering the thunder's intensity, even someone as strong as Lucifer would probably be killed. Chapter 1047, Mother of the World. Seeing that the giant tree was only tens of meters tall now, Jiang Fei started to break out in cold sweat. Although the tall ones would get hit first if the sky collapsed, once the tall ones were dead, it was time for the short ones to enjoy the pain. Boom boom. Thunder continued to strike above Jiang Fei and Maluya, sounding like explosions. As the giant tree was going to be completely destroyed soon, they did not feel any sense of security at all. The terrifying atmosphere created by the lightning strikes continued to impact Jiang Fei and Maluya. Big brother, I'm so scared, Maluya was trembling. It's okay, Jiang Fei was equally worried, but he still took the time to comfort Maluya. Boom boom boom. As the lightning strikes continued, the remaining trunk of the giant tree became shorter and shorter. Right now, it was already less than 10 meters tall. Some of the splattered trunk residues hit Jiang Fei's face. Even though it dealt no damage, the tense atmosphere was already enough to make Jiang Fei's heart pound. Boom! While Jiang Fei was worrying about the giant tree falling, the ground suddenly trembled. The giant tree, which was now only a little stump, suddenly stood up, and Jiang Fei finally saw the name of the giant tree. Mother of the World, Vast Asa, Mother of the World, God of Eternal Life, level 300, health points. Attack power. Skills. Remarks, the beginning and end of all things. What the F***ck is this thing? Jiang Fei took a glance at this giant tree boss and got a shock. Level 300? The official website of the Dawn Break game clearly stated the celestial tier level range. Lower celestials ranged from level 100 to 109, intermediate celestials ranged from level 110 to 119, high celestials ranged from level 120 to 129, and supreme celestials ranged from level 130 to 140. That was it. The maximum level one could reach was capped at level 140, but this giant tree boss in front of him was actually a level 300. What the hell was going on? Roar! The giant tree boss roared in anger. Then, the countless vines no longer focused on defense. Instead, they skyrocketed and counterattacked the thundercloud. Crack crack. Countless thunderbolts struck down, but the giant tree's vines were equally strong. Seems like we've provoked something that we shouldn't have. Jiang Fei stared blankly at the battle taking place over his head. Big brother, why don't we escape now? Maluya hid behind Jiang Fei and said cautiously. Escape? Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Now, they were only safe because they were under the feet of the giant tree boss. If they left, they would be blown up into pieces on the spot as soon as they were hit by lightning. The thunder was so powerful that it was beyond one's imagination. Even if an ascended celestial powerhouse came here, he or she would be killed with one hit. Shadow barrier. It was no longer only dangerous within the range of the lightning strikes. Even the area under the foot of the giant tree was no longer a safe zone, so Jiang Fei activated his shadow barrier just in case. In midair, the battle between the giant tree boss and the thunderbolts continued. However, the battle began to shift in the giant tree boss' favor. The giant tree boss started blocking the lightning strikes, and its little trunk that was only less than 10 meters tall after the previous attacks started to grow. In a blink of an eye, it grew to tens of meters tall. Roar! Following an angry roar from the giant tree boss, a shockwave visible to the naked eye radiated and the thundercloud in the sky thinned significantly. Immune! -1, Jiang Fei and Malia were also hit. However, Jiang Fei had activated his shadow barrier and Malia naturally would not take more than 1 damage. So, they both survived the attack. Swoosh! Light shone down on Malia. Under the radiance of the light, Jiang Fei and Malia could barely open their eyes. The blinding light gradually faded and a beautiful figure appeared in the center of the light. This figure also had 13 pairs of wings, but its graceful figure indicated that it was a female character. As her entire body was emitting dazzling holy light, Jiang Fei also could not see her face, but he could see her name. Divine Angel Michael, Holy Spirit, unknown, level, unknown, health points, unknown, attack power, unknown, skills, unknown, remarks, Malia's accompanying angel. Immediately after Michael appeared, she healed Malia, restoring Malia's health points to 2. This was done so that Malia would not be killed by the next attack. Lucifer. Michael, Jiang Fei repeated these 2 names, deeply absorbed in his thoughts. Roar! The giant tree boss once again launched a fierce attack and countless vines targeted the sky, rushing toward the thundercloud that had already dissipated slightly due to the intensity of the roar. Boom boom! Although the thunderbolts were still struggling to fight back, it was clear that the power of the thunder was becoming weaker and weaker. It could no longer threaten the giant tree boss. F***ck. The vines actually managed to weaken the thunder. Jiang Fei was dumbstruck. Roar! Following another roar from the giant tree boss, countless vines pierced into the thundercloud and the thundercloud was violently torn apart in a flash. Swoosh! After the thundercloud was torn apart, a golden light shone on Jiang Fei. Even though the power of the gods increased and then weakened because of the giant tree boss, Jiang Fei was the one who summoned it. So, when the lightning strikes ended, it was time for Jiang Fei to become a god. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider on successfully advancing to the celestial tier. Ding! World announcement, player Verger Glider has successfully advanced to the celestial tier. The game will be updated. The update will take approximately 3 days. Ding! The server is about to close. Players, please settle everything at hand as soon as possible. The game will shut down in 30 minutes. Jiang Fei was the only one who could see the first system prompt. The other 2 announcements were for all the players. As soon as the announcements appeared, the majority of players were shocked. What the? He's now a god, F***ck. I'm only level 80. I don't even know what the Overlord Advancement quest is like, and this guy is already a god? At that moment, however, Jiang Fei did not have time to celebrate becoming a god. The giant tree boss that had defeated the thundercloud had obviously shifted its target to them. Big sister, can you manage? Jiang Fei looked back at Michael. Although he was also a celestial now, it was obvious that this big sister was still the strongest among the 3 of them. Like Lucifer, Michael did not seem the type to talk. However, she quickly moved in front of Malia. Swoosh swoosh. Countless vines charged straight toward the 3 of them. Although the vines were not traveling at high speed, the overwhelming amount of vines meant that there was no room for dodging. Buzz! Michael summoned a barrier, but the barrier was totally useless. The moment the vines touched the barrier, it shattered. Chapter 1048, Malia's True Nature, Wham! 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 This time, instead of binding them, the vines smacked them all, sending them flying. Jiang Fei was able to survive due to the effectiveness of the shadow barrier. Malia had taken only 1 damage due to her unexplainable skill and defense. However, Michael suffered quite the damage. Even when she had the highest level amongst the 3 of them, her defensive capability was close to none. A single hit from the vine was all it took to remove most of the holy aura around her. The damage she took was obviously substantial. Hiya, the little lowly shrieked in pain. As soon as she did, the sky darkened and Lucifer descended from the heavens with a parade of dark clouds. "Big brother, big sister, that thing is bullying me," cried the little lowly as soon as another helping hand appeared. However, Lucifer was not able to do anything against the boss. Be it Lucifer or Michael, neither one of them was able to attack. Knowing that, both of them decided to protect Malia. Michael raised her hands into the sky, summoning a bright holy light to shine on Malia, healing her to full health. She had even erected a small barrier to protect Malia. At the same time, Lucifer raised his, summoning a basketball-sized dark orb that was gathering power. Jiang Fei got up quickly as he deemed that the 2 angels were about to start their counterattack. "How am I going to go around this?" Jiang Fei frowned. He was not able to gauge Michael and Lucifer's level. His level was too low. However, from the looks of things, the 2 might not be able to defeat that giant tree. Crack! Just when everyone was already tensed up, the earth beneath Malia's feet split open. A large, thick vine burst out and entwined itself around the little Lola's leg, dangling her upside down in the air. -1. It was unclear how she was able to mitigate all damage down to 1, but her overall health points were so low that a single damage was all it took to wreck half of her health points. At that moment, Jiang Fei noticed the barrier that Michael had cast on Malia played no role in defending her. Frantically, Michael raised her hand once more to heal Malia. However, before the holy light could descend onto Malia, Jiang Fei was blown away at what had happened. The light ray was forcefully blocked by additional vines that protruded from the earth. Michael's healing skill had failed. "What the hell? That has never happened before," cried Jiang Fei. He had never seen a skill that could forcefully block healing. A debuff would, but it required that character to be inflicted with it in the first place. Wham! 2 vines burst out from the loose earth, but before they could stop Lucifer, the dark orb that he was charging was flung at great speed towards the vines that were entangling Malia. Pack! From Jiang Fei's perspective, that dark orb was something akin to a sure-kill attack skill. However, when the dark orb hit the vine, it popped like a fragile bubble, inflicting no damage or whatsoever. The vines that were entwined around the lowly continued to wrap itself around her. With speed, Malia was completely wrapped like a cocoon. -1. A small damage text popped above the cocoon. That small little damage would mean nothing to a beginner player, but on Malia, it meant death. Malia! Jiang Fei gasped with horror. He was only starting to get to know the little girl. Even though she was rather naughty at times, Jiang Fei was starting to like her. Unfortunately, that last bit of attack had depleted Malia's health bar. Jiang Fei collapsed on all fours. He was horrified. Helpless and despaired, Jiang Fei was anguished, knowing that he had already reached the height of celestial tier but failed to do anything to protect the poor little girl. As soon as the big tree confirmed that it had killed Malia, it quickly shifted its attention to Jiang Fei. Effortlessly, the tree bound him down without any resistance. Immune! The last of the shadow barrier's effects were used, but Jiang Fei made no action to free himself. As a result, Jiang Fei was ultimately bound. The tree used its vines to lift Jiang Fei into the air, with the intention to devour him. At that moment, the vines that were still wrapping the remains of Malia exploded with a loud bang. Pieces of vines fell from the sky. When the dust settled, Jiang Fei looked up and saw an unfamiliar face. It was a young lady with silvery gray hair. She had 13 pairs of wings and was eclipsed by a bright holy light. Angel of Death, Azazel, Spirit Form, Unknown, Level, Unknown, Health Points, 100, Attack Power, Nil, Skills, Death's Decree. Death's Decree. Once the angel of death speaks the name, the owner of the name shall die after 40 seconds. Ignores level suppression, defense, damage mitigation, damage nullification, death immune, rebirth after death, effect resistance, and invulnerability. Note: Maluya's personal angel. What the hell? Are you even real? Jiang Fei gasped, resisting the urge to just flip the table and call foul. She might have just that little bit of health points, but her skill, Death's Decree, was so overpowered. Ignoring all possible resistance effects and skills, Death's Decree was truly a death sentence to whoever was to be called out. Jiang Fei's plethora of life-saving skills, including the Shadow Barrier, could prevent him from death by instantly restoring all his health points. That was an example of rebirth after death. However, even if he had Cosmic Dragon skills to have over 20 life bars, Jiang Fei would still be killed after 40 seconds if he were to be targeted. Wham! When the Angel of Death appeared, the tree immediately sent out one of its many vines to attack. -1. Thankfully, even after becoming the Angel of Death, Azazel possessed Maluya's special defensive skill. Even though she did not possess any means of attack and had only 100 health points, she could last longer in battle instead of relying on Michael's healing. Start the attack already! Jiang Fei roared, trying to free himself from the vines that were holding him down. The Angel of Death floating in the sky did not retaliate even when she was taking many vines attacks. F***CK. She cannot attack. After lamenting about Azazel's passive behavior, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that she was not able to retaliate since she had no attack power. The only way she could retaliate was to use her skills. However, unlike players, she did not possess the ability to see other NPCs' name. "Looks like it's my time to shine," cried Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was able to read the NPC's name, and with the ring's special effect, he even knew its other properties that no other player could see. Maluya. Its name is Vast Asa, the mother of the world. Jiang Fei roared. As soon as he did, Azazel's eyes glowed with a bright flash of blue hue before opening her lips. "I sentence you to death, mother of the world, Vast Asa." Her voice was soft, so soft that it seemed impossible that her voice could reverberate in his ears. It was as if her voice could travel beyond space and time to reach all that existed. When she was done talking, orbs of gray light started to appear around the tree, causing it to start moving around slowly. Its leaves turned from bright green to yellow, and then dark brown before it withered away and fall from its branch. The entire process was slow since the effective duration before death was 40 seconds. Death was certain, but during that 40 seconds, the boss could still do something. Within that 40 seconds, could everyone still hold on? Or would they die before the boss did? Chapter 1049, Activating the Radar System. The tree roared, shaking about violently, trying to shake away the light orbs that were causing its withering. However, the light orbs that were constantly appearing at an alarming rate could not be affected by anything the tree did. No matter how many times did the tree try to shake it off, or attacking them with vines, or even light attacks from the main tree itself, the entire process had started and there was nothing the tree could do so stop it. While still being bound, Jiang Fei calmed down and stopped trying to lose himself. The tree was obviously frantically trying to deal with the light orbs. However, 20 seconds into the Death's Decree, the tree stopped moving abruptly and focused on attacking everyone. Countless of vines were whipped out, attacking everyone including Jiang Fei. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was positioned behind Michael and Lucifer. They had only taken 2 hits from the vine before they started to stagger backwards. The holy lights that they were giving off fades off, indicating a weakened state. Oh no, Jiang Fei had already exhausted Shadow Barrier use count. What else could he rely on to fight against a boss over 300 level? It was like a David versus Goliath scenario, except Goliath was 100 times more powerful. Bracing for the incoming attacks, Jiang Fei readied himself and was prepared to evade. However, when an attack came to Jiang Fei, he noticed cracks appearing all along the vines, extending as far as the trunk of the tree itself. The vine stopped, and so did the tree itself. At that moment, 40 seconds was up. The entire tree was petrified, turning from its natural dark brown color into a shade of gray. Azazel moved forward, tapped on one of the petrified branches, causing the entire tree to dust away. Its gigantic body crumbles into dust before being blown by a subtle breeze. Damn, the vines that were wrapping around Jiang Fei broke down to dust, releasing him from a certain death. The boss had realized that there was nothing it could do to release itself from the curse, hence, before dying off, it tried to drag everyone down with it. Fortunately for Jiang Fei and the other, the tree did not have enough time left. Jiang Fei did not need to do anything, a cool breeze blew by, sweeping away all the dust that had settled to the ground. With just one sweep, the remains of the once level 300 boss was gone. What a shame, Jiang Fei sighed lamentingly. That was a level 300 boss, the mother of the world, vast Asa. How knows just how long did the tree had existed. However, one thing was for sure, there was no living being in the entire Dawn Break world could defeat that boss. Not even the strongest celestial. However, whatever that lives, will die eventually. Theoretically speaking, the mother of the world could not be defeated by anything in the game yet. A little lowly, whose existence plagued Jiang Fei's understanding, killed it in a form which only makes things more confusing. Just then, Jiang Fei turned around. The angel of death, Azazel, was missing. Even the other two archangels, Michael and Lucifer, was gone. Panicked, Jiang Fei started to look all around for the little girl. After going through ruins that were destroyed by a shower of lightning strikes, Jiang Fei found the poor little girl, cowering below the roots of a large tree. Miluya! Are you all right? Jiang Fei rushed over to make sure she was fine, but when he was close enough, he stopped. The girl was covered in dirt and minor cuts. She was fine, merely unconscious. At that moment, there was something inside Jiang Fei warning him not to approach the girl. Somehow, Jiang Fei could not shake the feeling that the girl would do no harm to him, even though this mysterious little girl possessed 3 archangels inside her. The result of killing the mother of the world was nothing. Killing the boss did nothing for Jiang Fei, for it did not drop anything. Even so, Jiang Fei was grateful for still being alive after the entire ordeal. Ah! I haven't checked my new stats and God's ring. Jiang Fei cried excitedly. Even though the level 300 boss did not drop anything, he did obtain reward from reaching the celestial tier and crafting. The reason he did not check his rewards was due to the spur of the moment. Just as he called out the inventory window, everything turned black. Jiang Fei had failed to notice the 30 seconds countdown timer that was put up by the server. After being kicked out of the game, Jiang Fei returned to the real world and was welcomed with a bright ray of sunshine. Due to the difference in time zone, it was around 10 a.m. then in Winter Islands. With no reason to continue lying on the bed, Jiang Fei cleaned himself and went to find Han Tianyu after. Han Tianyu informed Jiang Fei that a few smaller martial artists sect had decided to accept Jiang Fei's offer to move into the Winter Islands. These smaller sects could not put up a fight, unlike the other top-tier sections. Fleets of android soldiers were posted outside their sect territory, trapping them inside. At first, they were able to hold them off for a while, but when supplies ran out, they had to move before they would starve to death. Although they were reluctant at first, they quickly accepted Jiang Fei's offer to move to Winter Islands. "I'll leave you to it," said Jiang Fei, shrugging it off as if it matters not to him. The island group, that is the Winter Islands, consists of many smaller islands that was currently inhabited. Sects that had moved there could choose whichever island they want to settle in. Depending on the number of followers they had, to be frank, not many left. They could choose the size of the island to fit their needs. I have prepared everything now. We could even fit the entire Martial Artists Alliance, said Han Tianyu. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu had went a little overboard. He had made enough accommodation and supplies, enough to house all of the martial artists in China. It was a spur of the moment in which he did it eventually. Even though Winter Islands was more than prepared to house all the martial artists in China, Han Tianyu would still need Jiang Fei's verbal permission to invite all of them in. Having surrendering anything that had to do with the Martial Artist Alliance, Jiang Fei headed back to his house to greet his family. There was nothing else for him to do at the moment, since the rebirth egg was still being converted into energy and the game server was still down. After 2 days of peace, 0542 reported good news. Captain, the rebirth egg has been fully converted into energy. We have enough power to activate the radar system, said 0542. Jiang Fei had gotten used to 0542's flat tone. Hence, he would know if there was a sudden change. This time, when 0542 reported the good news, Jiang Fei could feel a subtle feeling of excitement from 0542. It would make sense if 0542 had evolved, just like 0542 did. It might still be a far journey, but it was a good start. Activated the radar system and start scanning the entire Earth, Jiang Fei ordered. Excited, Jiang Fei was hoping to discover the location of the main engine room. Once he had that in hand, many of the problems he had now could be solved. Command confirmed. Once the order was received, the radar system inside the ring's spatial dimension turned on. Powerful wave of detection pulses was released, encompassing the entire globe. Captain, radar system has entered the first phase. I had detected 15 points of interest. E.T. at 120 hours for detailed analysis report, said 0542 after 30 minutes. Chapter 1050, the half of a transport shuttle, map. Jiang Fei gleefully ordered. Even though the detailed report would only be available after 5 days, he already had 15 possible locations that housed Braveheart's ship fragment. Yes, Captain, following the order, the ring projected a 3D hologram in front of Jiang Fei. As 0542 reported, there were 15 highlighted points. This, and this, remove them please, said Jiang Fei, hovering his finger on 2 locations which he knew and wanted to eliminate. One of the 2 points was the city center in China, the place where Jiang Fei had visited before. It was an underground military installation. That was the main research center of the Supreme Android project. With over 80% of all the nation's electric power diverted there, the place would give off a powerful electrical pulse which made the radar system detect it as a possible point of interest. Besides the secret underground facility, the remaining 2 locations removed were Soaring Cloud Sect and Rainbow Longsword Sect. That was 3 locations in China. After rotating and examining the holographic globe, Jiang Fei removed 2 more locations in Europe. One of them was the headquarters of the European Church and the other was the lair of the Lycans. In North America, Jiang Fei removed the headquarters of the Mutant Brotherhood as well as the uranium mines in Canada. Additionally, he had also removed the uranium mines in Australia. All in all, Jiang Fei had removed a total of 8 possible points of interest. 7 left. Jiang Fei sat down and started to think. Of all 7 possible points, which should he start to investigate first? Let's go south, cried Jiang Fei. The south, which Jiang Fei spoke, was the South Pole. Going there first would be easy since Ariel had been there and could easily teleport them. At first, Jiang Fei wanted to go with Ariel alone, but Isabella had insisted on tagging along. Caving into Isabella's relentless persuasion, he brought her along. With a blink of an eye, Ariel teleported all 3 of them to the South Pole. With 0542 providing the exact coordinates, everyone treaded through the thick snow in a straight line without the need to turn. Captain, we have arrived at the location. Good, start digging. Instead of literally digging, Jiang Fei glanced to Ariel and gave her a nod. Ariel understood what it meant and nodded back. There was the excavator that Jiang Fei could use to dig through the ice, but its efficiency could not be compared to a level 5 master. Isabella offered to help, but Jiang Fei stopped her. He was too worried about Isabella's current condition and would not allow Isabella to use her powers unless absolutely necessary. Isabella was living off the Valium and her status was incredibly unstable. Based on 0542's analysis, Isabella's condition would worsen if she used power. The more she relied on Valium to fight, the worse it would be for her since the power of Berserk would corrupt her conscience. Ariel squatted down and stabbed her little finger into the hard ice. She injected a small amount of energy into her fingers. As more energy was focused into her fingers beneath the ice, the surrounding area began to steam up. Ice that was around Ariel sublimated instantly. HNG. Ariel grunted softly as she released all the energy that was focused on her fingertips beneath the ice. It was an instant. A cylindrical-shaped hole formed immediately beneath her. The hole was at least 5 meters wide and approximately tens of meters down. Ariel, floating in the air, descended to the bottom and repeated the same action over and over again. Not long later, Ariel had dug deeper into the ice, and by the time she was close to the source of the power, Jiang Fei leaped down into the hole. "Let's change," said Jiang Fei, relieving Ariel from digging duty. Although she could dig faster and deeper with every blast of power, Jiang Fei stopped her nonetheless, since she might accidentally destroy something that should not be destroyed. Jiang Fei took out the Qingying sword and infused origin force into the blade. With strength, Jiang Fei began to dance, crating up ice into tiny fragments. Ariel remained by his side to sublimate all the broken ice pieces to free up empty space in that small hole. 38 minutes later, when Jiang Fei finally started to pant for breath, 0542 chimed in with a report. "Captain, we are very close to the target. Please slow down." Jiang Fei nodded and slowed his movement down. Not 5 minutes later, Jiang Fei could see a familiar silvery hue from deep beneath the ice. "Yes!" Jiang Fei cried out gleefully. The silver metallic color was proof that the ship fragment was there. 0542, have you established a connection with the ship's fragment? Jiang Fei asked. "Yes, Captain. This is not part of Braveheart but a destroyed transport shuttle," 0542 replied. To be honest, Jiang Fei was greatly disappointed when 0542 declared it was not part of Braveheart but merely a transport shuttle. But the last time he remembered about transport shuttles was the discovery of energy crystals. The shuttle itself might not be useful, but its content might be extremely valuable. "Captain, I'm sorry to disappoint, but this shuttle is severely damaged. I suspect that most of the cargo that it's carrying might also be." 0542 had already linked to the shuttle's computer and knew its condition as well as its content. "Finish that statement," said Jiang Fei, bracing for bad news. "See for yourself," said 0542. Instead of having Jiang Fei to continue digging into the ice, 0542 projected an overlay hologram that highlighted the entire shuttle ship beneath him. The condition of the shuttle was indeed severe. The hull of the ship was so damaged to the point it could not be considered as a transport shuttle. Worse, half of the ship was missing. If the ship was broken in half, most or all of the cargo inside the shuttle would inevitably be lost. Currently, the ship's storage compartment contains several thousand energy crystals and a few alien materials. It was a far cry from the transport shuttle that Jiang Fei had found a long time ago. What a blunder! "Oh well, at least I'm not going back empty-handed," said Jiang Fei. The haul was not luxurious, but Jiang Fei was contented nevertheless. There were still 7 other possible points of interest that he could still investigate. Jiang Fei believed in his luck, but he never expected it to be so overwhelming that he could strike the lottery with just a single ticket. Ignoring his current findings, Jiang Fei dug slightly further until the ring could absorb the entire shuttle. "Next location!" Jiang Fei cried, forcing himself to feel motivated even though the first haul was rather disappointing. "Where are we going next?" Ariel asked. "Africa." Jiang Fei chose Africa to be the next location since it was the closest location compared to the others. Ariel and Isabella nodded with excitement and followed Jiang Fei on the giant sword. Jiang Fei had visited Africa once. That was when he was still a greenhorn. It was during a cooperative rendezvous with Han Tianyu. Now, Jiang Fei was far stronger than before. Not to mention, he had 2 powerful girlfriends protecting him. If that was not reassuring, nothing else would.